figure out if there is. Oh, there is probably not a tree of matches yet, is there?
Not yet. Okay, everybody, welcome back to the fish tank. It's tournament time here. We've got GGtoor's Knights Duel number 12, presented by GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf. And today I am joined by a very special guest. We've got FDM, one of the developers that works on Minion Masters. FDM, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the fish tank. How are you doing today?
Thank you. Pretty good. Excited
Glad.
to see what people will show.
Yeah, very glad to have you here. First time. And yeah, hopefully we'll have some good tournament action. We are currently trying to figure out exactly what's going on with the format of the event based on the number of players. So we'll keep you involved at home, figure out exactly what's going on with that. I need to get my notepad so I know what's going on. So just trying to think. We've got some season cards banned. So the current season cards will be banned. So there'll be no Rimagal. There'll be no Adventuring Party. Now, let's just speak about Rimagal for a moment. Is that how you would pronounce the name, FDM?
Oh Jesus, don't ask me. It's like the most Scandinavian thing ever. I can't do that.
So, one of the things I kind of had an issue with the new dragon is the way it kind of waves its head left and right and doesn't seem to freeze things. What are your thoughts on that? Is that working as you were expecting, or is that something that we may be seeing a change on?
Yeah, there is an expected change there. What happens is that as long as they are being damaged, right now they have a debuff called freezing, and if you have the debuff for 3 seconds, they get frozen.
Yep.
But because of the swiveling of the head, depending on how far and how thick the opponent enemy is, they sometimes get out of the area of effect. So what we want to change is as long as you're in the larger area and you have been damaged, you keep the freezing buff. But if you get out of the larger area or the attack stops, you lose the debuff and you don't get frozen.
Okay, so we're likely to see a lot more things getting frozen then.
So the damaging part will stay the same as it is now, where you have to be in the smaller area, but the freezing will be in the larger area.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, because that's a complaint I've definitely seen. But yeah, just to remind you, we're not going to see that card today since it's a season card. People might not have access to it. Although the new cards, of course, are now available in the free season pass. You do still have to play quite a lot via the free season pass to get these new cards. So whilst they are obtainable for free, not everyone may have played enough to get them. So that's really cool. So we won't see those cards in this tournament. But the cards from the previous expansion will, of course, be unbanned. Now, I'm trying to remember what the previous cards were. Let's have a look.
That's the Ruby one, right?
Yeah, that was the last one in the Ruby expansion.
Oh God,
So
I don't remember what the last two were. Was the Brawler in that?
I think it's the Arcane Barrage and the Simulacrum.
Ah, yeah. Ooh, I love Simulacrum.
So those were the two cards that were not available in the last tournament, but will be available in this one. So the Arcane Barrage, of course, is the spell that every time you use it gets more powerful. So very good in a cycle deck, very good at the end of the game. And the Simulacrum is a very interesting card where it basically copies one of your opponent's cards. And depending on the tech you have, there's the potential to haste that. So that's a card that I've seen a lot of people enjoy. And you were saying, FDM, there, that's a card you like?
Oh yeah, I mean absolute hell for the code base, but glorious for the gameplay. I love it.
It's really interesting to get something from your opponent. I don't think there's too many ways that you can kind of play it, and I don't think you can't really think about trying to play it in a way to steal something specific from your opponent. It's kind of a bit of a luck-based thing.
I mean you can keep track of the opponent cards and make sure you draw Simulacrum at the right time, but even then it's still luck-based, and that's like a skill level that no one really wants to achieve, I think.
A little bit too much, yeah, but it's very interesting. You can get, opponents have a card that's really incredibly powerful that your deck may not be able to deal with, but then suddenly you have exactly what you need to. And there's certain things when you haste them are just beastly.
Is just haste is good on almost anything. Like there are very few cards where haste is not a huge buff. Like okay, Priestess is like sure it's a nerf probably. But outside of those very specific things, it's just almost always just so much better.
Yeah, so that's always fun to see. So we'll see if anyone uses that. Because that's, you know, in tournament play, there's an argument where the whole RNG aspect of things could be, you know, if you're relying on it, you don't want to, you can certainly go wrong. But I don't think
we've definitely seen that with APAP.
Yeah, I don't think the risk with the simulacrum is quite as bad as the risk of getting a bad future.
Especially because in tournament play, the opponents will have a smaller set of cards, most likely than in normal ranked.
Yeah.
Like you will see less of the really strange cards.
Okay. Right, so welcome everybody. Just to remind you, this is GGtoor's Night's Duel number 12. We are just filling some time at the start here whilst we're figuring out exactly what's going on with the event. Always a little bit of downtime at the start, especially when there's some new players involved. Great to see new players in the tournament, but of course sometimes they're not quite familiar with exactly what their expectations are, where they need to be, etc. So that can slow things down a little bit. So we'll just wait and find out exactly what's going on with that. As mentioned, as you can see, we've got FDM here with us, one of the devs working on Betadwarf. Working on Minion Masters from Betadwarf. So if you've got any questions from the chat that you'd like FDM to potentially answer, please feel free to ask them, and we'll see if we can get some answers for you. One thing I was going to say is we have the dual deck set up where I'm able to do that by running 2 versions of the game. And when we were talking about Mini Masters Remastered, one of the things I was talking to Spiny, one of the devs there, was having some kind of in-game version of that functionality. Is that something that's feasible in the current version?
Well, we actually made that already for the current version for what was that big tournament that we had a while ago?
We had DreamHack.
Yeah, it was for DreamHack. We made a version for that for DreamHack actually. It's a little bit hacky, but it does exist.
Ah. Why am I only just finding out about this?
Because you didn't ask?
I'd love to find out more about it and see how it is.
Yeah, we can definitely talk about that. I mean, it's not really gonna be good to put that in this tournament, but we can definitely talk about it for the future.
Yeah, that'll be good. Cool. Okay. Yeah, because that would make it a lot easier for me and anyone else that's running similar things.
It basically uses the 2-player what's it called? The 2v2 UI.
Yeah.
So you have the second player be a little bit smaller, but outside of that, it should work.
Nice. Okay. Cool. I feel stupid for not asking that question now.
I mean, you sort of did ask, just the wrong person.
Cool. Okay, that's good to know. We'll see what that's like. But yeah, running it through a virtual machine has, it works okay, but it just has an extra level of complexity.
Yeah, well, it's probably easier when Discord still worked.
Yeah, that's for sure. You could just run both versions of the game on the same system, right?
Yeah.
But not anymore. Yeah, interesting to see that in the Discord the other day there was at least one person talking about transferring their game from Discord to Steam. So
we get people like that basically every other week or something. Which is also why the method for that is still pinned in the Bug Reports channel, I believe.
Yeah, so it's good to see that some people are still coming back. But if they're playing on Discord, they obviously haven't played for quite some time. But of course, they can still transfer their account across.
Yeah, that system was actually planned to go away once we go to Remastered, because it's been so long that people should have moved by now. But because Remastered isn't happening for now, that system will stay. So people can still move back. You're still welcome.
Good. Yeah, that's good. Because the game originally came out on Discord, didn't it? Didn't it come out on Discord before it came out on Steam?
It depends on how you look at it. We had the beta on Steam, then the first official full release was on Discord, and then the full release on Steam.
See. So how long have you been working on Mini Masters then?
That would be about 5.5 years. I think it was September 2016 that I started on it. And at that point, people had worked on it for 2 or 3 months, I think.
Okay. Because I think that people are often surprised how long this game has been about for. You know,
Oh,
recently
I
you
mean,
did have the
so have
5
we been.
years.
Like when we started, we never expected to become basically the success that it has been. Like, of course, it could have been a bigger success, but it's still a way bigger success than the average game.
Yeah.
And we have had multiple competitors that have all fallen by the wayside while we keep on trucking forward.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's been a big surprise, and we hope to continue.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, everyone was disappointed with the news about remastered being put on
Mm,
hold, but hopefully
so were we.
the plus side of that, because I know you were a little bit frustrated from the dev side of things, because you guys were getting kind of split between two sort of projects, weren't you? You were having to work
Oh
on
yeah,
the new one.
we actually had to be ready to release 2.0 at some point, like remastered.
Yeah.
So we had to rush a bunch of things in 1.0, which meant that some things, some choices were made before we were fully ready for it, or things got crushed in a little bit before they were done, which definitely wasn't nice, and we would not have done that if we weren't under certain deadlines for remastered. So when remastered got delayed slash put on hold, that was a little bit frustrating, of course, because we would have handled 1.0 a lot better if we had known that. Hi, Chunks. Um, yeah, the cat. But yeah, in general, we were a little bit annoyed by that, and by the fact that we worked so much on 2.0 that 1.0 got left behind a little bit.
Yeah.
Um, everything got a little bit rushed, so we're quite happy that we can actually spend the proper amount of time on Minion Masters as people play it now.
Nice.
That's the good part of it all.
Yeah. So you've
And I hope
been.
that that is something that you can see with stuff like the co-op adventures would definitely
Yeah.
would not have been an option.
Yeah. A lot of people seem to be really enjoying the co-op adventures, and that was definitely not something that we were expecting. So that was fairly awesome to see that. And that's, yeah, I know we played that the other day, and that was a lot of fun on stream.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, we have had a lot of fun with it as well.
And I know I've seen at least one person complaining about how they're completely unbalanced, but that's kind of the whole point of them. It's supposed to just
Oh
be
yeah.
unbalanced insanity.
Even between the masters, there's a decent amount of unbalance, and there are a couple reasons for that, right? Like if you, there are different type of players, and some players just want to get the insane wombo combo that destroys everything. And if you can defeat hard mode by a wombo combo, that's completely fine with us. But that's also why there is the thing of defeating hard mode with all the masters,
Yeah.
because that means you also have to try the actual more difficult masters. And it also saves some time in development to not have to get everything perfectly balanced. So it's like a win-win in our eyes.
And I think it was Entropy was saying that you're also planning going forward to try to make all the existing adventures co-op as an option.
That is definitely something that I've been arguing hard for, and I don't see any reason why we would not. It's just something that requires a little bit more work on the back end, so I'm not sure if that will probably not be the next patch, because this is a sort of a shorter patch because of Easter holidays.
Yeah.
But it's something that we definitely want to do in the future. I just can't make any hard promises, you know?
Yeah, of course. But yeah, it's good because a lot of people seem to enjoy the PvE part of the
Oh,
game,
yeah.
and especially being able to play it with a friend now as well.
Yeah. I think co-op adventures are just objectively better.
And I also think especially for someone like me or just someone that plays the game a lot, it's nice to have other options of something you can do in the game that's not just playing meta ladder games constantly. Like for example, the draft, and that's why I think that's why everyone was so upset about when draft was originally going to be removed from remastered.
Oh yeah. As you know, I've always been a decent draft player, like a decent as in played a decent amount. So I wasn't happy about that either, but I could see why. Which is also part of the reason why remastered got cancelled or slash delayed in the first place, right?
Hmm.
Because we felt like it wasn't good enough on mobile, and the PC version was lacking features that we had, right? So it was the choice between better optimization but removing multiple features, or trying to get those optimizations in 1.0 in a slower schedule, as much as we can, while keeping the features and expanding on those features. And we decided for the last one,
So
because mobile was just not going to be good enough to spend money on in the time schedule that we had.
yeah, so one of the things that they were talking about for the remastered version was they were talking about this chaos mode that was kind of like draft, but draft 2.0. I'm wondering if there's any potential for all the ideas that were around that to come into the current live version. So there was, there was ideas about like 2-player draft and all sorts of different things.
We definitely are planning on expanding draft as well, just like we did for Adventures. With the groundwork we laid for Adventures, there is the possibility for 2-player draft. I can't make promises there either, of course.
No, of course.
But there is definitely, and chaos mode is also something that the main designer is very excited about. So that's definitely something that I can also see coming.
Awesome.
Cat, can you bite me a little bit less? Yeah, she loves chewing my fingers. But yeah, it's I would expect all the less played modes to get some attention, and whether or not Draft and Mayhem are gonna merge into Chaos mode, or whether or not we are buffing one of the two into Chaos mode, I'm not sure. Because as you know, Mayhem is definitely played the least of everything.
Yeah.
So whether or not we want that one to stay is, I don't know, but...
Okay, so it looks like we are going to have our first match. Let's just find if we've got some ban information in and find out what the format is. So recently we've been using the Swiss event format for the start of the events, where everyone gets to play a bunch of games, and then we go into a top 8. Based on the number of people in this event, it's Alt Swiss. I don't know what that means, but we'll run with it. Okay, so we've got Nataraja banning Whirly Scrat, Cursebearer, and Ravager, and his opponent CodyChef banning Morelia, Wheel of Doom, and Colossus. Okay, so Nataraja, of course, a very experienced player. I'm sure you're familiar with him, FDM, as a player.
Oh yeah, definitely heard that name a lot.
Okay, so let's see if we've got these guys available. So we've got Nataraja and CodyChef. Not sure if I said Chief or not, but and CodyChef. So I think CodyChef may be a newer player. And I think from the bans, Whirly Scrat and Cursebearer is quite a meta ban. Ravager is very strong in the meta at the moment. So Nataraja doesn't want to deal with those sort of pushes. CodyChef banning Morelia, Wheel of Doom, and Colossus. They feel like more of a newer player kind of bans. I don't think you'd see an experienced player banning something like the Colossus too often.
No. I mean, unless you happen to have someone that plays a lot of Milloween, you might do that, but then perhaps just ban Milloween.
Yeah, okay, so this is round 1. Yes, of course there's a lot to learn. If you're new to the tournaments, you've got to learn, how all sorts of things work, and of course you've got to learn how to ban appropriately, and banning is a very important tool, especially against some of the top players. There's some players that really rely on certain strategies, and you can really interrupt those strategies with an appropriate ban. Just to remind you,
would you say that you go more for personalized bans or more for whatever is strong in the meta bans? Especially for new players.
I think for new players you have to go for the meta bans, I think. Or maybe depending on what you're playing, based on what's going to counter you pretty well. When you get later into the tournament, I think that's when you get to the point where you're seeing very specific bans based on the player that you're against, because you kind of have an idea of what they're going to play. Like for example, like Duck Westlin banning Azali or something. You'd very rarely ban Azali against anyone else, but maybe against Duck Westlin you would. But of course the other thing about the bans is that the skill is also building around the bans as well, or building with the bans in mind, and if you've got a deck and then suddenly the core of your deck is bans, you've got to be able to react to that. You've got to be able to have a plan B. Dragon in the chat says, is FDM happy with the state of the cheap or mid-range flyers in the game?
That's a tough question, because in general I would say that I am happy with the flyers, but I'm not happy with the overall meta. And of course, the flyers are part of that. Because I've seen a decent amount of feedback that they are not played enough or that they're too weak.
Mm-hmm.
In general, I feel like I see a decent amount of flyers. Also the cheaper ones. But
Yeah.
I
Oh,
think that in general the cheap cards are not entirely the way I like them. But I'm not sure how to fix it.
yeah. I always notice that if I go like I've got loads of decks in my game, and if I look at like an old deck, or I just think, oh, let me just try that deck out, and then I found like I've got like a dragon whelp in there and some prop scrats, and I'm just like, what are these doing in the deck now? They just feel like there's just no place for them.
That's interesting because I definitely still see them being played quite a lot. I mean, I personally never have been a big flyer player. I always really disliked that playstyle where it's just grabbing bridges with the flying over and over and over, which we had at a certain point. Because you couldn't get enough anti-air to deal with all the flyers. Obviously that is gone now.
Yeah.
Which personally I like that that's gone because I really hated that playstyle. But whether or not the flyers perhaps need a little bit more strength, I can see. I've also heard people suggesting neutralizing bridges,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't quite see the logic there with if they can neutralize it, why can't they grab it?
Yeah.
You know, so that gets a little bit weird.
Yeah, I think people are just kind of trying to find reasons to justify these cards, and they want to have reasons to play them. But you know, bridge control is so important in the game that every card you have in your deck that doesn't give you bridge control is really a potential drawback at some point. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see. I'm spectating Nataraja, so if you want to go for CodyChef, that'll be great. Either or is fine. Right, okay, guys, we're going into our first game. Best of 3, of course, at the moment. Do we have that on the screen? No, let's change that. Best of 3. Okay, so we've got Nataraja against CodyChef. We've got our dual deck technology that is hopefully functional. And let me just get this up on my screen so I can see it. Okay. Yep, we are good. I can see it here. So, what have we got? We've got Apep, of course, a very strong master against Stormbringer.
With Blood Imps.
Yep. Okay, so we've got an Avea deck coming out from Nataraja. Oh, the beam on the Blood Imps is...
No, that was not on the Blood Imps. That was on the Bounty Sniper.
Bounty Sniper, sorry. Okay, so Avea is something that I've been playing recently, and she feels strong at the moment. That's a card that's had a lot of changes. Yeah, she's had a lot of changes.
I've really not seen her.
I think based on the ladder, you can see that Avea and also Demon Warrior is kind of coming back into the meta as well. With the changes that I think have shut down a little bit on the big heavy Ravager pushes, then the Demon Warrior base decks are able to come back into it a little bit.
That's an aggressive Blood Imps.
Blood Imp's one of those cards that people really hate on a lot, but I really like them. And
oh yeah,
I think...
we're actually super happy with where they are right now, where they're actually being played a decent amount by really good players, and you need skill to use them.
Yeah.
But they're not that insane cycle that they used to be when they were free.
Yeah. Okay, so Avea, of course, is I think the only unit in the game that has the quest.
That's
I'm not
another
sure.
beam on the bounty.
It's a very expensive way of shutting down the bounty.
Oh, extremely.
Doing
Especially
face damage,
because
but...
it's a bounty without a shield.
Yep. And it's a bit of face damage as well, but of course Beam of Doom only does half the face damage that it used to, so...
Yeah, because Apep, those early damage doesn't do that much because you can't really kill them with a beam.
Look at that, we're under 2 minutes in and Avea is activated. And
that's actually quite insane.
Yeah, that's really what you want.
And those pebbles are not gonna do that much against Avea either. Especially not with both Blastmancer and a Bounty Sniper.
Yep. So you get these...
That is... Why are you using that Elite Swarmer to grab the bridge when you have that on face?
Yep. Could just be a little bit of a mistake.
Yeah.
And while this is happening, then we're getting round to the next Avea anyway, so even if you survive this push, the next push is probably going to kill you. Okay, there we see.
With having both the Cannon Roller and the Elite Swarmer not fully defending, yeah, it's just over.
Okay, Nataraja takes game number 1, and there you see the power of Avea. Avea activated so quickly. You know, normally what we're seeing is you've got to get 4 activations to activate her and get the Legionnaires. So you want to get 2 activations per cycle, and then on your 3rd cycle, boom, you get that huge meaty push.
And that was even a somewhat slow Avea because of the Blastmancer. Like, it could have gone even faster.
Yeah.
And the Bounty Sniper, which is also 4 mana.
Okay, we were going to talk about that, but we're straight into game number 2. No downtime here. We got Nataraja switching to Diona.
And a heavy Diona.
Yep, looks like a heavy Diona. We've got a Herald Our Moon in there. CodyChef there playing Stormbringer. Again.
Probably the same deck?
Yeah, looks like it.
Also a Rapid Prowler?
Yeah, that thing's a beast. You get that Berserker Rage on it, that thing can be terrifying.
Not too many sources for Slither. Okay, there's another one.
I haven't tried the new Slithering Summons after you changed that. But I still see somebody that was playing it before still basically playing the same deck, and they're still quite high up on the ladder. So I'll be interesting to see. I don't have them on my friends list. If you're around, I'd love to hear what you think about it, because instead of getting the super,
to get rid of that super cheap card.
Yeah, because you get to the point in the game where you're just getting free summons.
I've been hearing about this where people just put Herald the Moon after a statue.
Yeah.
But
we've seen this kind of
to work that way there.
Yeah, we've seen similar strats with a Ravager deck where you just play it after the Brutus, and it's so awkward to deal with. Right, here we've got the Ravenous, or the Rabid Prowler. That's going to do huge face damage if not dealt with. Berserker Rage.
I mean, that assassin that just got slaughtered at top. This is not looking good for Cody, although he is really ahead in XP.
Yeah, XP is doing okay. Stormbringer, of course, once you get to perk 3, it can be really oppressive. So if you can keep the pressure
but even
on.
at perk 2, it might be a lot easier to deal with things like the Herald.
Yeah, the Herald is one of those units that if you mess up dealing with, it can really punish you.
I think Nataraja is going to have to use the traps really well to protect the Herald. Because if he can just... Oh, that's beam.
That's a good beam.
That was a good beam.
We saw in the earlier game where he was beaming the bounty sniper, not so good, but that's a good beam.
No. Yeah, that stops the entire strength of Nataraja's deck.
Pebbles is something I know I've spoken to you about before. They're very strong at the moment, especially in duos.
Yeah, we're definitely aware of it, and indeed, especially in duos, that's also exactly what both the stats and our own play has shown. So I would expect us to do something about it. I've kind of been thinking about it for a couple patches, but there kept being other things that were more important.
Yeah, but they're the only card.
Might be the time.
They're the only card that has Myriad and the potential to wild card, which is an interesting interaction. Okay, so still a good XP lead for Cody here. Nataraja needs to do something to change the way this match is playing out, because...
Yeah, because if Stormbringer gets to perk 3, that's gonna really make it difficult to push. Especially because the beam just stops the Herald and Moon completely. Like if Nataraja plays a Herald there, that's just gonna get beamed.
Okay, and again we got the Rabid Prowler.
Is probably gonna take care. Oh yeah, Skeleton Horde. Wasn't even necessary actually.
It just makes it so difficult to play into the bridge when you've got all of these pebbles here.
And the Ruffles is not getting a lot of value either, and look at that living statue just gone.
Yep. Okay, perk 3 now for CodyChef. Potentially getting back into this game. Got quite... Oh, I'm not sure about that.
No, because now Herald can suddenly be played, but on the other hand, there is no living statue, tank it for it, and Stormbringer can really slaughter that.
Like, as a top player, Nataraja is going to be knowing that the beam is the counter to his Herald. So as soon as that beam was played, he's going to know that this is the time to get value out of that Herald.
He can't really get the living statue in front though. Or can he? Which one is faster? Herald, right?
Herald looks a little bit faster here. It's going to get slowed down.
Yeah, I don't think
he does have the pebbles though, and the pebbles have got such a long range.
Oh, that is true, but I do think that those crossbow dudes were a mistake. Oh, and that beam? What?
Not sure what's going on with that beam. That beam, he seems
That
to have
might kill him.
that beam, it seems to have that macroed into that location.
That feel like it does it. No, but that single beam might have just lost him the game.
Yeah.
A game he probably would have won without it.
Okay, he's still alive, but
yeah, but Dragon Ball.
yeah, the pressure is here. Comes the Dragon
There it
Ball.
is. Yeah, and then it's just over. Can't defend again.
Oh, that was strange. He was doing so
it's
well.
The beam. He needed to keep that beam to always kill the Herald, and he could still have used it here. He had the cycle, but he didn't.
Wow.
That offensive beam was...
Yeah, that looked like Nataraja was in trouble there. And those heavy spells like the beam, you've got to use them very wisely, you know, because if you're not killing a huge amount or doing a lot of something good with it, then it's going to leave you really behind. And, you know, he was in that position where, you know, he could have beamed the Herald and the statue that was pushing on his face. He didn't need to push bridges or anything at that point. He was already ahead on XP, so they're just maybe just a little bit just trigger happy with that beam. You know, you don't tend to see a beam that often in solos, and he was beaming almost every cycle.
I mean, you know that I'm a big fan of beam.
Yeah, for sure.
Although I've definitely moved over to Dragon Ball, because I think the Dragon Ball is the better card for face damage. Probably also why Nataraja plays it. You know, you can get a lot of face damage or grab bridges with it. But if you use the beam, you really need to get full value out of it, and you can't just use it offensively when you have a giant push on your face. That just kills you.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a mistake. Okay, I'm getting yelled at for ignoring questions. What questions have I ignored? Okay, we did that question. That's fine. Oh, hold on. Can mobile have a pop-up or something that says it's on hold? I mean, I think what he's saying there is in remastered, because you can still play it, right? It's still, you can still join.
Yeah, it is still up. But I believe that right now, because it's on hold, there are some discussions and procedures internally going, and we basically are waiting with doing anything until those are done.
Okay. Because I definitely still see people joining the Discord and asking like what's going on or reporting bugs, which is it's nicer than still reporting bugs, but it feels kind of bad that they're not aware. Although there is of course the announcements and stuff in the Discord, but apparently people don't read those.
Yeah, it's definitely something we're aware of, and I don't expect it to take too long before we can deal with that specific issue.
Yeah, as we were talking about earlier, my hope is that some of the stuff that you were working on for remastered can be utilized to.
Oh yeah, we're definitely working on that.
So that's good, because of course you're running the game on the later version of Unity now, I think it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we specifically did that so that it would make porting things back and forth a bit easier.
Also, one thing that's been broken for ages is the bug report in game, which is kind of ironic that the bug report thing is bugged.
What I've understood, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that it's not always broken.
I've never used it, but I often see people complaining about it.
Because we still get bug reports through that feature, so it must still work somehow. So I'm not entirely sure why it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. It might have something to do with the size of the log, that if you have a big bug that really spams the log, that it then fails to be able to send that log or something. I don't know. It's definitely something we should probably spend some time on, but at the other hand, there are other things like Xbox performance that we really want to take time to look at.
Yeah,
and things like a new feature such as co-op adventures that we also want to spend time on. So it's difficult to spend time on such things when we often hear about bugs through the Discord.
Fair enough.
But it's definitely on the long list of things to look at.
Okay, right, so that's our first game. I think there was just some inexperience there from CodyChef, but you know that people make mistakes. You know, there's always you learn from stuff. That's always good.
I mean, definitely that last game he played quite well until that one beam. I think if he had not done that one beam, he would have gotten Mana Frenzy first and won.
Yeah, he was definitely ahead, and Nataraja wasn't really making any progress with the strat he had.
not getting a lot of ruffles value, the traps would not have prevented mana frenzy, I think, because it was like half the mana frenzy ahead or more.
Yeah.
And getting to face is really difficult against the beam when your main thing is a living statue with a
The herald on
herald.
it. Yeah, the beam
And
was the ideal counter for that.
and the skeleton horde really deals with the prowler so fast, and the pebbles as well, actually.
Yeah, so I think Nataraja will be kind of relieved that he actually managed
Oh
to
yeah,
get through that.
that could have been a scary situation.
Okay. So,
There's
I think
also one of the problems. Sorry, you go.
No, go ahead.
Okay, that's one of the problems if you have one of those expensive decks like Nataraja had there, with multiple, like what was it, 5 cards that were 5 mana or more, that were
Yeah.
all important for the cycle. And then the opponent can always get their answer. In this case, the beam before you get to it again, because you
Yeah.
saw he misused that beam. The herald was played, and the beam was still there back in time to actually counter it if he had played it correctly. Which is why people hammer so much on cycle.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got a slightly different format of the event at the moment. I'm going to be completely transparent and say I have no idea how it works. Swiss alt, it's like double elimination in a Swiss bracket. Okay, well, we'll just watch the matches we're told to and we'll try to figure out what's going on. Okay, so if we have a look, the bracket link is in the chat so you can see everything that's going on if you want to. We've got Set beating Kiroax in the first game. Let's just refresh this just to make sure we've got the latest information. DeathShoott is still in progress. We've got Dragon beating Koi. Nataraja, as we saw, beat CodyChef. We've got Memfisto beating Centera. Chainig against Lei Fallon is a Chainig victory. Panda from Canada is beaten by Quentin. And we've got Wanted. Looks like getting a bye in that first round. Yeah.
We can't see with how much they won.
Normally it shows the results. If you click on...
Yeah, I can see win or lose, but not if it's like 2-0 or 2-1.
If you click on match details, it tells you. So for example,
like
Set's,
that. Yeah, nice.
Set's beaten that 2-0.
So
but
that shoots only 1-0. Oh, in progress, yeah.
Yeah, in progress right now. So
I'm new to this. Sorry. Why is Nataraja still in progress?
Just somebody hasn't reported it yet, I guess. It does say
2-0.
Have a look. So ask Sinobii to check that out. Sinobii, of course, running everything behind the scenes as always. We need to get all of the games completed in the first round before we move on till the next one. But most of them are done. As soon as we find out who we're going to be watching next, we will jump in on that. So if we look back to see our history of these events, we're on the 12th event now. And if we look at the players we've got Set, who won the 9th event. We've got DeathShoott, who has won 3 of these events. Dragon, also a 3 times winner. Nataraja, who we just saw, a previous champion as well. So we've got a lot of good players here. Not as many people as we've had before, which is a little bit disappointing. But let's talk about who is here. So we've got a lot of good players. So we don't know which way this is going to go. We've seen in the past that you can never necessarily rely on what you think's going to happen.
Yeah, the people that have lost are still in it, right?
That's right, yeah. So we're going to have a number of rounds and probably figure out what's going on as we go. So I think the way it's going to work is it's like double elimination. So that suggests that they've got a second life. So we've changed the format a little bit because of the number of players, but they should have a second life, which is good because, you know, if you've gone to the effort to join an event, you don't want to just get knocked out in the first round, because, you know, these are for especially for new players. This is a really good way of learning tournament play, learning against good players, and to being part of it. Okay, so it looks like round 1 has been completed, so round 2 has now popped up. We've got some interesting matches there. We'll find out exactly where we're going to go. Double elimination Swiss, Sinobii says.
It looks like Lei Fallon got the bye this time.
Yep. We've got Nataraja against Set. both existing or previous champions, so that's going to be a good game to see for sure. Let's find out if we're going to see those. Hope Set is well. Set, of course, from Ukraine, so hopefully everything is okay with him. I know he's been having a bit of a tough time, as a lot of the Ukrainians are, so our love goes out to them for sure. Okay, it is going to be Nataraja against Set, so we will get that set up for you here. Now this should be a good game. We saw some issues, some errors in the first game that kind of came from inexperience, but this is going to be a different kettle of fish here. Both of these players very experienced.
I mean, let's hope that Nataraja is not too flustered by how they almost lost that second match.
Yep, I'm sure. You know, that's again, that's sort of the experience that it allows you to deal with these things as well. Dealing with things when they don't go quite so right. Okay, Set's currently offline, so we wait for him to come back. Interesting to see what these guys are going to play.
He just logged off because he was online like just now. That's interesting. Probably restarting to prevent any lag.
Yeah, but definitely, you know, we spoke about this earlier about running the game on the new version of Unity. Definitely, since you did that, I find the game doesn't suffer from the lag anywhere near like it used to. Like I can run.
Well, we did also find a memory leak that we fixed.
Oh, okay, cool. Because I can definitely stream for 9 hours now without having to restart my game.
That's one of the things where, because we stopped working on Remastered for now, we actually had more time to look into those things. And one of the programmers that came from Remastered to 1.0 to help us, you know, actually fix that memory leak.
That's really good then. Yeah.
That's why we are quite happy with actually being able to spend time on 1.0.
Yeah, that's good. No, that's good. But of course, when 2.0 was the plan, you get to the position where you know there may be like a memory leak or something in 1.0, be like, well, we're going to be moving to 2.0 at some point, so don't worry about it. But then obviously
that's one of those things where I mentioned earlier that we made decisions based on that 2.0 was coming.
Yeah.
And we sort of regret some of those decisions because of how it turned out, right? And one of those is definitely certain bugs that weren't fixed or not spent enough time on, which we're now trying to catch up on.
Yeah. Good. Okay, so we're just waiting for the ban information to come in. So this might be a situation where we get more targeted bans. Like in the first round, the bans that we saw from CodyChef, I don't think they would have necessarily impacted Nataraja too much. Morelia, he may have been considering playing Morelia. And that's actually talking about Morelia.
Morelia in 1v1?
I don't know. We've seen some strong Morelia decks. And one thing I was going to mention is I know that you did some statistical analysis of play rates and win rates of cards and masters and all that. And I always see a lot of people complaining or at least mentioning about Morelia, especially in 2v2, about how a 2v2 match seems to always have a Morelia, always having a cursed Morelia.
Morelia is easily the most played master in the game. And her win rate depends a little bit on what the cursed strength is at the time, right? So that goes up and down a little bit with that, because they're extremely linked, which is something that I'm not entirely sure how happy we are with that, or if we kind of just accept it at this point. That a cursed is Morelia, Morelia is a cursed.
Yeah.
But yeah, her win rate is not necessarily problematic, but her play rate is a little bit. Because, as you say, it's frustrating to always have a Morelia in a game. You want a little bit more variety. So there is a decent chance we'll nerf her a little bit, but it's also the problem of nerfing a master that is played that much, is that you're actually hitting a lot of players, and people hate nerfs. So yeah, that's a balance that we are gonna have to try and walk.
You think she's just too versatile? Is that? I know you
that's
mentioned...
definitely a big part of it. Yeah.
You mentioned about how. So I was just going to say, you mentioned earlier about how she always seems to be played with a cursed, but she's also versatile enough to be played with all sorts of other things and still be very strong.
Yeah, but what we see in the stats is that she is definitely mostly played with a cursed. Even though she can play other decks, she definitely can. But Accursed is what she mainly plays, and that itself does not change her flexibility. It's part of her flexibility that makes her so good with Accursed, because Accursed itself isn't that flexible.
Yeah.
And as we release new Accursed cards, it becomes more flexible, which then buffs Morelia, which is a part of why her win rate has steadily gone up a little bit, which is why we nerfed her. And we've also started tracking how much every card of her book is played, and what we see is that skeletons, I mean, it's basically what we expect in advance, but it's still good to have stats on it, where skeletons are played easily the most, and the second one is the drain, which isn't that far behind, but still a little bit behind, and then the other two are very far behind spirits or the reduction, and it's probably because the mana reduction is probably only played after perk 2
Yeah.
and in specific decks, and the spirits is very specific to decks, I think.
Yeah.
So
I'm a little bit surprised. I think the fact that skeletons are used a lot is just because new players, that's the easiest thing for them to do. They just skeletons, bridge, go.
potentially, but I also just see people do it a lot. But it's like you do drain if you have a risk of dying by
Yeah.
poke of the opponent, and you do skeletons if you want bridge claim. That's the general way that people play it, I think.
Okay, so the bans, we've got Nataraja. Hold on. Nataraja, is that a Nataraja ban? Nataraja banning Setsu,
Yeah.
Armoon, and Cursebearer. Set banning Ruby Tank, Avea, and Diona. Okay, so that's interesting because we saw Nataraja play Avea in the first game.
Yeah.
So that
Do we
might be a
think that
reaction
Seth
to that.
watched that, or
Possibly. But I feel like Nataraja is somewhat of an Avea player, and as I mentioned earlier, I feel like Avea isn't a strong point at the moment, so be interesting to see. Right, okay, so I'm going to be on Nataraja, so if you want to spectate set, if you're available to do that.
let's see if I can actually do the right one this time.
We are going to be best of 3. Sorry for the little downtime there, guys. Hopefully our little chit-chat is interesting to you. If you've got any questions, of course, FDM, one of the devs working on Minion Masters, so if you've got any questions, let them know, or let us know, and we'll try to answer them where appropriate. So where is your accent from, FDM?
I'm extremely Dutch.
Extremely Dutch.
So, that's definitely an accent that is hard to miss. I can do it more extreme if you prefer.
So you're from Holland, right? Not sort of
yeah.
Belgium or anything.
No, from Holland. I grew up near Rotterdam, which is why I've got this rolling R.
Okay.
Yeah, just very Dutch.
But you're in Denmark now, are you?
Yeah. I live in Copenhagen, like most dwarfs. Although we have become more international as we've been growing.
Very nice. Okay, so we are right. Yep, they should be starting any minute. Did you tend to work from the office or from home? Bit of both?
I actually do a hybrid where I work from the office 3 days a week and from home 2 days a week. That allows me to deal with social life and Mondays a bit easier.
Very nice.
It's quite nice. It's one of the good things about the pandemic, however annoying it was, that it became more normal to have this more flexible way of working.
Yeah, for sure.
In fact, we even have dwarfs that actually moved away from Copenhagen after the pandemic, or during the pandemic, because it became more normal to work from home. So
Okay,
they live all the way in the rest of the country.
Right, looks like we're loading in to the first game. We're only in the second round, but we've got a huge match. We've got Nataraja against Set, both pre-tournament winners. Let's see what these guys bring to the table.
Ooh. That is a scrapyard.
Okay, so we've got King Puff and we've got Stormbringer. Scrapyard is not something I've seen too much on the ladder this season so far.
No, I thought we had kinda nerfed it into the ground, to be honest. The famous golden sparkles of tunnels.
Yep.
Kinda surprised he hasn't moved it away from that Whirly or Battle Shield. Okay, there we go.
Okay, needs to be careful with that Battle Monkey, especially with all these scraps around.
Yeah. I was kind of surprised he didn't move it earlier, and even then, when he moved it, was kind of still too close, right?
That's a huge amount of face damage just from that Battle Monkey.
From a very small misplay. Just tiny movement of that tunnels and would have been saving.
How do you feel? How do you feel the tunnels
There's
are?
the question coming? Oh
no!
I thought you were going to talk about Jinlong.
Well, we can talk about Jinlong since it's here. How do you feel Jinlong is? Because I know, I think you looked at the win rate and the win rate wasn't as good as I was expecting.
Yeah. Like personally, I've not had a lot of trouble playing against it, but as you know, I play a lot of Stormbringer, which is relatively good against it because of a lot of range and the full area support, right? But also the win rate is, what was it? 52%, 51%, something like that, at the highest win rate. And I don't remember if it was 1v1 or 2v2, but in one of them it had like 50% and the other one like 51 or 52, I think. And with a play rate that isn't overwhelming, like what was it, 6% of the decks, which is which shows it's a decently played card, but it's not like in all the decks. Because if you take Blastmancer, which is the most played card, which is in like 25% of the decks, and we're a little bit worried about that, but at the other hand, it's clearly a response, right?
Yeah.
So the reaction is not nerfing Blastmancer, the reaction is figuring out why there is so much Swarm, which is probably Morelia.
Yep.
So that's, you know, it. Obviously we don't just look at the stats and go like, oh, Blastmancer played a lot, needs to be nerfed, but it is clear that there is something happening there, right?
Yeah.
Those...
Is Jinlong one of those cards that's just incredible in the hands of somebody that uses it properly?
Yeah, I definitely think it's an extremely skill-based card, and with skill-based cards is always the question, do you want to just nerf it, right? Or do you like the skill expression?
Yeah. Skill's always
good.
good.
I don't quite have the answer there, because I don't think it's an objective answer that you can give there.
Yeah. Okay, we've got a lot of Horde on the field.
Swarm, yeah.
Where's that Blast Monster you were talking about?
And King Puff is really not great at dealing with Swarm. That Whirly is doing work and that Jinlong is doing work. Is there another spell, or is it just gonna slowly...
Hey, this is a lot of pressure coming in.
Yeah, but those monkeys are pretty good at dealing with Swarm. And I think that King Puff Perk 3 is a lot stronger than Stormbringer, so Stormbringer might have to kinda get on with it if they want to win.
Yeah, Nataraja needs to be careful with those Blood Imps, doesn't want to overuse them with his health dropping, but there's nothing to punish them at the moment.
Yeah, there is nothing that hits hard in Set's deck, just nothing. That ATG is doing work though.
Yeah. Okay, perk 3 coming up, and as you were saying, for King Puff, perk 3 is very strong. That can be one of the perks that really can change a match. Okay, perk 3 is going to generate
some... a little bit further away still. There we go. Little bit...
ATG drone's still just around being a pain.
Yeah, but I mean, look at that, it's already gone. And that did a decent amount of damage already, that swap. And that Whirly, the what's it called? Annihilator is doing a lot of work as well. But those monkeys at top will keep the bridge.
Nataraja's, the problem he has is he's dropped so much HP that he's got to be very careful. He can't really afford to tank much on face.
Definitely.
Got to be very careful with the Blood Imps.
Basically not really a thing, but at the other hand, Set does not have spells, which allows you to be a little bit more flexible with your HP.
The Battle Monkey getting shredded.
Ooh, that was a bad swap. That might cost the game. The Blood Imps walked back rather than forward. Yeah, this is
gonna be too much. Looks like Set's going to take the first game.
Yeah. That swap needed to get value.
Okay, so Set takes the first game. Yeah, so once you've taken all that face damage, you lose some of the ability. You can't tank on face. You've got to be very careful with those Blood Imps.
Yeah, and a single mistake will just get a push to your face and then you die.
And that ATG drone was really difficult for him to deal with that entire game.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because what are they called? The Squire Puffs? No, not Squire Puffs.
Night Puffs.
Night Puffs, that's it.
Yeah.
It's a rank above them. The Night Puffs are actually really good at dealing with an ATG, but then you actually need to get them.
That's right, yeah. Okay, we've got some questions. Extra Snat says, can you speak Danish?
Ons goed, jij snaakt ik Dansk. That means sorry, I don't speak Danish.
Is that the only Danish you know?
I can order beer.
Okay. Nice. There was also some chat about your cat. Is your cat still there? I think. Oh yeah, your cat's there behind you.
Yeah, that is Saga. She's deaf. And has like 28 nails or something like that. And the other one that was in front of me, that's called Diva, and she also has like 29 or 30 nails. It's insane. But she's not deaf. She's just fat.
Nails? You mean like
Yeah, like
claws?
they are
like...
polydactyl. They have extra claws.
Oh god. Do they destroy everything then?
Saga does. Diva actually doesn't. She's a little bit too lazy for that. But they're absolute sweeties, so they never actually hurt me with it. And sometimes I need to cut them because they can't quite maintain them. But yeah, they're sweeties.
Okay. Just trying to see if we've missed any questions in the chat. Yeah, that was the scrapyard, which is the Outlander spawner building. It's a lot more complicated than just the regular spawner, where it takes into account the tech you generate based on the cards you have. But yeah, it can be very, very strong because the units it pops out can be very difficult to deal with.
The next game is starting as well.
Yep.
I also didn't quite pay attention to what the value from the scrapyard was there actually. Like, I saw quite a bit of annihilates, but I think those were actually all played, weren't they? Or did
they may have been from the deck, yeah.
So I think it was mostly a couple of drone bosses in that last push that came from the scrapyard. Oh, and an aim walker. What do we have here? Another Stormbringer against Morelia.
There we see her.
Interested to see what that will bring.
But here we see it's not an accursed Morelia.
No. I don't think accursed Morelia works well in 1v1. I think accursed is too slow.
Dragon might have something to say about that.
Yeah, but I don't listen to people that disagree with me, we know that.
Okay, so Stormbringer. So it's interesting to see Stormbringer, of course, the starting master you get in this game, but you can see it's been played at the highest level here.
Yeah, but this is going to be so difficult to deal with without spells. The squadron.
Yep. You can see the way the squadron works is they start basically dying themselves.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Nataraja has too much scrap, so they will die relatively fast, which is a little bit of a pity considering there is no good answer from set outside of perhaps the Annihilator.
Right, Reckonator.
Reckonator might also be difficult.
Here we see the Spirit. This is where the Spirit is. Remember, the way the Spirits work, guys, is that you want them on big units. You know, they give you 50% extra HP up to a maximum of 400, minimum of 50, I think.
This might be a lot of face damage. I wonder if Nataraja has any spells to deal with the ATG though.
The Reckonator, of course, is going to try to self-destruct, but not make it. But that's a lot of face damage straight away.
Oh yeah. I wonder if it's better to keep the Spirit to get the explosion or not.
Okay. Spirit again.
Ooh, Spirit on the...
Another valuable Spirit.
But here we see the Annihilator against the Squadron. And that just kills it. So I think Nataraja has to be careful with that. And try to... Oh, that's...
You can see the value of the Spirit there. That Shield Guard would basically be dead at this point, but it's still got a decent amount of HP. Putting the pressure on the Scrapyard. Okay, and again the Reckonator's going to be...
Oh, and a face hit. Oh,
Dragon Ball coming in as well. This is so difficult to deal with. ATG.
Yeah, but he should have kept the Dragon Ball for the ATGs. Oh, okay, not if he kills actually. Never mind, I'm just...
GG. He was one step ahead.
I was expecting the Dragon Ball to be kept for the Annihilate, the ATG, but I mean...
Okay.
Killing the opponent is definitely better.
Hold on, did I just set the score up? Are we 1-all now?
What?
Who? We won. Is it 1 game all? Who won the first game? Did I mess up? Set.
That must have been Nataraja because Nataraja changed and set this not, right?
No, there's no restrictions at this point. So set. Hold on, it was King Puff Nataraja.
There was 2 times Stormbringer, right?
Yeah, but there's no restrictions at this point at the tournament of whether you can play
King
a master.
Puff lost last time. Oh yeah, set. Wait. Oh, there is not. Okay, then set one because King Puff lost.
Yeah. Okay, so I think it's 1-all.
Yeah,
Sorry, I think I messed up the score there. Okay. 1 game all, and yeah, one thing I was going to ask is the Reckonator. I see a lot of Reckonator decks on the leaderboard, Reconator didn't get buffed recently at all, did it?
I don't think so. Like,
I'm interested to
I
why
feel
that
like
came
it's
back.
been in a decent. I feel like it's been in a decent spot for a long time, but it might just have been because the big units went away a little bit with the Ravager nerf. So Swarm came back a little bit, and Reconator is good against Swarm, perhaps?
Yep.
I don't know. Because it's just amazing against Swarm, we all know that. I also really just like the idea of how Reconator works with it blowing up at the end.
Yeah. It can be
I
fairly
love it
terrifying.
when you have those small mini games in the game. Of course, there are cases where it's a little bit annoying. For example, when you wait, what is happening?
Right, we're into
Something
our next game.
wrong with my spectating.
Okay. If you want to fix that, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've
I
got
was still looking just at Diona at the first screen.
we've got Morelia against Diona this time. Now, this is quite a classic set Diona deck, I think. Diona, Brother of the Burning Fist. We've got Future Present. So we'll see what he gets from that. Is it Future Present or Future Past? Whichever one's the cheap one.
That is Future Past. It's interesting that assassin got the face.
Okay, so we get some crossbow dudes. Shielded crossbow dude, that's nice. I mean,
I was about to ask, do we think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
I mean, any card that's going to give you anti-air and the ability to take both bridges, I think you'll be happy with.
I guess against Squadron you definitely want some anti-air. I'm just thinking Nataraja plays the same deck as last game.
Yep, it looks like he is.
Sure.
Here they come.
Yeah. Now, is the flyby good enough against it?
Okay. I think it
Decent,
did
I guess?
enough, but it's the push is still going. Dragon Ball comes in. And Nataraja, of course, getting an XP lead during this point.
But this is exactly what I was talking about earlier with Dragon Ball versus Beam. I think Dragon Ball is just so great at getting those phased hits in.
Yep.
While also being super flexible. That's why I just really like Dragon Ball at the moment.
And we can see he's using the Spirit again, and he's playing his units in a way that he can guarantee where he's going to get the Spirit. He wants the Spirit on the Reconator.
Yeah, and this hand that Seth has isn't the greatest against the Reconator. He does cycle towards his Brother of the Burning Fist though. Ooh, what's
Brother spanks the wrong thing for a moment there. That trap's going to really help out though.
Yeah, and the fact that the Reconator actually swapped around might also have been bad for Seth.
Doesn't want it to explode. Okay, good. No explosion. But we can see exactly what Nataraja's plan is. Heavy unit, Spirit, push. Rinse and repeat. Just trying to chew through this brother. Smite's going to shut that down. Okay.
Kind of interested that he didn't split the cost with this. Oh, and did he miss that assassin? Because I definitely missed it.
Looks like it, yeah.
I mean, that must have been a miss, right?
You wouldn't normally just tank that on face, especially if you've got shielded crossbow dudes. Okay, so here we see the Reconator. No Spirit this time. But he's gonna... I thought he was gonna try the Spirit, but there was a very low percentage chance.
Interesting to use the trap there.
So what we're probably going to see is Nataraja's going to get to perk 3 and then try and just do a huge push with his dragon. He's going to spawn his dragon defensively, and then he's going to try and get a Spirit on it. And
I mean, do you think that Nataraja will actually try to go for a kill or just for mana frenzy?
I mean, I think if he can, he'll go for the kill. But
do you think he can? Because the set does not have the greatest deck to deal with big units.
He doesn't have a Curse Bear or anything like that, so he could struggle.
Yeah. And he has the Dragon Ball and the Drain to assist. And if you put a Reconator in there as well, I mean, that can be an extremely scary push.
Right, here he goes with the Spirit. Going to get 2 Spirits now, so they're guaranteed.
Did Seth just flood a mana?
Possibly. Doesn't want to be wasting any mana at this point. Right, here comes the dragon. Okay, he spawned the dragon offensively, and I think he did that because he wants to support the kind of the small push he's already got going.
Strange smite. That smite I do not understand.
It's expensive. Would love to keep it for the blood imp, something like that. Okay, nice split
and
there.
The squadron, really good support unit.
Yeah, so this is a lot of the win conditions with the Morelia decks are just to get your perk 3 push and try and win at that point.
I always saw the perk 3 push more as a defense to get mana frenzy, because I feel
Yeah.
like good players are too good at dealing with the dragon. Like, we see how long Set is just keeping that dragon busy. But we also see that Nataraja is just keeping the bridges this entire time.
Yeah, I think you either win with the perk 3 push, or you win because of the perk 3 push.
Yeah, although where is all this damage coming from? Is that just that YOLO and the dragon?
Looks like it, yeah.
That's
wow.
insane.
Nataraja takes it by 2-1,
Yeah.
and there we spoke about Morelia earlier and how she tends to be played with accursed decks, but that was not an accursed deck.
No, and this was well played, but I also think that that Set's deck was just not good at dealing with big units. Very few cards to deal with anything big.
No curse bear or anything like that, so he was always going to struggle.
And also no swarm.
No, every push he was taking damage.
That swarm would have been amazing against these units, because Reckinator and shield cards have anti-swarm mechanics. But yeah, I'm not sure if I like that deck.
Yeah, and I think that's we spoke about earlier with the Morelia spellbook and how people are using skeletons all the time. We saw that deck was specifically designed for spirits, and the way he played it, he was getting the spirits on the units he wanted and getting huge value out of them. But yeah, that was a huge push.
But also no flying, I think, of Set, right?
Didn't appear to, no. So
then it's really like the perfect opponent for that Meluin deck.
Okay, right. Make sure nobody does any spoilers in the chat, as they always do. Set! God damn it! Right, okay, so that's Nataraja against Set. Remember, that's not necessarily the end of the world for anyone. Everyone gets a second life in this. We think.
Are you now doing advertisement for other games?
No, not that. No, not second life, no. You can play Second Life. Can you play Minion Masters inside Second Life?
Oh, Jesus Christ, I don't even want to think about that. Gameplay Second Life in Minion Masters.
Makes me think of the thing from The Office, I think, where Dwight played... He played like a game like Second Life, but he played like his life inside Second Life.
It's so good, where he's a paper salesman that can fly.
Yeah.
So good. Love it.
Okay, so let's have a look. Let's bring up the brackets and see what's happening.
It looks like everything is basically done. It just needs to be handled.
Have a look. Chainig. Looks like Dragon has beaten Chainig by 2-1. We saw Set losing to Nataraja. DeathShoott beating Quentin 2-0. Memfisto beating Wanted 2-0. Canada losing to
2-0 to lots of numbers.
To 3344. That's your pin number. Okay, we've got Kiroax beating Koi, Centera beating Chef. Okay, so we'll wait for those to be confirmed, and then we'll see where we're going in on the next one. Just to remind you guys, we are here for GGtoor's Night's Duel number 12. It's number 12 now, can you believe it? Presented by GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf. I'm joined by FDM, one of the developers working on Minion Masters. So if you've got any questions in the chat for FDM regarding Minion Masters, please let us know and we'll see if we can answer them for you. Let's see what we've got going on here. So XJustNet asks, what's your favourite card? Is that going to be the Beam of Doom?
Oh, no. I've nerfed that too much. No. Right now it might actually be Simulacrum. I think just that using random cards that are good all the time, but different ones throughout the match is just lots of fun.
For sure.
Otherwise it's probably Dragon Ball at the moment, because hey, who doesn't like a dragon in a fireball?
Exactly. So, talking about the Beam of Doom, we know that you like the Beam of Doom, and of course it has been balanced recently, fairly recently. How do you find it more difficult to balance cards that you like playing because you know you're nerfing your own deck?
I actually tend to yell about how strong the cards I play are. I said for ages that Ghost Turret was insanely strong when he still got the buff from Stormbringer. For a long time I was saying that Blue Golem is strong, and I still play Blue Golem, actually. Blue Golem is just great at dealing with big units, but I don't think Blue Golem is too strong. I just think it's depending on the meta, can be really strong, right? ATG, I've been saying for a long time that it's insanely strong. Possibly partly because of the Stormbringer buff again, where it can actually deal with its own weakness, right? Other ranged units. But yeah, in general, I don't think I find it difficult to balance them, with the exception that perhaps because I play them, I overvalue their strength too much.
Right.
Especially in the past when we had matchmaking that was less skill based,
Mm-hmm.
and I would just continuously win every game because you just meet people that are a little bit lower but play a little bit more, And I think the recent matchmaking is a little bit more skill based, which has its own issues, but it does mean that the games I play are a little bit more actually they show me better how good the card is rather than just having me win.
Yeah. True. Okay. Your webcam quality kind of keeps going in and out. I don't know if you can restart that or anything.
I have no idea. I can try to swipe it a little bit. I don't
No,
know.
I think that looks okay. It looks like it's just compressed or something through the. I don't know if you can restart the.
I can try that. It's funny because on the thing it looks fine for me.
Yeah.
Is,
It was fine.
is
It was fine earlier. Cause I think it just comes and goes. I don't know.
If you look at it right now, does it look weird? Or is it just a 3-second delay thing, the 3-minute delay?
Yeah, you
that's
can't.
weird?
I think it looks better now. Whatever you just did.
Yeah.
Maybe. What was I going to ask you? Oh yeah, one of the other things, talking about the skill-based matchmaking that you mentioned about, one of the things. Oh no, it's still kind of bad once you move.
Ah shit.
Is I know some of the top players really complain about how the queue times are awful for them at the top.
Yeah, we actually have a meeting scheduled for that, because it's not an easy topic, because it's basically the balance between fair matchmaking and fast matchmaking, right?
Yeah.
And when we had faster matchmaking, we had the complaints that it wasn't fair, and then we made it more fair, and then we get the complaints that it isn't fast. And we're gonna have to find an equilibrium between them. And right now, it's probably a little bit too much on the fair. But yeah, the main issue, as far as I've understood this, is that it's a pre-made issue. That like 90% of the issues are in there, because it's the least played of the three main modes. And if you have two skilled players, they very quickly just get beyond any other team.
Yeah. And I think it's also a problem when they're trying to do conquest as well. If they're a very highly ranked team and they're trying to do conquest together,
and
that
they
can be
can't
problematic.
play against people of their own guild.
Yeah, makes it even worse. But I know conquest is. Maybe we can talk about that just briefly. I know conquest is something that a lot of people are kind of frustrated in, because it's just kind of an awkward experience for a lot of times where you're having to play a random deck kind of against players, especially at the top level, against players that are playing very strong things. So it kind of feels like a flawed system at times.
Yeah, I personally don't really like the conquest system either. But I can't tell you if we have any plans, because I don't know. That I leave that up to the system designers. So yeah, I can't say much about that. Outside of that, I don't really like the system either.
Okay. Right.
Because it's the frustration makes sense. It was less of an issue when the matchmaking was more about fast and fair, because good players could still win, right?
Mm-hmm.
But with fair matchmaking, it just becomes almost exponentially harder.
Okay, so it looks like our next game is going to be Memfisto against Dragon. Now, both of these players, incredible players. Memfisto used to be a regular tournament winner back in the day. I think we were talking earlier about the earlier tournaments with the King Puff Cup and stuff like that. He took a long break from the game. He's come back, which is great. Dragon, of course, has won, I think we said, 3 of these GGtoor events. So both very, very top players. Be good to see these guys playing out. We'll figure out their ban information. Looks like we got that now. So we've got Memfisto banning Milloween, Grenadier, and Skeleton Horde. So pretty meta bans. And Dragon banning Stormbringer, Whirly, and a Grenadier. So again, pretty meta bans.
There's not just meta bans. Memfisto back in the day was really known for his Stormbringer. He would only play Stormbringer day in, day out, every second of the day.
Interesting.
Whirly and Grenadier definitely are extremely meta. Just played a lot. High win rates, good cards.
How do you feel about Milloween's balance overall? A lot of people are always surprised that she never gets balanced in any way. They feel like she's too strong.
Middlewin is always an extremely difficult one. I mean, in all honesty, she needs a rework, but reworks are always really difficult to do. Because the thing is that her win rates are still low. We all know the thing. What was that thing that we wrote in the patch notes that people made a meme out? She's struggling.
Oh yeah.
Middlewin is basically always struggling except by the top players.
Why do you think that is? Is it because people are not careful enough with the golem?
I'm not entirely sure. I think it's a combination of people have a tendency to go like, "Oh, we need all the spells," and the fact that, I'm not entirely sure actually about the rest. I think it's partly the spell thing, and partly you need to really use the spells well, even if you only have a few or the right amount. Like if you don't use them optimally, she will get weaker by that.
Yeah.
So I think that's it. That people just really need to use the spells well while getting value from Middleween. It's less brain dead than people make it out to be, I think.
What do you feel about Dragon's Nest at the moment? Because
is that card still played?
I still see people on the ladder with it. Even a Morelia Dragon's Nest. So it seems like it
makes sense because
the
cheaper spells don't work.
Still see people doing it. Still kind of works out. But
Spirits then? Why?
I don't know. I've definitely seen it up there though. We saw it the other day when we was looking at the decks on the on stream from the leaderboard. But yeah, I feel like people are still just playing the same deck that they played before it was changed, and still getting a lot of value out of it.
That's really a surprise to me. Because whenever we make a change like what we did to Dragon Nest, it tends to completely kill a card, and then we buff it to it until it becomes a right card again. And haven't really heard anyone complain about Dragon Nest in a while.
I'm not sure if it's a complaint. I just think it's maybe people saw the change and thought that it was dead, but I don't think it's necessarily dead.
Fair. That definitely happens quite a bit.
Okay, so our next game, as we mentioned, is going to be Memfisto against Dragon. Looks like they're loading in right now.
Okay. Who am I watching?
Dragon.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay, here we go. So this is the first game. Again, we're still best of 3 at this point in the event. These are two great players. We've seen lots of great players today. These are two very, very top players. If you're new to the game, definitely pay attention to what they're playing, how they're playing. Look at their unit placement and all that good stuff.
We definitely see a couple of interesting cards played by Dragon. Also both APAP, by the way. APAP versus APAP. But we see a Cage Prowler and a Lone Ranger. Not cards you see a lot, but if you see them, it does tend to be APAP playing it. Also, there was a Simulacrum, right?
Yep, I think so.
Yeah. Memfisto. And here we see the classic bridge grab, right? Playing a card right after the enemy passes that you grab the bridge.
Yep. Okay, so Cage Prowler, of course, gives you a Prowler for cheap as long as it can hatch.
Well, and a normal Prowler from Memfisto, right?
Yep.
That's interesting. And do the ooh!
Big hit.
Skeletons did not take the hit. That's a surprise.
So back in the day, there used to be a long period where we would never see APEP in the tournaments because APEP was just the 100% almost banned master. But I think it shows that the masters are more in a balanced state overall, that we get to see a lot of different masters. And there's not necessarily one particular master that's always banned, which is good to see.
There are definitely certain masters that we see aren't played that much. A great example is Foco, but also Rector Diona aren't played as much. But what you see is that a lot of those masters tend at the top level to start appearing again. Because they're often high skill masters. Diona and Rect are the main ones of those. So we don't really want to buff them because they're actually performing well in the hands of really good players. And if we buff them, they just become insanely overpowered, right? But certain mods like APEP you just see over the entire board, and I think partly it's because people really enjoy just random fun. Ooh, that is
Okay, so
a
that's
nice one to get Simulacrum.
Boom Buggy from the Simulacrum. Didn't get it buffed, but nevertheless.
Yeah, does Memfisto have any Outlander cards?
He's got a stint in there. He's got 30 tech at the moment.
Okay. Only a stint?
Oh yeah, no, he's got a stint Marines. He's got a Beam of Doom in there as well. So
then he probably spent on stint.
Yeah, so one of the things we saw earlier was a Beam of Doom being kind of used not efficiently. If we watch Memfisto, one of the top players, he's got the Beam of Doom. We'll wait to see, he may not even use it if the situation doesn't arise. And, sometimes the best way to use a card in a certain situation is to not use it. Nice bridge grab at the bottom.
True. Beam is not the greatest card against a Caged Prowler.
No, it's a very
kind of too expensive.
way. Yeah, he needs to.
Which is where
Dragon
comes
spawns
in
next
again.
to it. Yeah. Okay,
especially
so
because Dragon can also use Totem to block phase damage, which makes dealing with the Caged Prowler even harder.
Yeah,
Ooh,
and there he's using his totem as a wall, basically, just trying to keep anything away from that Cage Prowler. So I think you have to do 130 damage to a Cage Prowler to stop it from spawning. So it can take a little bit. There was also a
really interesting thing where Memfisto used the Simulacrum with the buff on the Lone Ranger, I think, because there was a Crystal Archer with Frenzy.
Okay, there's the beam.
I guess, yeah.
So that's Simulacrum skeleton crew at the top there. You see they're hasted, just a little bridge grab. So one of the things I think people misunderstand with the Simulacrum is they think you get what you steal for 2 mana, but it costs the normal mana. But you have the potential to buff it. Yeah.
It's interesting that XP has been decently equal, although Dragon is definitely ahead.
So we've got an assassin from perk 3 for Memfisto. That could really help him here.
And a bounty sniper for Dragon, which could really get him to Mana Frenzy first. Like, he's already quite a bit ahead, right?
Yep. Bounty sniper's a great pull, especially against a deck with lots of small units.
Oh, but is that from perk 1, the Screaming Scrap?
I think so, yeah.
That's great against snipers. That's gonna hurt a lot.
Yeah, Screaming Scrat's not quite the card it used to be, where basically everyone played it, but it's still a card you can get some good value out of. There was a long period of time where after it was nerfed, no one ever played it.
Yeah,
but with the changes,
we were quite sad about.
Yeah,
we love that card.
It's definitely usable. Okay, so Boom Buggy from the Simulacrum again. XP's the problem here for Memfisto. Dragon's well ahead.
Yeah. And the bounty sniper is just gonna make it impossible. I think this is won by Dragon. Memfisto doesn't have anything to start a good push. Like, his best push is what's it called? Prowler. And that's just too easily stopped by an APAP. It's kind of the problem of an APAP versus APAP. They tend to not have the greatest push capabilities, right? Because they tend to just want to go for the mana trades.
Yeah,
and then, I mean, the bounty sniper just makes it impossible.
Yeah, I think Memfisto's given up here. He knows it's perk 3.
Yeah.
It's Mana Frenzy for Dragon.
Yeah.
He's
I also think that every single Cage Prowler became a Prowler.
Yeah.
And the Prowlers of Memfisto were not better than Dragons overall, I think. Which kind of makes it impossible to win if you consistently get that 2 mana value.
Yeah. Okay, well that's game number 1 to Memfisto. APEP against APEP. Not something we see too often in the tournaments, but just getting, as you say, just the value of that Prowler, the Cage Prowler. There's just 3 mana for a 5 mana unit every cycle really helps. And
of course, I mean, the luck of getting the right perk 3.
Yep. And we got to see the Simulacrum, which was nice. So he was able to get a Boom Buggy a few times from that. Wasn't really able to utilize, I don't think he got the haste buff on it too many times.
That kind of surprised me that he didn't really try to get the haste buff on the big picks, because he got it on the lone scout and skeleton crew, which are kind of mad to get it on.
Yeah.
But the Boom Buggy did not get it, which is the one where it would really get value.
Yeah, for sure.
I think I would actually have kept it in my hand just to get the attack.
Okay. Right, so 1 game all, Memfisto. There are no restrictions at the moment on not playing a master if you've won with the master. Later in the tournament we'll have those conquest rules where you can't just play the same master over and over again. But at the moment there's no restrictions, so players can do pretty much what they want to do, just working within the bands that have been laid out. Okay, so best of 3 at this stage. Memfisto struggling at the moment, but can he come back? Okay, so everything okay?
Yeah, I had the same bug again with spectating. Not entirely sure what's up with that.
Right,
But
so
that will
my
be
screen.
fixed in a
Here we
couple
go.
seconds. Ah, okay, and it's running.
Okay, so we've got
Valorian
Morelia.
against Morelia.
Yeah.
Ooh, there is a Harbinger in there which can really hurt those blood imps later on.
Yeah, I think we've seen in a few tournament games, in the last few tournaments, Dragon has played a deck like this, or this deck with the Harbinger, and just tries to make it as awkward as possible with that Harbinger.
I would really expect it to not really work against tournament level players.
We've definitely seen some good results with it.
That's interesting.
We'll see what he can do here. I mean, we've got the Scrutillery, which is going to help Memfisto for sure. Last stand.
Last stand. That can be rough. I mean, Worthy does deal with it for the most part.
Yep.
And perhaps he would just let Harbinger deal with it and accept the face damage?
Potentially. So remember,
Looks like it.
if you're a new player, or maybe not a fully experienced player, health is a resource. And you can see Dragon here not freaking out, trying to stop every hit point of damage on his face. You know, he's utilizing that.
And Dragon did not miss that invisible unit there. At least I think he played that to catch it.
Right, how can he deal with the Harbinger? So often what you see here is the Harbinger is kind of lying fairly deep, and then you'll flood the bridges trying to keep everything away from it. But can those crossbow dudes do enough damage? Crossbow dudes, of course,
Looks like
got
it.
nerfed recently.
Ooh, did you see that little Valorian heal? That would have actually kept him alive if the dragon wasn't there.
Yep. Okay. So XP's about the same. We've got a Prowler coming
got
out
a
of the
Prowler.
box. How's he going to deal with it? Okay, he's going to take that on face.
That was a surprise to me.
Yeah, I'm not sure. The
I'm
way
not
he
sure if
spawned
I-
those looked like he may
Yeah, I
have
think
spawned
that
it just
was-
too late.
I think so too. And that was the last stand, wasn't it?
It looks like an was it unactivated?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was unactivated. That's a surprise to me. Ooh,
Blood Imps,
Smite
yeah.
on Blood Imps can also be amazing.
Yep.
So Memfisto
soon
is
as-
gonna have to be a little bit careful with his HP
Yeah.
for Blood Imps, because otherwise suddenly it can just smash that face.
I don't think he knows he has the smite yet, but Dragon will have seen those Blood Imps and he'll know that that's a potential opportunity. Scrutillery coming in doesn't do enough damage to shut it down, but of course
but Jinglong got-
Jing's
yeah.
going to shut it down.
That Worthy might get some decent face damage, especially with that aimbot going away.
Yeah, and of course he's getting the Valorian heals as well, so it's keeping it alive just a
Yeah.
bit longer than naturally it would
And
stay
especially with the
alive.
Lego in there as well, just ticking away a little bit as well.
Okay, Blood Imps not smited. Maybe he's holding that.
Yeah, that might be just a last moment surprise to really catch Memfisto off guard and kill him at the end or something.
Potentially,
Also
yeah.
interesting, Harbinger might be great against the dragon. You just have to keep the dragon busy and Harbinger will keep hitting it.
Yep, for sure.
And because the dragon is mythic, he would not be pushed out of range.
Again, Scrutillery, but he knows the Scrutillery's not going to kill it, so Dragon just needs to wait for that and then try and react to it.
Oh, he
Harbinger's-
just showed his smite. The Harbinger isn't getting that much great value because Memfisto mostly plays swarmy cards.
Yeah, the Jing as well being able to shut it down.
Blue gained the third perk.
And
Okay,
then
perk
perk
3.
3 is gotten. Wait, is that a what's it called?
Talking about the world,
Angry
the
reinforcement?
raging reinforcements.
Yeah, raging. That's.
I think it might be.
It was just a rage dragon, right? So it must be.
Yeah. Okay. So here we see the dragon. And here's another thing for the new players. You see, he spawned that dragon defensively. He doesn't want to put it straight on the bridge where it's unsupported. He needs
He also
to give
did another
himself time.
interesting thing. He actually played a heal buff in front of it, which I'm not sure how much of that was intentional, but it causes Dragon to either have to play something in that lane, which the Dragon they can kill and it delays the Dragon, or Memfisto gets healing. So it's kind of always getting value there, that heal buff.
Right. So we're going to see exactly how a top player deals with the dragon here.
That
Aggroes
really
it.
was so good though.
Yeah.
Like this is what I mean with that the Dragon it generally doesn't do a lot.
No.
And Memfisto is actually not really ahead in XP, so this is super dangerous for him.
That dragon, of course, is a one-time only perk, so that's come and gone.
Harbinger's gonna hit and blood him here.
Oof.
That's a nice face hit.
Yeah, he's going to get to the point where he's
Now,
going to
I
struggle
expect
to
he's
use
gonna
that.
use Legos to block that heal buff. Oh, or that.
Goes for the hill. Boom. Okay,
Yep.
nice. Double hill. That can help.
Because I think that's all the Dragon has to do at this point. Keep the bridges and block the healing. Because if there is no healing, Memfisto can't use the blood imps freely.
Yep.
And without the blood imps, he can't really keep the bridge cap upright.
He's really struggling to keep the Jing off of the Harbinger.
Yeah.
Every
He
time it's
doesn't
just
have
dying.
too much anti-air actually, Dragon.
Right. Legionnaires swarming both bridges. Harbinger defensive.
Last stand is getting some great value in this.
Okay.
Oh, but that Searing Light also got great value.
He gets the drain from the Harbinger, which is good. If he can Scrutillary it and kill it, that'll be great. But of course, he needs to do that quickly because of the heal that's going to start coming in from Valorian. Deciding maybe not to do that.
But Memfisto is taking a lead now in XP, and this is a super dangerous moment to have that.
Yeah.
And those Tantrum Throws are not grabbing the bridge.
Okay, Harbinger goes down.
The Mana Frenzy gain by Memfisto. Ooh, surprised that he doesn't really go for grabbing a bridge there.
Could be a problem here. That
Yeah,
smite
this
was
might
huge.
get Dragon back. Yeah. I really thought Memfisto had it for a moment, but that was not the right way to grab a bridge, I think. Like by not instantly hard going for a bridge, he gave Dragon just a little bit of time.
Yeah, so he got to Mana Frenzy 10 XP ahead. He needed to take advantage of that, try and lock those bridges down. Wasn't able to, so both players in Mana Frenzy now.
A difference is Memfisto actually has a face damaging spell, which might come into play later.
Yep, for sure. Okay.
But at the other hand, Dragon might be able to build up Harbingers, which can also be really dangerous.
Yep, Harbinger didn't deal, and it's going to start getting healed from Valorian's...
That Prowler can be amazing.
Ooh, it's going to hit face, though.
To face, yeah.
Needs to be
Good
careful.
ball, though. Good ball. Oh, that's also such good ability again. Yeah, Memfisto might still win it, because now he can use his Blood Imps again. Because he is kinda...
He's got both bridges locked down. This is going to be very difficult for Dragon to come back.
Nice Raging Reinforcements to protect his Annihilator.
Looks like Memfisto's going to get this. Hill coming in.
Yeah, well played, well played.
Not quite over yet, but very nearly.
Ooh, surprisingly
Doesn't go
doesn't
face.
Go for the, yeah. I would definitely have been greedy enough to do that. Whether or not it would have been the right play is something else. But
it's a lot of mana to do. It doesn't do huge face damage, but he's
the thing is, Dragon doesn't have heal.
Yeah.
He cannot heal. So I would be greedy and just go like, I can get 2 cycles off.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Huge smite. Oh, Dragon coming back in this. It looked like it was over. Now he's got both bridges and pushing.
We see that Memfisto went for bridge cap rather than healing that with the skeletons.
Yeah.
Ooh, that Whirly is also doing so much.
Those 2
Yeah,
Scrutillaries could have been used on
this.
face. Blood Imps are out. Smite not available yet. Blood Imps are going to die before the Smite's available, but I don't think it even matters.
Yeah, I think those Scrutillaries should have gone face.
Looks like it's going to be Dragon leveling this out, but 1 game all. It looked like it was over.
Yeah. I mean, part of it is being greedy, throwing in that face, right? So that might, perhaps he would have done it and still lost, and we would have said he shouldn't have used those on face. But I mean, with what we've seen, I would say he should have thrown them at face.
Wow. Yeah.
And that's partly why I like something like Dragon Ball more than Scratillery personally, because it's more certain value.
Yeah, it's...
You'll basically always get 200 face damage per Dragon Ball against the Valorian, because the Dragon will get 1 hit off.
Wow. Okay. That certainly looked, for all intents and purposes, that Dragon was down and out, but he just about held on. Maybe Memfisto misplayed with the Scrutillary, maybe not. But Dragon came back, and that goes to show never give up.
I mean, there are also certain cards that Dragon play that are just really good at getting value, right? Like Wall can really get a lot of value, Whirly can get a lot of value in Mana Frenzy, Smite can really get a lot of value in Mana Frenzy.
Yeah,
And
it was
that
interesting.
Smite where he killed half of Last Stand was just so
Yeah.
devastating.
It was interesting because Dragon's plan with the Harbinger just really wasn't working out.
Not at all. It's actually impressive to me that Dragon managed to keep in the XP game with Harbinger that really wasn't getting the value you seek with it.
Yeah, because what you kind of want to do with that deck is to keep a Harbinger alive through a whole cycle, and then you've got another Harbinger up, and you're kind of ahead of their counters. But he just was never able to just keep that alive. There was always something about to kill it: the Scrutillery and the Jing and the suck from the Morelia.
I think it's partly just the lack of anti-air and perhaps not using Searing Light aggressive enough against the Xinglongs.
Yeah. So one thing that changed some patches ago was that the Master's abilities are generally abilities instead of spells, so you can use that Searing Light on the Jinlong and the Xiaolong without triggering them. But whether or not that was not played correctly, it still worked out for him. So
oh yeah, definitely. But closer than he wanted to, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, 1 game all. Not very much between these at all.
Wait. Is it?
Not? I don't know.
Is this not 2-0 for Dragon?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure Memfisto lost the first game.
Oh,
and
is
he
he?
just lost again, right?
I don't know what's going on. No, I think you're right.
Now.
I think you're right. I've literally written down what's happened, but I'm talking something completely different. Why bother taking your notes if you're going to ignore them?
What? Hi, Big Chunk.
Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, Dragon. Yeah, Dragon has taken that by 2-0. Very close between them as we expected. Right. Let's update everything that's going on here. Okay, so again, if you just joined us, thanks for being here. This is GGtoor Night's Duel number 12, presented by GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf, the developers. I am joined with by FDM, who is one of the developers working on Minion Masters. So thanks so much for joining us.
It also looks like the round is basically finished.
Yeah, looks like it. So just double check that.
Ooh. The DeathShoott versus Nataraja is interesting. That was a 2-1 for Nataraja.
Wow. Okay, let's bring this up.
That really puts Nataraja in a really good spot, having beaten both DeathShoott and Set in this tournament. Shows that despite the close match against CodyChef in round 1, quite some threat there.
Yeah, certainly. Okay, let's refresh this. Yeah, so Memfisto in the chat saying I would lose even faster, throwing the Scrutillery on face. So the way the Scrutillery works is I think there's some RNG within the area of impact as to where the actual Scrats will land, I think. So even you can tell that sometimes you use it on face and you don't get as much damage as you would expect because they don't necessarily land.
That's kind of fair what Memfisto says about the missiles being a little bit unlucky. I know, I'm just a very aggressive player. I like throwing spells face. But that's also why I tend to play with Daggerfall, which is one of those cards where you can get that face chips in while getting value.
Yeah. Okay.
And we've seen that that's not really in the meta at the moment too much, those kind of spells, but they're amazing in Mana Frenzy.
Yeah, for sure. The thing with Daggerfall is it does such a huge area.
Yeah.
And talking about big areas, sounds a bit of a weird segue, but the Arcane
also
Barrage.
Sounds like a euphemism.
the Arcane Barrage is that's one of the newer cards that we haven't seen yet today. But yeah, one of the things about that, it's such a huge area. And did you specifically choose that as a balancing facility of it? Because
I actually don't know.
It does make it kind of tricky to use.
And I wasn't too involved in that specific card. I think the idea is just that when you get to late game, and not necessarily late game as in Mana Frenzy, but once you stacked it up, right?
Hmm.
I think the idea probably was to make it not too easy to waste shots, but also not too easy to get them all on a single target.
Yeah. It's tricky to get the target of choice sometimes with based on other things or face or because it's got I think it's the biggest range or biggest area of effect of any spell, even bigger than
I mean,
the Magma Storm.
I think certain cards that are global would like to have a word with you.
Well, yeah, but those that have a non-global range. Oh yeah, I need to update the.
What
the
about
JSON
Mountain
thing.
Shaper?
Well, I mean, Mountain Shape is kind of
count?
different. Different shape. It's
Okay,
not
fair,
circular.
It's a big area,
Okay.
I think then.
So it looks like Arcane Barrage has a radius of 10. I think Magma
is a
Storm
big
might be
area.
8. But yeah, it's. I do like it though, and in endgame it's very strong.
Yeah, I haven't met it too much personally. But it's one of those cards where if we can get the balance right, and I'm not 100% sure if we are there yet or not, but at least I don't think we made it too strong. But if you can get those kind of cards right, you will see it in a decent amount of decks that are really focusing on it. But you
Yeah.
don't see too much outside of that. And I think as we get more cards, we need to have not too many cards that fit in every deck, because that just becomes too difficult to balance. Then you just get that one card is always being used because it's the strongest of that version of cards.
Like the Curse Bearer.
Yeah. But that's also why you see us release a decent amount of the really big cards. Because you generally make a deck around them. And I mean, they also just allow us to have a little bit more freedom of doing cool stuff. Whereas the cheaper cards are really difficult because we can't do much with them, and that means that you really easily get into the state of, okay, we have three cards that are 3 mana that are ranged, and one is almost always better than the others.
Yeah. That was like always the issue
so-
with the crossbow dudes.
Yeah, like they're the 2 mana version of it, and that's the thing that it's one of the problems of us having eternal cards basically and still releasing new cards. But yeah, that's you see that in the designs, that the designs become a little bit more niche because of it.
Yeah, it's always good to see new stuff added to the game that's got a different concept to just something that we've already seen before. Okay, so let's have a look what's going on. So Dragon against Nataraja. Hold on, are we in the next round yet? What round are we in? Dragon. Okay. Looks
Also,
like
I hope that my audio is fine because I think my internet's struggling a little bit.
it seems okay. Yeah. Right, so we've got Dragon against Nataraja in the next round, Set against Koi, Chainig against 3344, Memfisto against DeathShoott, Hanada against. It looks like we've got some people disqualified. Oh yeah, so we've.
Oh, what happened?
I think it's because we had the dual elimination kind of thing where if people lose twice, then they're excluded. So I think that's what's going on, maybe. Right, let's find out where we're going to go. We could see... Let's see if we can see maybe Memfisto and DeathShoott if they haven't started yet. Let's find out. So again, just to remind you guys in the chat, if you've got any questions for FDM, one of the Minion Masters developers, please let us know. And we will do our best to answer them. He'll do his best to answer them where possible. Right, so looks like we're just trying to iron out some weird stuff. Right. Don't mind, whichever is fine. What Sinobii says. Right, we're just figuring out where we're going to go to next.
DeathShoott and Memfisto, it looks.
Show Me the Money says Barrage feels good. Yeah, it's the Arcane Barrage. If you use it in a cycle deck, it can really power up quickly, and it's especially in. I think it's more of a solo spell because it's not real AOE, but in solos, especially when you've got a lot of stacks on it, there's not really many ways that people can play around it.
And is it a card that you would play a lot with other stacking cards like an Avea or a Demon Warrior? Or would you feel like they're weakening each other by having that slower card combined with the cycle?
I still think it's fine because the Arcane Barrage is. I think it's okay even how it starts. You kind of maybe the first once or twice you use it, you don't get full value out of it, but once you just start cycling it,
Because
I
we
think,
saw earlier today Nataraja playing an Avea deck, right?
yeah,
No Arcane Barrage.
no,
So
I think it's interesting because it's a spell that you kind of feel kind of like a Demon Warrior where you want to use it even if it's not necessarily the best thing at that moment, but
To
in
cycle
your long term plan, it's
Yeah.
the best way to do it.
And is it perhaps that people haven't really had enough time to really get a feeling for it, so they don't want to throw it out in tournaments yet, do you think? Or do you think that people feel like it's not quite at tournament level?
Um,
Or are we just unlucky we haven't seen it?
it's always about if I include this, what am I not including instead?
Definitely.
And that's kind of the problem we have with something like the Impetus Blast, where it's like if I'm going to play the Impetus Blast, then I'm not playing a Shock Rock.
Yeah.
And I think the Impetus Blast can be incredible in very certain situations, whereas the Shock Rock is far more reliable, gives you some face damage. I'm not sure if Impetus Blast does face damage or not. I don't think it does.
No, it doesn't. But I think Impetus Blast is easily the more fun card. But I can
Yeah,
definitely
for
see
sure.
what you're saying about it being perhaps the lesser card, and it might be a fine decision to say Impetus Blast is slightly less good than Stun Blast. Shock Rock, I mean. But you play it because it's more fun,
Right.
and then in tournaments you don't because Shock Rock. I'm
Yeah.
not entirely sure there.
Yeah.
And might be that Shock Rock is too good in the hands of good players. I mean, didn't we give the nerf a small nerf?
It's got a small radius nerf,
Yeah.
which I definitely mess up sometimes. You definitely just miss something now. But I think just stuns are so strong in this game.
Oh yeah, they really are. And
Especially a
that's
cheap
actually one
stun.
of the reasons I think why Sin-Chi has had a little bit of trouble of expanding. Because they used to be so stun focused, right? And we definitely got a lot of feedback that was not something people liked. I mean, do I really need to say Stormy?
Yeah, for sure.
There was a little bit of a rough time there. So we've definitely been handling that a little bit better, I think, by having less stun. Because I think the game overall has enough stun in it, to be honest. Admittedly, we did just add Frozen, which is basically a stun, but it's a different type of stun.
Yeah.
I think it's a stun that is more reasonable to play because it's not instant stun. It's either a defensive stun or a stun you can react to for the most part. I think it's a nicer stun to play with.
Yeah, you can expect it. Okay, so Gnos Flow says, as you just responded to, there's obviously the bug with Azog. That's been around for quite a while.
Yeah, I actually just a couple days ago found what the bug there was. Because everything looked to be set up correctly, but it was actually the minion was not a Voidborn minion.
Right.
It was a Slither minion for whatever reason.
So basically, the bug that they're referring to
So,
is
yeah.
the fact that it doesn't trigger the Voidborn wound on other cards because it's not correctly
In
seen
fact,
as a
it was
Voidborn
actually
minion.
the funny thing is that there were actually two bugs there, and the bug that got reported first was that the ability card wasn't activating Voidborn wound. So I looked at the code and found the bug there where because it's a special attack, it wasn't behaving like an attack but like a spell.
Right.
And I fixed that and thought it was done with that, right? But then it wasn't fixed, and then I had to look deeper into it, and we found that the minion was set up wrong.
Oh, I see.
And that mostly came because at the time that got released, we were swapping responsibilities related to the remastered stuff. Or was that the patch after that? I mean, it's been a long period of time where we have been handling different responsibilities, right? So something got missed there, and hopefully it won't happen again.
Okay, so can we expect to see that in the next patch then? That fix?
Yeah, definitely. Next patch is gonna have that thing fixed.
Right, so we've got
Unless
DeathShoott.
there is a hotfix, of course. In the hotfix, it might not be in there, might be. I don't know.
Okay. We've got DeathShoott against Memfisto now. Right, so DeathShoot's banned Whirly, Scrap, and Wrecked.
Ooh, that's a pity. I would love to see Erect.
Whirly, Scrap, Wrecked, and Flyby. And Memfisto has banned Diona, Arcane
Oh.
Barrage, interesting, and Whirly.
Why do all the
So-
fun things get banned?
I mean, we were talking about, do we think it's strong enough? If somebody's
Yeah, I mean,
banning
if it gets banned, probably.
because you know you're using your ban power on that instead of something else, so it's obviously something they're concerned about. Diona, Deadshott's very good with Diona, but of course Deadshott's very good with everything. Wrecked is very strong generally, so Flyby is an interesting one. Deadshott's probably going to be playing something that Flyby is going to struggle against. Okay, so let's get set up here. So we're going to do DeathShoott against Memfisto. So this is round 4.
And I'm assuming I'm looking at Memfisto?
Yeah, if you would, that'd be great. Oh, you crying? What tangent? No, I'd like to let FDM know the co-op adventure is incredibly fun. Let's go. Yeah, a lot of people have really enjoyed the co-op adventure, so it's great to see. So remember, check out the new co-op adventure. It's only available as a co-op at the moment. I think, added to what we spoke about earlier, it may be a single-player version as well at some point. But it's currently only available as a co-op with a friend or a guildmate. The cool thing is, the cool thing is you don't necessarily have to own it to play with someone. If you don't own it, then you won't get the rewards. But you can still play it with someone if you don't own it. So that's interesting. 750 rubies is the going rate. Right.
And it's 100% worth it. Everyone buy it.
I mean, I haven't really heard any bad words said about it, apart from the one guy that was complaining about adventures being unbalanced, but that's the whole point of them. If you're looking for a balanced experience, that's not the point of it. Right, here we go. We've got DeathShoott and Memfisto. Both very, very top players.
I'm seeing a Ravenous Swarmers in the Memfisto deck. With Nataraja, it can be quite aggressive. And,
Yep.
and I do get to see my Wrecked.
You do. DeathShoott playing Wrecked.
Yeah.
DeathShoott a very strong player with all the masters.
We also see the Last Stand again.
Yeah, Last Stand.
Is
I
Last
think
Stand?
yeah,
Is
I
it
think
played a lot at the moment?
yeah, I think so. I think it's got a very high play rate. Okay, let's jot this down so I can get my notes to ignore.
Oh, those Ravenous Swarmers with a shield. That is nasty.
Okay, a lot of face damage coming out.
Yeah, that's an extremely strong early push. Before DeathShoott even got his perk 1. This
Okay.
might be at the point where where Memfisto can just jump face, use
Yep.
Artillery and Shock Rock to protect his Setsu, and just win from that.
Yeah, very difficult.
I think
And-
DeathShoot's gonna have to be very careful.
One thing I just saw, and it made me think of one of my favourite additions to the game, is when, a long, long time ago, when you added the attack animation for the Bannerman, where he starts kicking people. Love it.
Yeah. Always cracks me up.
Okay,
Last
Deadshoott
time,
fighting
probably
back
gonna
here. But yeah, generally the Setsu plan is to whittle you down. Deadshoott burning a bit of mana here, I think. Whittle you down and then just perk 3 and start jumping on your face. Deadshoott.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
Deadshott's struggling.
now
He's really indecisive he was there.
No Setsu on the Grenadier? Oh, that
Not yet.
surprises me.
Coming in now.
I expected that way earlier. I don't know. I feel like he missed some face damage because of it.
Okay. Deadshoott doing a good
But then
job
the other-
tanking the Setsu there. The one thing I saw, Deadshoott was really indecisive with where he was going to play his Ion Grenade, and that's very unlike the way Deathshoott plays. He's normally so decisive, knows exactly what he wants to do. So maybe a little bit rattled by that early push.
Yeah. And we see Memfisto already ready to play the next Last Stand. Just
Yeah.
constantly waiting for that max mana to get the most out of his pushes. And here we
Okay.
see it again. Really loving the Ravenous Swarmers with the Bannerman. Memfisto.
Yeah, Vanaman coming back
Although
into the meta a bit now, and the Ravenous Swarmers, once they're activated by a spell, their DPS with the Rage and the Haste is just insane. Of course, they're super weak, but as you can see, he's putting a shield on them, and if they're
the
not
brother
tanking
is
anything...
really good reply though.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, there we saw Shock Rock and Impetus Blast. What?
Yeah, nicely done.
Are they just playing everything we just talked about?
Quite possibly.
Are they listening to us?
Maybe. The Impetus Blast can be used really nicely to pull things out of the pocket there.
And here we see the sneaky thing of where you can tank a couple shots and then jump and you reset his HP.
Yeah, and
Really
DeathShoott's going to be... He's going to be happy that he's forcing the defensive jump.
Defensive jump, yeah. I'm actually kind of surprised that Memfisto isn't as aggressive as I like to be with Setsu. Because I would jump phase and just use my spells to defend Setsu and just whittle my opponent down. But we can see that Memfisto clearly has a little bit of a slower playstyle, probably going a little bit more for the perk 3. Ooh, that grenade.
The ion grenade plus the explosion from the shadow clones just decimating the Legionnaires there. Right, where is Setsu going this time? Deadshott's waiting for the jump. Okay. Perk 3 though.
Oh, that one punch blast.
Very nice. Right, perk 3 is almost ready for... Yep.
It does mean that DeathShoott can't do it on phase right now, which would be massive damage. But this push is still insanely dangerous. And the perk 3 Setsu isn't that great against Jack because of all the swarmy nature of the pushes.
This push still
here
going.
We see it, like, you get the perk 3 and he just jumps away again. Oof. And then we have one punch blast actually used in the same push twice.
Wow.
That shows how cycly DeathShoott's deck is.
Yep. Okay, here we go. Perk 3.
This jump has to end it. Like, use the spells. You need to use them.
Yeah, Deadshot can't make a mistake here. Doesn't have much DPS to finish the Setsu off though. And
yeah, really surprised that Memfisto didn't use the reset that he used.
I think this is it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well played. It was interesting that Memfisto waited with using this artillery and did not reset Setsu actively, but let Setsu reload itself, which worked because DeathShoott just had nothing attacking the Setsu.
Yeah, he just didn't have the DPS to shut it down.
That meant that the Ravenous Swarmers could come in. And good luck killing a Setsu with Ravenous Swarmers on it.
Wow. Okay. That was an interesting game because we saw Memfisto do a huge push at the start. And then
for a long time DeathShoott coming back. I really thought DeathShoott was going to win that one.
Yeah, and as you correctly identified, that was the moment that Memfisto had to close the game out because then probably the next push coming in from Disu and his Rect was probably going to be too much. Show Me the Money in the chat says, will we see any new masters coming soon? In brackets, Wrath or Snappy?
Right now, no. It's definitely something that's been on my mind that it is getting time for a new master at some point. But we actually currently don't have any in development because we were so focused on remastered.
Oh, excuse me. And of course, you've got the fish faction that you're working hard on.
No, that was only for remastered. We told you that.
What the? No! No! Not like this. Okay, so game number 1 goes to Memfisto. A very close game. It looked like Disu was out, and just that first push looked like it was going to be too much, but he certainly fought back. But it's so difficult to defend.
We also really saw that the thing of Memfisto really waiting for that perk 3 to go really aggressive.
Yeah.
And then the moment he got that, it just became destruction.
And I know there was a proposed nerf to Setsu with the blast entry being put to the bottom of the deck after she dies. That didn't come through. Is Setsu still on the radar for some balance?
Yeah, that's an interesting one because I'm not entirely sure what the current thing is. I think that she's not super much a focus at the moment. We kind of just felt like the cycly Setsu where she constantly can be on the field and you kill her and she immediately jumps down was a little bit annoying, right?
Yeah.
But the feedback was quite negative on the suggested change.
I think the suggested change was it was too much. It would have gone from her being too strong to a massive nerf. So
yeah, but there wasn't really a mid space for it, is there?
No, I'm not.
Because putting it on the top would make it worse, you know.
Yep.
So basically, we don't have an idea right now, and perhaps if we randomly get an idea, we'll look at it. But I don't expect something to change.
Does Blast Entry need to be added as a timed perk as opposed to a cycle perk?
I don't like that is something we had to, but I don't like it for now.
Yeah, it just gets so oppressive when she's just there and you kill her and she's back, and that's, maybe that's just part of the Setsu charm.
Yeah, I mean, for now, I won't do anything about that thing, but we'll just keep an eye out and see if she needs something or not. Because it's also that we, at least personally, I've had the feeling that the game is a little bit too much about Mana Frenzy in a lot of cases. And Setsu is one of those that's not about Mana Frenzy.
Yeah.
It's still a little bit late game with perk 3 being really the strong point, but I like having some options for some more aggressive play.
So yeah, we're talking a little bit here about proposed changes or suggested ideas, and the reason we know about those is because you now have the public PTR, the player test realm, which is something that everyone, if they want to, can get involved, where you can try a version of the game with a version of potential suggested balance changes, and give your feedback on them. So if anybody's not involved in that, make sure you join the Discord. The Minion Masters Discord. We put a link in the chat for that. Check out the public PTR channels, and yeah, you'll find out exactly how to get involved in that. See potential balance changes. Of course, very importantly, have your opportunity to give your feedback on them. Right, so here we see Setsu against King Puff.
And I'm already seeing a couple interesting things, because as has been mentioned before, flying has been used a little bit less, and that makes Fire Imp extremely strong at the moment.
Yep. Yeah, I do like the Fire Imp, but you don't see it too often.
No, but I think it's a card that's being slept on a little bit, because the main ways to counter Fire Imp is either a big unit getting next to it, or flying units. And if flying units, I mean, Xinglong will deal with it, of course.
Yeah.
And like sometimes she propellers crats as well, and like any of the mid-range flying units.
Oh, and there we see the impetus blast.
Interesting use. I mean, it doesn't really work out, but it was a really interesting attempt there.
Yeah, so he was basically trying to push or he did push the brother from the top lane all the way down to the bottom lane.
But the shielded Cosmodus just deal with Xinglong.
Yeah. But he does have the Shock Rock as well, so we spoke about Impetus Blast and Shock Rock, but he's playing both of them.
Ooh, that's also an interesting swap.
He's playing Azog, which is interesting. Both players got the Shock Rock. Here comes Azog. Now, one of the things I think has been mentioned about Azog is the way that he's not invulnerable during his dash, which makes him sometimes a little bit... I'm not sure if that's how it should be, or if that's something that's being looked at. But again, nice use of the Impetus Blast. He might not kill everything here. He still may, but he's forced a reaction that he needs. Memfisto has to take that top bridge.
It's an interesting thing that both players are playing Ravenous Swarmers here. And I'm a little bit surprised to see Ravenous Swarmers in a King Puff deck. But I guess that is to get the easy shields on them. Because we saw Memfisto play Venomman on his Ravenous Swarmers, right?
Yep.
So it might just be a different form of the same play there. And he does have Shock Rock and Impetus Blast, right? No, just Shock Rock. Impetus Blast was that too.
Yeah,
he has Shock Rock, which is his only activation, I think. Which is a little bit surprising, right? To have only one activation for them, but here we see it.
Yeah.
Strangely played on the Rage. I'm a little bit surprised by that.
Let's watch it. Deadshot's HP just plummet.
Yeah. If you don't have a good, like if you don't have a Whirly or something like that ready, it can be really painful.
Yeah. And the one thing that makes the Shock Rock really strong in comparison to the Impetus Blast is that just that stun, and not just the stun, but the fact the way the stun will reset things like the brother with his his shield.
I wonder, is it possible? It's not possible with how Azog is standing right now, right? To jump him far enough down to him actually getting away from it. But is it worth 2 jumps to do that? Like just jump forward and then jump to face? Would something like that be worth it?
I don't know. He's so squishy that he's not going to last very long against King Puff. But here we see the Shock Rock into the Swarmers. I think he played the Jing between the Shock Rock and the Swarmers, so the Swarmers didn't get activated.
I was a little bit confused about that.
Oh, nice.
That's
Grenadier.
an interesting use to get the shields away with the Impetus Blast. And Flyby, of course, killing Fire Imp. Fire Imp is one of the few units that's actually on 130 HP.
Mm-hmm.
And Flyby does what? 132? Right? 11 hits of 12?
Yes. So flyby, you can, for example, you can shut down a cage prowler with the flyby as long as everything
But
hits
here
it.
we see the perk 3.
Yeah.
Oh, and that continuous... Oh, and Memfisto flooded multiple manas there. I think he flooded 2 mana.
And one thing you'll see King Puff struggling with is, of course, the range. Setsu straight back in the field. King Puff is a very low range master, so
That should
gonna
also
struggle.
a very aggressive deck with both Azog to jump in, a Ravenous Swarmers, and a Setsu. That's an extremely mobile, fast reacting deck.
Oh, he's got 2 Zhaos out as well. Jing's
yeah,
outside.
I mean, this is, you cannot fight this.
So
Memfisto
difficult.
perk 3, DeathShoott perk 3 with Setsu is just gonna jump face now, I think, and
Yeah.
just cycle the stun. At least that's what I would do. And we all know how aggressive I am. I've been saying that the
let's
entire
have a
time.
look. Let's see.
Okay, I would, if this is not face, I call it a mistake. Nice.
Here we go. Boom. This is just the power of
Yeah.
Setsu, the cycle, the reload.
And yeah, and it's just over. Like, see that like 500 damage there, like it's nothing.
Yeah. And you have to have a very specific set of cards to shut down Setsu very quickly.
I'll
he
be
didn't
quite
have any
honest.
of those.
I've been considering whether or not being able to reload instantly is an issue, or if there should be a cooldown on the reload there,
Yeah, maybe.
so that you can't have the full shotgun effect, right?
Yeah, because you can just stun lock something for so long
Yeah.
with that.
And stun locking itself isn't necessarily an issue if it's not the stun lock that if it stuns you spawn something and they can instantly reload, right?
Yeah.
So if there's either a delay on the reload or there is a cooldown on the reload, that might be an idea that that we can look into.
Yeah, that could balance
If you
it a
have
bit
feedback
better.
on that, feel free to say it in the chat.
Yeah, again, that might be one of the things that we can see in the public PTR at some point if there's a
definitely.
test soon.
Definitely. It's one of those things where we would have to talk with the designers about and see if enough people in the company like it, right? And then we throw it to the PTR.
Hmm.
Sometimes we also throw things to the PTR just to see what people think about a design idea without fully wanting to go for it already. Just to see if it's worth for us to explore it more. One of the things for that was the horizontal spawning, right? Where we were not 100% sure if we wanted to do it. The feedback on the crossbow dudes was quite negative, so we didn't do it for that. But we did feel like we really wanted to try it out with stun lancers. Because
How do you feel about it
stun
now?
lance-
Now it's in play.
Well, the stun lance is an interesting topic, right? Because it's a combination between them being very versatile with being able to grab bridges while being difficult to counter, and
Mhm.
combine that with wildcards and it becomes really annoying. But even in 1v1 it's already quite annoying, which is why just reducing wildcards wasn't the first solution we came with, because that
Yeah.
doesn't solve 1v1, right? And it might be something we will still look into, but it wasn't the first thing, because we first also need to solve 1v1.
Yeah.
And I do think that I like the fact that they can't just grab bridges. We were actually discussing whether or not we just want to make it one unit and make stun lancer stronger,
Yeah.
right? Just a stronger unit, but we felt like that we didn't have the time to actually do that. So we wanted to see the horizontal spawning first, and we can still do it, right? We can
Yeah,
still
of
make
course.
it a single unit. But this has a very similar effect, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I know
So-
Entropy said that the concern about making it just a single unit and therefore potentially cheaper, if that's what you're talking about, is that it makes it very difficult to answer it from range with a spell.
I mean,
efficiently.
it could also just be stronger, right? A single strong unit, but that has similar things, and we didn't feel like we had the time to properly
Yeah.
balance it for a PTR, so we went for the horizontal spawning. And the feedback was, albeit slightly negative, because people don't really like the idea of the horizontal spawning. We
Mhm.
did feel like it was worth trying it in a larger scale on live. Because it does solve one of the issues of stun lance, even if it's not the perfect solution, while we keep an eye out and think of other ways to deal with it.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. So, I believe that this game is one game all. My records suggest this is one
Yeah,
game
both
all.
Setsus have won. And Memfisto was the first Setsu, yeah.
Okay.
Which is which is interesting because Setsu is very much perk 3 and then the other needs to be far ahead or Setsu wins, right?
Yeah.
Because of the extreme strength, or you need to have really good answers against Setsu. If you have a cleaver, you might be able to deal with the perk 3 Setsu. If you have a Dragon Ball, you might be able to do a counter push and just keep Setsu busy on your side.
Yeah.
But I do think Setsu perk 3 might be a bit too strong.
One of the changes I really like is you changed it so that Ratbo's Daka can't be stunned. And
yeah.
perk 3 Daka onto a Setsu is so nice.
Generally, we want ability cards, and that includes things like Ring the Gong, you know, and the Azog jump to not really be stunnable.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure what is actually with Azog's jump. I think the intended design is he jumps, stays stunned, but does do the area of effect damage. I think. Don't quote me on that, please. But yeah, because you spend mana on them, right, on ability cards, or a perk, which is equivalent to mana, right? So to have a stun completely counter that is really annoying. We don't like that. And
one thing I used to do, and it was very, very tricky to time it, is against perk 3 sets if you're playing Ratbo. If you time the Daka perfectly, you can nail it as the Setsu lands. Whereas now, you can still do that, but you don't have to time it quite so perfectly. If you're a little bit late, you can still do it. So
I did not know you could do that. That's actually interesting. I've never seen someone do that.
I used to do that, but it's very hard to get it right.
So you play it before Setsu lands, and then right as it swaps to Setsu lands, the timer runs out of it finding a target, and it locks?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Interesting.
There's a small delay between Setsu landing
Makes
and Setsu
sense.
stunning you. But yeah, you had to time it very, very perfectly. But it was nice when you did it.
It sounds quite nice.
Whereas now you have... if you do it too early, then nothing changes. But if you do it too late, you're still going to hit the Setsu. You just won't stop the Setsu stun damage. Someone in the chat says, is Arcane Bolt a good counter to Setsu? No, because Setsu is a mythic unit, so Arcane Bolt will not kill a Setsu. It will just do 50% damage to the Setsu.
Well, it's actually funnier. It will only do the destroy effect when Setsu is at half HP. So it will only do the destroy effect when it would actually destroy her.
Right.
And it stuns her before that. So you could argue it's a decent counter if you have something to damage her to get her to half HP. But it's not an amazing counter. Like something like the cleaver is better if you don't get the cleaver stunned. I think we're actually changing the description on Arcane Bolt to reflect that specific interaction.
But doesn't it always do the destroy effect because she has so little HP?
No. It only does it when it would actually destroy her. So on mythic units, it only does it when the HP is low enough to do it. At least that is... I don't remember if this is something that I just changed to make it work like that, or if it already worked like that and we just changed the description. But that is the intended design.
Okay. Because I think at the moment, if it's under 400 HP, it destroys it, right?
No, I mean, for normal units, yes, but I'm pretty sure that for mythic it doesn't do that. I'm pretty sure it stuns Setsu.
I might have to disagree. Maybe we'll test it at some point.
I know that in the in-house build it stuns Setsu.
I'm pretty sure because it does.
Oh, those shielded crossbow dudes were horrendous.
Yeah. Okay, right. Where are we? Okay, so we got wrecked. We've got Morelia. Yeah, and again we see the Reckonator.
Oh, that impetus blast was so nice. Getting the assassin off the Wrecked Walker to actually get thing, but is DeathShoott actually gonna tank it? Oh no, nice timing. That was a really nice use of impetus blast. Here we also see Memfisto actually going for the cheaper spells from the start. Which I did not expect from perk 1, because the perk 1 cheaper spells only gets you 1 cheaper, but it is banking, which people really like.
We've got a question in the chat about mythic units. Maybe we'll cover those, cover that in a little bit after this game. But here it's very XP, very similar. But again, we mentioned earlier about how we see Reckonator quite a lot on the ladder, and we're seeing it again here. We're not seeing any sort of spirit build on the Reckonator.
Why do that? There was a surprise from DeathShoott that he played that there, because the Reckonator will always make an assassin visible.
Yep.
So why early distraction is a little bit of a surprise to me. Ooh, he also plays Glens. Ooh, that's a nasty deck of DeathShoott.
Glens Brew getting the value.
This is a very aggressive deck of DeathShoott with Rec to support any push.
Yeah.
And then multiple ways of getting that Reckonator to explode with both Impetus Blast and Glens.
So if anyone at home is not familiar with the Reckonator, it will, after it goes to a certain amount of HP, it goes into a self-destruct, and after a certain amount of time, it will self-destruct and damage. So the idea is your opponent wants to kill it before it self-destructs, but of course, DeathShoott's got the Glens Brew, which gives it extra HP when it's self-destructing, which makes it more difficult and more likely to explode.
And we already see Memfisto realizing that this is gonna be a game for surviving. So
then
he's
we see the Glens Brew again.
Using the drain. Yeah,
boom.
Like the Reckonator is probably gonna explode every single time because he has multiple ways of defending it.
Yeah, you need a lot of
like
DPS to shut that explosion down with a Glens Brew.
He has a counter against flying. He can get units away from him, and he can glance it. So that's the entire plan of DeathShoott, I think. Just getting it over and over again. And at this point he has perk 3, which means that he can get wrecked over there and do one punch blast.
Yeah, DeathShoott seems in a very strong position, XP and HP wise.
Wait. What? Oh, that was Impetus Blast killing the raged. I was like, where did they go?
Yeah, Impetus Blast, and they just got shredded. Okay.
Yeah, and this damage. He's even gonna get a hard hit in, I think. No, he does not. Okay.
He's ready with the Glens Brew, waiting.
Yeah.
Good heal, but.
And at the same time, the skeleton's at the bottom. Like, sorry to say, but Memfisto has already lost it. The dragon is not gonna be enough. Not
only is the explosion doing huge face damage, it's killing all those Legionnaires, and it's just. Yeah, it looks like, has he given up? He looked like he was burning there, but...
No, I think he was preparing for a dragon, but just waiting a little bit longer. Yeah, dragon at top, as expected.
Impetus Blast again.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, the dragon might be the one thing that...
Oh! One Punch Blast!
Ah!
The wrecked One Punch Blast, perk 3. Yeah, it looked like Memfisto was gonna have a dragon and maybe start to put something together, but DeathShoott said, I'm not interested in dealing with that dragon. No. Game over.
He just one single hit and Memfisto died. Okay, there might have been something before that, but...
Okay, and yeah, really interesting to see DeathShoott Disu using the Impetus Blast so much there. We spoke about whether we'd see it or not.
Very interesting play of DeathShoott there with a deck that is super aggressive. I would not want to have to fight that.
Yeah. The Reckonator, as we've mentioned a couple of times, we've seen it on the ladder a lot, and now we're seeing it here in the tournament, so it's definitely something...
Well, a second thing that we see here is, once again, the decks are not having a lot of big unit counters. Yeah. Like a Blue Golem would really deal with that Reckonator well. And the Impetus Blast is not enough, I think, there. So having a little bit more of cards like that might actually help. At the other hand, it weakens your deck in other cases, right? It makes the bridge game harder, stuff like that, so...
Yeah, as you identified, there was basically every single time that Reckonator was going to explode, there was just not enough DPS to kill it with the Glens Brew buff. So we've seen two uses of the Reckonator today. We saw one Reckonator with a Spirit, and now we've seen the Reckonator with the Glens Brew, both of which kind of buff it in different ways.
There was actually a decent amount of DPS that Memfisto had, but there were counters to that with the Impetus Blast. Without the Impetus Blast, the Assassins would have dealt with it, even with the Brew. So it's really interesting to really hard focus on that Reckonator strategy.
Yeah, so that was, we see kind of like control decks, but that deck was built around one specific unit. The idea was to get the Reckonator there, protect it with, like as you said, the Impetus Blast and the Glens Brew to make it explode, and he was just doing that over and over again.
The Unholy Ground protected against flying units, but also created an extra offensive ability. You saw that at the end, where there were skeletons at the other side of the tower just hitting the tower, getting it low enough for that one punch blast. And of course, just Rek being so good at getting to face, right?
Yeah, for sure. Very difficult to stop that one punch blast. You can throw things in front of it if you've got it, but he was having to deal with other things as well. Very difficult. Right. DeathShoott takes that victory.
And just spending the mana on the dragon, right?
Yeah. So somebody in the chat asked about mythic units and what's the shtick with mythic units. Well, If I just search Mythic into my bar here, we'll get some different things that come up for various reasons, but a lot of the big units are Mythic units, and Mythics, if we bring up here, so a unit being Mythic means a number of things. Firstly, it can't be displaced, which means you can't move it around with things like the Impetus Blast, the Leleo's Vortex, yeah, anything like that.
Grid swap.
But as well as that, it only takes damage equal to 50% of max health from destroy effects. So that's things like the Wizard Puff or Arcane Bolt. Lightning Bolt, yeah. And it leaves the battlefield instead of dying, which means if you're playing it in Mordor, it can't be resurrected with a tombstone.
Yes.
And of course, the other restriction with the Mythic is you can only have one of that Mythic at any time, especially
on the field.
On the field, yeah, especially in duos. But it's important to mention that it's not one Mythic, it's one of that specific Mythic. So you can have multiple Mythics at the same time, you just can't have more than just that, more of that one Mythic.
Yeah, we've actually seen some confusion about that with the dragons.
Yeah.
So people are like, the enemy had 2 dragons on the team, and that's because they're different dragons.
Okay.
So it's allowed.
Yeah, different dragons. And then, so we were talking about the Arcane Bolt, and someone asked in the chat if the Arcane Bolt is a good counter to Setsu. The way I think it works at the moment is, it says here, if it has less than 400 HP, then it's destroyed.
It says that, but I don't think it does that on Setsu.
The thing is,
Setsu is the only mythic unit with less than 800 HP. So it's the only one where it's relevant.
Yeah. I had this discussion with someone the other day, actually, because they were like, this whole extra bit is irrelevant. I said, well, don't forget about Setsu, because Setsu is mythic while she's in the field. Because I'm sure she just instantly takes 50% damage.
I think that she gets stunned until she's low enough to get damage, but that might be that is just what I changed it to. I'm not 100% sure on that. It's really difficult sometimes to keep the one that you are working on and the one that's on live separate, especially when we see a lot that we try something and then we cancel it. And then it's really difficult when you have had 20 changes to a single card, and then which one are we actually running on?
I think the question was, is Arcane Bolt a good counter to Setsu? I think the answer, however it works, is no, in most cases. Because remember, Arcane Bolt is a 3 mana spell, but it has 2 mana freeze, so it's a 5 mana spell effectively.
Just to get back to the tournament for a second, because this is actually interesting what Sinobii said here, where the match we just watched, that DeathShoott won, Memfisto actually got kicked out of the tournament by losing.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That match, whoever won would stay in, whoever lost would actually have had a second loss and would be kicked out.
Wow.
And from those 2 players to not get to the top 8 is a big thing.
Yeah, for sure. They're both players we would expect to get into the top 8. Right. So let's have a look. Sorry, we got a little distracted there just answering a question from chat, but hopefully you guys don't mind about that. Right, so what have we got? We've got Nataraja against 3344. We've got Set against DeathShoott. We've got Panada from Canada against Dragon. We've got Lei Fallon against Quentin. Now, we have a choice here. We can go for some players we haven't seen before, or we can check out some of the top players playing each other.
I mean, there is one game where I know that it's really top players, but I mean, we just watched DeathShoott, so that might be a little bit weird.
Yeah, we've seen DeathShoott, we've seen Set, we've seen Nataraja, we've seen Dragon. We haven't seen Panada, we haven't seen Lei Fallon, we haven't seen Quentin, so it might be nice to maybe go for the Lei Fallon against Quentin match.
Yeah, sounds like fun to me.
Let's get those guys. What? You see that?
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out what this meant, because I was looking in round 5, where it says that Quentin has gone 2-2.
Okay.
But wasn't two losses you went out?
It should be, yeah.
Because Quentin lost to Janik.
Yeah.
And to DeathShoott. So I'm a little bit confused how they're still in this.
Let's check. Okay.
And it says that they just won because the other one got disqualified.
Let's find out.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, good point. We'll check that. So based on the number of people in the event, we've changed the format a little bit. Sinobii behind the scenes is doing that, so we're trying to keep up on exactly what's happening. Yeah, Show Me the Money says Wrecked is mythic as well. So I think Wrecked will interact the same way with the Arcane Bolt as Setsu will.
Yeah. Yeah, generally we made the rule that master minions, as they are called, so masters that go on the field, that become minions, are always mythic. That's the general rule. So if we ever have masters that go on the field, they're mythic.
Sounds fair.
For obvious reasons, Mordar.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally Mordar. That's the reason.
Right.
Mordar is also part of the reason why Ravager became mythic. Because Terror Brutus Res was a little bit insane.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, back in the day when you could res your teammates' units, that was...
Yeah. Yeah, that was back in that time.
That made Mordor such a pain in the arse to play, especially in randoms, you know. Oh, let me get my Colossus res, teammates like screaming Scrat coming through.
Funnily enough, because of the change in Mordor, it might not be necessary for Masters to be mythic anymore. Because you can't have that res anymore. It's actually a good point. Worth discussing, actually. Because there's the reason why Setsu has to be mythic.
Okay. Right. Okay, so looks like Quentin is out. Let's figure out exactly what's going on. Okay.
That's interesting, because the opponent got disqualified. Unless I'm looking at something wrong. Okay.
Right, so it's gonna be we're gonna do Nataraja against 3344. Now I'll definitely have Nataraja as a friend, but 3344 could be a situation.
I'm a little bit worried about the 3344 as well.
Let's find out. So the players are asked to add at least me as a friend. I know you can perhaps bend the system to your will.
Yeah, the only problem is that 3344 does not seem to be their in-game name.
I see, okay.
I did not see that one coming. Because I can find Nataraja. There seems to be some confusion. Panda wrote in the chat that he's not against anyone.
I see him against Dragon, but it also says he's disqualified. So let's have a look.
Did he lose twice?
Let's go through and have a look. I think we can just click on his name and he should tell us.
No, you click on match details and it shows that Panda has won 1, lost 3.
Okay.
So that's probably this one is included, but it's probably no, because that's in 4 rounds. How was he even still in there if he already lost twice? I'm confused.
Have a look. Canada. He's had that's a victory there. Okay, that's a loss there. Yeah, so it does seem like he has lost twice. Okay, we're just waiting to get this confirmed.
It's always difficult when plans change a little bit last moment.
Yeah. It might be a case that we're trying to fit a slightly different tournament format into the existing tournament format on the website.
It does look like that, because otherwise the disqualified stuff wouldn't make sense.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
The good news is I'm pretty sure I have that guy on my friends list. Or at least I've got a friend request from him.
Okay, I have 2 people with basically that name.
Okay.
That are online. Do you mind if I spectate Nataraja?
You can do whatever you want. Okay. Right, sorry for this little bit of downtime, but yeah, we got a player who has a very different name on the tournament than what their in-game name is. But that looks fine. Okay.
It's kind of funny because if you look at the symbols, it's actually 2 times the same numbers symbols, and then again 2 times the same symbol. So that might actually, the 3344 might be related to that.
Yeah, it could be.
It might just be a translation issue here.
Yeah. Okay, right.
But that should be solved pretty fast.
Yeah, someone asked in the chat, is FDM a dev? Yes, FDM is one of the devs working on Minion Masters, so if you've got any questions that you would like to direct to him, please have at it. We're trying to keep up with the chat. It's a little bit confusing because we are 3 minutes ahead. You're 3 minutes behind, but we're doing our best.
We're seeing that Nataraja does not want to see any swarmy stuff. We got the first bans in.
Okay, I see the ban for 3344.
Oh wait, no, 33. Yeah, I'm saying the wrong name.
Okay.
It's interesting to see a Ravager ban. Do you think that that is still related to the previous meta, or do you think that Ravager is still dominating? Because I haven't seen a Ravager so far, but it hasn't been banned much either.
I think there's still some strong. No, we haven't seen it banned too much, but I feel like there's still some strong pushes. We've seen Ruby with the Armored Escort. There's still a deck that plays that quite high up on the leaderboard, I think.
I mean, yeah, but that deck got nerfed hard. Like that deck was specifically targeted by us.
Yeah.
And I do think that has been reflected in what people are playing now. And we see that the Ravager win rate has immediately went down again. Ruby win rate also went down a little bit. Because Ruby was actually a little bit concerning, because we had given Ruby a nerf with the area, right? Where you had to have a minimum distance from Ruby. And the interesting was that her win rate actually went up by 3% after we did that. Without her play rate being affected all too much. And we think it's because people actually started using her ability better because of it. That the limitation stopped people from misusing it by trying to hit things right next to her or stuff like that were dealt with by Ruby herself or something. Or it made people support her better. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but it made people win more with her, which was a really interesting development. And of course, Armored Escort came in, which also helped. But I mean, even without that, her win rate still went up.
Yeah, that's interesting to see that change. Right, okay.
Oh, wait. We got the full bans.
Right. Okay, spectate this, done.
That's an interesting one. Because Nataraja banned Milloween together with Whirly and Cursebearer. And Whirly and Cursebearer are of course cards that are played a lot with high win rates as well. They're just 2 of the best cards in the game. But we were discussing earlier as well with Milloween that Milloween at the high level is still a really good master. Even though with the average player base it isn't that great. But we haven't seen a Milloween today, have we?
No, I don't think so.
Would be nice if we can get to see one today.
We saw some Rect, which I know you were excited about.
Yeah, Rect is always fun, I think. It's such a skill-expressive master where you getting the jumps at the right time, getting that little bit of damage in on Rect, and then jump where you get the full HP, getting him to face with the one-punch blast. We also saw the one-punch blast just destroying a Ting Tang Tongue. Like, you can get so much value out of that card. I think Rect is one of the masters we released that has the more interesting skill set.
Yeah, for sure. It's, I think Rect and Diona are those masters that are really got a real high skill ceiling. Which a lot of people don't think they're good, but once you learn how to use them to their strengths, they can be incredible.
Oh, will you mention the change in the rules now? Because we're in the top 8?
Let's find out.
Masters, get Duel.
Okay, this may be a best of 5. Let's find out. That's my screen. Here it is. Okay, so this is game number 1. We've got Nataraja against 3344. Stormbringer against Rect.
Oh, we're in the game. Oh, I was looking at the wrong screen.
Stormbringer Swarmer.
And interesting to see a 10 mana card in a Rekt deck, where I would feel like Rekt wants to cycle fast.
Yeah, we saw the power of that earlier, just the cycle getting
Xinglong. Ooh, that's a pity, because Xinglong tried to deal with the invulnerability of YOLO, right?
Yep.
But the aggro was wrong, so YOLO actually didn't die from it.
Okay, wow. Second Swarmer Totem up even before the first one's down.
That is a fast cycle, and to be able to do that in the first minute before mana has gone up yet.
It's kind of insane. Blood Imp's out, but the Heal Puff's repairing any damage that the Blood Imps are passing back with the Blood Pact to the Master Tower.
We're also seeing that the Pebbles are not used as a Myriad card, but just as a wild-carded card there. By throwing down single Pebbles.
That's a huge amount of early damage. Wow.
That's insane. This might be a really short game. The funds that 3344 has there is that Nataraja doesn't have any spells to really get to face. Because in a case like this, I would throw a Dragon Ball face, right? And just be like, okay, you're not on the tower, I'll get them.
Yeah. This is the problem with Rekt when you're
kind of spells.
When you're out on the field, no one's home to defend. Right, 347
can
HP.
Be extremely free with the Blood Imps at this point.
Yeah, for sure.
And YOLO can do a lot of work though, especially if Rekt can deal with the Grenadier Rat, but... Oh, that's not the real Rekt. Never mind. I'm just an idiot.
It's difficult to tell. Right. These brothers are not really getting too much work done.
Still, that was 1,000 face damage. Almost.
Yep.
But here we see it again. There was only a single Pebble, right?
Indeed, yeah. And it's not how you want to use them. But they might be struggling to get them lined up in the deck.
And oh, that stun on Rekt. That's a pity. That's painful.
Right, Blood Imps are out. Doesn't really matter. He's still got 2,000 HP, so not a problem at the moment.
Yeah, but it's over.
Blue is victorious.
Yeah,
Wow,
first
okay.
push was so much damage. Insane.
That's the power of the Swarmers. When you can't put any pressure on them, can't shut them down, they just keep pumping out. And that's game number 1 to Nataraja.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure how that first push happened. I wasn't really in the game yet.
No, he split the brothers.
Actually,
the brother at the
I'm
bottom
just
got
looking at
shut
the
down.
stream. I'm just looking at the stream, and the match just starts. So perhaps we
there
can
we
see the like getting 2 totems down in the first minute is just insane. That was...
Yeah, it's very rare to see that for sure.
I mean, that is one of the cases where we see the power of the Blood Imps, right?
Yep. And he used the Blood Imps perfectly. They're very weak, they're very fragile, but they have huge DPS. So he tanked with the wall, and he just shredded with the Blood Imps. The only thing you need to be careful of is, of course, the Shield of Light from the brother. But the DPS was just enough to shred through it before that was able to reactivate.
But even that, if it explodes, it's not the most face damage you get, and you still have dealt with one of the brothers for like 3 mana, right?
Yeah.
When you are able to have such a push after it, I mean, of course, a lot of damage was from the Blood Imps there. That's definitely true.
And then the other brother just got locked up with the Shen and the Jing and all the Swarmers.
All
it's just way too much.
Okay, let's see game 2. I'm seeing a Diona.
Number 2.
Let's do it.
Diona Morelia. Interesting.
Okay, so we got a Slither Diona.
I feel like we've seen this deck before. Yeah. This is the living statue with the Herald. So interesting to see if 3344 has enough anti-air or you know, big unit counters to deal with it. The Prowler is fairly easy to deal with as a Morelia, right? Because you get the skeletons if you don't have anything else. Interesting. With the Vulture Prime, that immediately tells me that the chance is big that there is enough anti-air. Because you don't really play that without anti-air, right?
Correct. Okay, so this is a best of 5.
Interesting.
We'll have the conquest rules as well. But here we have the
Oh,
bats. We
bats,
don't see
bats,
these too
bats.
often. Bats
With
with
shields.
the
shield.
shield.
But Herald is gonna destroy that, isn't it?
And the trap as well. That's,
Oh yeah,
that's
yeah.
exactly
the
what he
Trapper's done
needs.
A lot of work there, yeah.
Statue almost dead though, so we know his.
And that Vulture Prime might do a lot there.
Yeah, we know Nataraja's plan is to utilize the Herald
Nice
with a statue.
Nice skeletons to keep him busy a little bit longer, I think. Not 100% sure if it was needed, but I can definitely appreciate taking that precaution.
Okay, so 3-3-4-4 struggled in the first game, but looks like he's getting a foot back in it here.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
XP is
Like XP
equal.
equal, yeah.
He's going to know at this point pretty much what Nataraja's plan is.
Yeah. I mean, the moment you see the Herald, it's decently obvious, because who plays Herald without having that plan,
Yeah.
right?
So
But
he's using,
Nataraja's making a good jump in XP here.
he's using the spell reduction from Morelia. The awkward thing is, I think he already had a reduced smite and he hasn't used it yet. So then he reduced again, so he doesn't get any extra reduction.
Ah, he doesn't have enough spells in his deck for that?
I think he just has 2, and he already reduced, but he only used the bats. He didn't use the smite.
Because that's a very important part of the Morelia thing, is that it's not just in your hand, it's also in your deck that it
Yeah.
reduces.
Okay, so he does have 2 mana bats. So he can get a lot of bats out, but he needs to be careful because that Herald can just murder all those bats if he plays it incorrectly. But of course, the way bats work now is you can control where they spawn. They don't just spawn at the center of the tower anymore. Right, no
slaves
revs.
though, so...
A lot of face
But
damage
still,
though.
good amount of damage, yeah. And that Rapid Prowler is also ready, and with a lot of slaves being ready to be spawned, this can be dangerous. And
From
a
the
heal there.
bats
That's
with
a
the
heal.
shield.
That's
But
definitely...
here we see that the trap's just going to start shredding.
And the Herald itself.
Yeah,
Like, look at that.
boom. Nice job there.
But
Herald goes down.
Interestingly enough, no spawn of slaves. If he had played the living statue there, he could have had the rest of the Herald, and then the Vulture Prime would also have died there, I think. Might have been better.
So this
Nice
is going to be
catching with shield, of course.
It's going to be very important how 3-3-4-4 utilizes his dragon. He's going to get 1 dragon, needs to get a lot of value from it.
The good thing is that the dragon can kill a Herald quite easily, so the Herald is not a good counter if you cannot disturb the dragon. But of course, with the traps, the owner can deal with the dragon relatively easily, I think. And the bats are not quite getting the value you want, although that Dragon Ball is also not really getting the value you want, I think.
No, I think he's going to be okay. We've got a bit of an XP lead for Nataraja, but it's going to be time for the dragon, and it.
I mean, that is a general thing of playing against Morelia. You generally want your perk 3 before they play their perk 3. You don't need it before their perk 3, but before they play it. Because if you haven't gotten your perk 3 when they play their perk 3, it might make it way harder to deal with the dragon. And then the enemy gets more XP and you lose. So you generally want to try to stay equal or ahead until that perk 3 happens. Then you can get behind a little bit. But that's a lot of bats.
That's a lot of bats. Heavy bat
the
DPS.
Bat from the dragon, I assume.
Yep, it indeed was. Right,
But
do we have
the
any
Herald
slithers?
actually survived that.
Oh,
Yeah, but
the Herald's-
irrelevant, I guess.
Right. XP's in
Oh,
Nataraja's
that
favour.
Musketeer jumping out though.
Now the dragon, we know Nataraja is going to be pretty good at dealing with the dragon for sure,
Yeah.
but it's a case of what XP can the dragon help 3-3-4-4 get back. But really want to take a hit from the Prowler there, but
Not a great Dragon Ball, I feel though.
no.
And very interestingly, these bats are going to be super tough to deal with when you also have to deal with the dragon. Dragon does get stuck in the trap, so the Herald.
So as
Look at
suggested,
that Herald, the jumps of the bats actually dealing with the Herald quite a bit, but the trap saving the Herald. The cat wants attention. The dragon on face, this might be very dangerous.
Yeah, we've leveled up on
Because
XP, and there's a lot of face damage. No trap
The dragon
available
is
yet.
still alive.
Taunt trap, but it's not going to turn it round in time.
Well played. I did
Wow.
not expect that dragon, but the bats just dealing with the Herald, making the Herald not be able to do a lot there. Very nice. And having to use the traps to deal with the bats made it harder to deal with the dragons. I like that.
Wow.
Especially because you don't see bats that much.
No, but we saw the power of the bats in Morelia, so that the reduction of the bat spell gives you more mana, because of course you want to save up all of your mana and then use the bats and then spam as much as you
Very
can.
nice energy, I like it.
But yeah, the power of the bats, and of course we saw earlier the bats with the Bannerman as well. You know, because the bats very high DPS, very weak, but of course the Bannerman means they can take that hit against the Herald.
Bannerman generally very good against this deck, because also the Rapid Prowler has trouble dealing with the shields.
Yep. Okay, very interesting. And yeah, we saw again that perk 3, the Dragon, it's there to give you that huge push, and that was enough to close the game out.
Yeah, it really surprised me that push killed Nataraja, but at the other hand, once the Herald isn't there and the Prowler has already been killed, what is left? There was no DPS.
Oh.
And bats, of course, extremely good at just killing random shit by jumping towards them.
Yeah, they can be incredibly frustrating. Okay, game number 3 in this best of 5. Nataraja 1, 3-3-4-4-1. We're going to see King Puff against King Puff.
Very interesting. A little bit disappointed that one of the King Puffs doesn't have a skin. Buy skins, people, it makes you objectively better.
You heard it here first.
Also, Philstalker, very interesting. I personally never been a fan of Philstalker, but good players can get great value from her.
She can, yeah, she can be frustrating
I'm
to
just always
deal with.
afraid of my opponent abusing it. Because you can actually abuse it and make the opponent spend more mana.
Yeah. Every time she does her crystalline sweep, boom, 1 mana freeze.
We see that Nataraja has a lot of Senchi and a lot of stun.
Pebbles again,
no
but Pebbles, no Myriad.
It's funny because I was about to say that Nataraja had no pebbles.
But there they were. Okay. Bridge switch keeps the Puff alive for a moment. Blood Imps again.
Interesting thing with both being King Puff is that the Swarm is going to be extremely strong.
Yep.
If Swarm gets to face, that can just destroy a King Puff. Where Philstalker is amazing against Skeleton Horde, but now that she's dead, Skeleton Horde might be played and get great value.
Yeah. So these players, of course, will be paying attention. What does my opponent have that counters what I have? If that's been played, what can I then use that window of opportunity to achieve? Again, we see the non-Myriad.
Yeah, I'm really
Pebbles.
confused about the Pebbles being played like that. I don't know if this is something that is more normal or not, but
The thing with the Pebbles is that if you spawn multiple of them, then you get them for cheaper. So spawning them one at a time generally is not what you want to do.
And it's stronger, right? And what you see a lot is that people play it where that Pebble is right now, making any bridge fight really advantageous for you.
Mm-hmm. It's
And
always
here, of
interesting
course,
to
the
see
bridge swap to protect the stun lances.
King Puff against King Puff, because you've got your bridge switch, but of course if you bridge switch first, your opponent can immediately answer it. So you've got to keep that in mind.
All those propellers, and here what I just said about Swarm will really come in. And this will just deal a couple hundred damage to face probably.
Yeah, King Puff hits hard but slow.
A
Needs
very
support.
small play, just getting like 300-400 damage there.
Yep. And this could be
And
very
Nataraja
important.
is really going to be careful for that.
Yeah, it could be very important who gets the perk 3 first and gets the
yeah.
first set of Night Puffs.
The interesting thing is that 3344 actually has a spell, whereas Nataraja does not. So that might really help dealing with Squire Puffs.
Okay, so this time he does have the Myriad Pebbles.
And that's gonna deal with a lot here. Like, look at that. If they can kill the Jing Long.
One more, boom, there we go.
Yeah. And that defensor will also die. Like, Pebbles really hit.
Yep.
XP almost equal still. Quite interesting.
We saw Nataraja really struggle with these
that's
flying
nice.
units. Not going to struggle this time though. So we're seeing both Myriad-based units.
But here, boom.
We've got the Bounceberry Flingers and we've got the Sapphire Pebbles. Right, perk 3 is almost here, and this is going to be very important, as we said. Who gets there first?
And then we have the Philstalker. And the stun did not come in time. Did you see that?
Mm-hmm.
That's really painful for 3344.
Okay, here we
but
go.
Pebbles doing great work again.
We're going to see a bridge switch and then probably an anti-bridge switch.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
Yeah. But the pebbles just make everything so easy.
Yeah, Defense's going to shut the bottom down, but we've still got a bit of a push coming at the top. Got to watch out for the stun lancers. Those night puffs are serious units.
Night long. But still, that was a dangerous push again. But the good thing about King Puff versus King Puff is that it's really not over until it's over. Like at any point, either can start a push that can be completely destructive. Oh, that Phil Starker on the Blood Imps.
Yep. But Valstalker's gonna, or doesn't quite go invisible.
No,
That's important.
No, she got hit. Yeah.
Here she does.
Oh, she
Bit
did
of face
go
damage
there.
as well. Yeah, she's very frustrating to deal with the way she goes invis.
Yeah, I tend to just use a big hitting thing like a cleaver or a brother.
Okay. Nataraja
Those
struggling at the
are
moment.
getting good value.
Yeah. Feels like it's been equal, but Nataraja really struggling to shut
that
this
top push
down.
is just insane actually. Those stun lances got way more face damage than they should have, right?
Yep, still going.
The heal buff though, the heal buff. Oh, and the Veil Stalker just
For a
set
moment, but then the next bridge switch, and this is tends to what happens, is you're defending the last push, and the next push comes. That Battle Monkey's going to be far too much.
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure how 3344 suddenly had way more control. It's kind of out of nowhere. It seemed like a push at top started taking over.
Yeah, and I think it may have just been the fact that they got to perk 3 first. They got the best out of the first set of night puffs, and then it kind of just snowballed.
It was also like those the pebbles really making those swaps stronger, because it meant that Nataraja's swaps could easily be countered.
Yep. And it was definitely, we spoke about how if it's King Puff against King Puff, if you switch first, then your opponent switches afterwards. They're going to get the best out of that trade. We definitely saw that then. Okay, so 3344 is 2 games to 1 up against previous champion Nataraja. So all to play for here.
There are still 1 or 2 games left.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, with the Conquest rules, once a player at this stage of the tournament has won a game, they are unable to, won a game with a master, they're unable to play that master again.
So, yeah, and what are the 2 masters outside of King Puff for 3344 that are disabled?
So, what have we got? We've got...
Oh, and the bans, of course.
Yeah, so we've got Nataraja 1 with Stormbringer, so that's out. And then we had 3333 win with Morelia and KP. So that's out.
And Milloween is banned for 3344. And Nataraja is not allowed to use Ravager.
Okay. So yeah, this is where players have to start really digging deep into their options.
Master pool.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see if Nataraja will stay on the King Puff or will swap. Now that he has shown that deck and lost with it.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, right? With those mirror type matchups, even if you lose with it, that doesn't really mean your deck was weak. It can be very small misplays that decide those kind of matchups.
And as Tangelizer in the chat says, 3344 not only banned the Pebbles, but played them themselves, which is suggested somebody that really thinks that's a strong card. They want to use them, but also prevent their opponent from using them. So that's really nice to see. Good
Which
point,
might be really
Tangelizer.
dangerous for people to realize, because then perhaps in the next best of 5, can't use them.
Okay, here we
People
go.
realize that.
Game number
I'm seeing a
4.
Morelia.
Let the fight commence.
Nataraja went for Morelia.
All will despair and
Okay, so this is the deck we saw earlier, the Morelia with the Spirits, with the Shield Guard, with the Reconator.
Yeah.
How is Stormbringer going to deal with that? Let's find out. I see a Rock Rivals, and we spoke about earlier how something like a Blue Golem is going to be great against the Reconator.
Yeah.
But let's see. Of course,
this push. Oh, but it Squadron is gonna come in here.
this
100%.
is scary. Yeah. The first time you use a Rock Rivals, you give your opponent a statue.
Yeah, I mean, oof. This is dangerous. Are they spirits? Yeah, there are the spirits.
Where are they going? Not where they want. On the Marine.
No.
Okay, this is going to be a lot of face damage, though.
Yeah, and the Dragon
He's
Ball
ready
is still
with
in
a
hand.
Dragon Ball, yeah. This is huge face damage. He's going to clear it up.
Yeah. I mean, that just makes so much sense. Look at that.
Stormbringer, of course, going to struggle to deal with that on his own. Needs support. Still gets a lot of
This is
lot of
really dangerous
pressure.
because this already means that perk 3 can be lethal.
Yeah.
Getting that much early face damage. And I
Okay.
don't think 3-3-4 has any way of healing. So those
He does.
um,
Hold on, who's
What?
which side?
What's
Yeah,
it?
he does have a heal puff. Yeah.
Oh, he does. Interesting.
Yeah, he does have a heal puff, so he's got an opportunity here. It's not over. You know, when you use the
Oh,
Rock
yeah, there it
Rivals,
is.
you expect to be behind. The question is how far behind. But let's find out. The problem is he's got a blue golem at the top. Everything else is at the bottom.
Yeah, and Nataraja just thinks I'm gonna go for the kill. Look at
Cannon
that.
Roller's going to have a good time for a while here. Okay, Cannon Roller pops it. That's important.
Yeah.
Now, the interesting
That's
thing there is we saw the Reconator aggro on the building. So when a Reconator
He
goes
did
into...
not get the blood imps in time.
No, it's just a little bit scary. But the interesting
that I
thing there
just
is...
yelled over you.
Yeah, no, it's fine. When the Reconator goes into self-destruct, it will aggro on the closest building or taunted target. So
Yeah.
it didn't do the face damage that it could have done because it went for the pebble near the bridge.
And, ooh, Glance. Here we see the power of Squadron. He used Glance because he couldn't risk getting the Squadron on face. But here with Babel needs to defend, yeah. But
Dropping
still, like,
low
look at that
HP.
HP.
Yep.
Nataraja can basically just do Dragon Ball's face at this point.
Yeah, he's a
Doesn't
long
need
way
to play
ahead
the
on
game
XP,
anymore. Just
HP.
all he has, yep.
Just
XP doesn't
survive and
matter.
Dragon Ball.
All he has to do is survive in Dragon Ball, yeah.
And deny the heal puff.
Yeah, yeah.
So like
But
7
that's
things.
that's fairly easy, right?
Yeah. Okay, here
But
we
that
see
also
again.
means that the pebbles become sort of irrelevant. Because Nataraja doesn't have to do what Nataraja is doing right now.
Yeah.
Like, these pushes aren't actually necessary. It's fine to do it to win in that way, but you don't need them.
Yeah, here we see the blue golem's going to be great shutting this down. But he desperately needs to get this heal puff working.
Well, definitely. No, no, no.
It's-
Why would you... No, the dragon at bottom, not at top where the heal buff is?
Oh, the heal
Oh,
puff
the-
dies
okay,
though.
the
That's
assassin does get it.
frustrating. Wow.
Yeah.
That could have been very
But that was
important.
dangerous to not go for that one.
Yep. Okay, nice bruise.
Dragon.
Going to keep that alive. Get a good couple of hits on the dragon.
Which is important because this push is very dangerous otherwise. But yeah, now just play Dragon Ball. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't Dragon Ball the cannon roller there.
Yeah, it's getting a lot of damage out, but the dragon's still pretty healthy. Here comes in the Dragon
Yeah.
Ball straight onto face. Pebbles.
Yeah.
But the dragon, he didn't
dragon
aggro the
is on
dragon in
face.
time.
Yeah, over.
2-2.
That is 2-2.
And that game was really all about the first Rock Rivals use.
Yeah, that's the problem. Nataraja's deck is so good at supporting a big unit because
Yeah.
it's made for big units. That Rock Rivals really is just. It's not a deck you can play Rock Rivals against, I think. Especially if you don't have enough counters for big units.
Yeah.
And what were the real counters that he had? Like, sure, he had the blue golem, of course, and he had an what's it called, cannon roller. But what was the rest?
Not too much.
No, not enough.
But Nataraja did the right thing. As soon as he saw the Rock Rivals, he was straight in. He's like, I'm going to support this like it's my own unit. That statue, I need to get the value out of the statue. And he got so much value out of it.
Boy, did he. And that's also, once again, why I love Dragon Ball so much. It's just so good at punishing anything getting to face.
Wow. Okay, 2 games all. This one's going down to the wire in this best of 5.
Oh yeah. What do we get to see as the final masters? Oh, Milloween!
Okay.
It's on.
Was Milloween not bad?
Ready. Wait, no. Now I'm ready.
Nataraja banned by 3344. Nataraja bans Milo.
Nataraja. Ah, okay. Yeah,
So,
it's
yeah.
Nataraja that banned Milloween against 3344. Then everything is fine.
Okay, Milo against Apep. Demon Warrior Apep.
Oh,
Brothers
Demon Warrior
Milo.
against Clear Skies Milo. That means a Milo that is fine with going late game against a deck that's fine to go late game. That's going to be interesting.
Yeah. But we know that
And not a lot. I'm not
the
seeing a
Dem-
lot of Swarm against in Nataraja's deck, but there is YOLO, which is really good at tanking Demon Warrior.
Okay, nice bridge grab at the top from 3344.
This
to
push
deal
can
with
be
this.
dangerous already.
Yeah, of course. Demon Warrior, the deck, of course, is going to be weak
Does this
until
kill
we get
YOLO?
late game.
Oh, I
Nope.
didn't kill YOLO. Oh,
Blood
and
himself.
the Clear Skies.
Oh, this is going to be a lot of damage.
Yeah, this push is getting pretty insane already. Like, that brother has done so much work.
Yep, and he's still going. There is a heal puff available. Right, can Nataraja push?
He did.
Okay, Demon Warrior goes down. Heal puff's going to die.
Does it kill the heal puff? Oh yeah, that was pretty close still.
Right.
And
3-3.
Nataraja only has Arcane Missiles at perk 2. No other face hitting spells. And there is
Yep.
Clear Sky. So the HP of 3344 might not be too relevant.
Yep, as you say, he's going to have the Clear Skies that's going to heal everything. And we're going to have the perk 2 shield if he gets that far.
Yeah,
Um,
which it does look like. Like, they are pretty close to the perk 2.
He played that Golem a little early at the top, it looked like. Ooh,
Yeah,
oh, the Golem goes down to the Boomer.
And was that the perk 1 Boomer?
Let me check on the next cycle. Wow, okay. Right, this cycle went a lot better.
Yeah.
A lot
Could
better
also
for
be
3,
Slither
3, 4,
Bound
4.
perk 1 actually.
It's more likely
Oh,
to
and
be...
Slither Bound are so good against YOLO.
Yep, that poison ticking gets through that defense.
Yeah. Oh,
right,
what?
okay. Didn't get the bridge.
No, but what is that use of the totem?
Well, I would just... I'm not sure. Just cycling, maybe?
I mean, I would instantly Arcane Missile phase.
Nope.
Yeah, I would have done that phase, 100%. We know I'm aggressive. That
Right,
would have gone phase for me.
Demon Warrior, stack 4, needs
Yeah,
to
but
get stack
That's
6.
a lot of... Okay, the wall
Yeah.
building.
Again, Apep is single target, not very quickly attacking, but the wall, of course, does punish melee units. And those flying scrats are melee. But these brother pushes are fairly scary.
Yeah. Once again, I've said this multiple times, but I'm really surprised by the low amount of big unit counters in a lot of these decks.
Right. Next cycle is Demon Warrior. 3-3-4-4 just needs to hold on. Doesn't have the shield available though.
And is that still from that weird play he used earlier?
I think so.
That was such a weird use to
Maybe
me.
it was a misplay. He did play it
almost
like real
has to be,
deep down
right?
in the pocket. Okay, so still alive. Jolo can do a little bit of damage here. Right, Demon
what's
Warrior.
that? I'm so confused about these totems.
I don't know, but he may get punished. He may have just seen the Demon Warrior as
I
the
mean,
next card and like just
you
want to
have
get
to
it.
be. This has to be punished. If Nataraja doesn't punish that, then you don't deserve to win. You know?
Okay, Blast Monster's going to be great here. Pop.
Oh yeah.
Demon Warrior's
And
going to
Demon
start
Warrior
shredding.
just destroying that brother. And dealing with one brother isn't that difficult, especially if you have a pebble there as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Ooh, if they had killed that boomer, brother in time, so that the boomer had gone on the blood imps, that would have been amazing.
Demon Warrior on face.
Like, I'm so surprised that these arcane missiles are not going face.
Yeah, to at least force out the
I would have
shield.
thrown. Yeah, but he misuses the shield, so just throw frost feathers and arcane missiles on face. Like, threaten that just instant loss. I guess there is the heal buff, and perhaps I'm just too aggressive, but I guess the Demon Warrior, you can't really... Demon Warrior Apex, can you really go for the super late game? Can you win that?
It's very
I feel like
difficult
you
because
need to
the cycle is so fast. But
Yeah,
the heal
and
puff
you
now is
got
getting a lot of
so-
it. Oh, two Demon Warriors. I think this is too much. I think a Demon Warrior is going to be too strong here.
I think Nataraja should have been more aggressive with the huge advantage they got early. And didn't really use it.
Heal puff's been ticking away, nearly up to
Yeah.
1000 HP. Second
That's
heal puff
insane.
coming.
Did Nataraja give up? No, brothers, okay.
No, still going. Waiting for the brothers.
Yeah,
but-
there's the totem again. It blows my mind. I mean, I guess right now with the amount of healing they just want to cycle, I can understand it.
Yeah, but earlier in the game it was a bit weird.
Yeah, I think they risked losing if Nataraja went more aggressive.
Okay. There's the
Yeah,
heal.
now Nataraja realizes that Clear Skies is in their favor, because they need to stay alive. And
Yep.
they have a good chance at winning the XP game.
Okay, XP's very close now. But even in Mana Frenzy, even against
It's so
Mana Frenzy, the
dangerous
Demon
that-
Warrior can be so
Oh yeah,
oppressive.
and it's so dangerous for Nataraja that 3344 has enough power now to use the Blood Imps again. Like enough HP. That
Yeah,
really
he's back up to
speeds up that
2000
cycle.
HP.
Yeah, he's winning the HP. Ah, that's
He's got to be careful. Can't tank too much on his face. That's huge
No,
face
no,
damage.
this
That's game over.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it was not being aggressive enough against Demon Warrior APAP.
Yeah, he did so much damage early on, got him so low. And as you say, that may have been the opportunity that he had to win it.
I think the only reason that I feel so strongly about this is because 3344 was throwing away the totems. And he throws away the totem to Psycho Fast, and you have to punish him on that. If you don't punish him on wasting his perk 2 to not slow down his cycle, you know, then what are you doing? Like, you can't win that in that case.
Wow. Okay. There we have it. Nataraja has been eliminated by 3344. Winning with Morelia, KP, and at the end there, Demon Warrior APEP. And yeah, Demon Warrior as a strat kind of died for a few seasons with the very heavy Ruby pushes and stuff like that. But now it seems to be back.
I feel like Demon Warrior is a deck that always pops up every so often, out of nowhere. Whenever you have any way to last a while and it's not a super swarmy meta, or there is a way to deal with the swarm, Demon Warrior tends to just come out of the ground out of nowhere.
Yeah, you always see Demon Warrior with the backup of a Grenadier or a Blast Monster, so it can deal with swarm or heavy units, and it's just that combination is so difficult to deal with.
It's also almost always APAP, because APAP gets to still play the bridge game because of his perk 1.
Yep.
And he can tank some hits early to be able to, because of perk 2, to be able
some
to deal
serious hits early. We saw in that game.
Yeah.
Took so much damage early on.
Yeah, but that wasn't even because of his perk 2, because he didn't use his perk 2.
Okay. Maybe able to jump in another match. Let's find out what's going on. Sinobii says DeathShoott against Set is 2-0.
Wait.
Maybe I'm looking at the wrong part.
Yeah, no. I think you're looking.
Let's have a look. Right, so DeathShoott.
It looks like DeathShoott won against Set 3-0. And I'm not entirely sure.
Right, we're just trying to find out exactly what's going on elsewhere.
Fishy will figure it all out for us.
Okay, looks like DeathShoott has beaten Set by 3 games to 0. So we did try to join that, but it said DeathShoott was back in the menu, so we just missed the end of that. But DeathShoott winning that by 3 games to 0. Okay, so DeathShoott really one of the players to be reckoned with today, I think.
Oh yeah.
As always.
I mean,
really.
always. Yeah. Like, DeathShoott is one of those players that has been just at the top for a very long time and is always dangerous.
Okay, so right, so we just saw Nataraja bested by 3344. Thanks for everyone at home joining us today. This is GGtoor's Night's Duel number 12, presented by GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf. I'm joined by fdmfdm, as he's one of the developers working on Minion Masters. So if you've got any questions in the chat, feel free to direct them towards us. Right, so brackets. Maybe seeing something different, looking at the wrong page. It's normally the second part of the tournament. So we're trying out a different format this time, and it seems like the players are enjoying it, which is good.
At least we see Jackie having no idea what he talks about, as usual, you know.
Wow. Did you just get like way louder?
Did I?
I think so.
I shouldn't have. I hope I didn't yell just at everyone. But Jakia says Demon Warrior isn't very strong, but APAP is strong enough to carry it. Kappa.
Wow. Right, so be DeathShoott against Dragon. Let's just find.
Is that the next round?
I believe so. Okay, so we'll wait and see what the bans are going to be. So we haven't seen DeathShoott against Dragon yet.
Nope.
Right, friends list. Definitely have
Is
these guys.
Is Dragon offline?
Let me just check. Dragon. Yeah, I don't see a Dragon online yet.
That explains why I couldn't find it either.
Hey. So let's fix this on the screen for the score. Okay, so player 1 is going to be DeathShoott. And player 2 is going to be Dragon. Again, this is best of 5. Conquest rules, so you can't play the same master once you've won with them.
Any predictions on what you think they'll be banning?
Dragon tends to play Milloween or Morelia a lot, but we saw him play Valorian earlier, so it's... I think like whatever you ban, there's plenty of scope for him to have strong stuff left.
I mean, that's the problem with both DeathShoott and Dragon, right? They just have so much experience that they've basically gone through so many metas that they know all the masters quite well.
Yep.
And especially DeathShoott, I think we've seen play some really unusual decks in the ladder sometimes.
DeathShoot's one of these players that doesn't like to go with the meta, likes to play against the meta.
Yeah. And that makes banning so much harder. Tangelizer clearly missed the early matches because he says no Avea today.
Let's make sure we at Tangelizer. Yes, the people that weren't late saw the Avea matches.
Matches wasn't the only one.
Okay, match then.
I believe it was Nataraja playing it once.
Okay, so I'm just going to use the restroom pretty quickly. We're just waiting for the bans to come in from these guys, and then we can move on. Now, not sure how important the bans are here, because we know that the players are going to be able to play around whatever they have banned against them. But they may be deciding to ban things that are good against their decks rather than the other way around. Okay, right. Be right back. And if you see the bans, please go over them.
Oh yeah, that was to me. I was not prepared to just sit there and talk to people. Can you believe that a fish has to go to a toilet? It's already surrounded by water. Insert bad joke sound. Okay, so if I understand the plans for the next rounds correctly, we're gonna have Dragon versus DeathShoott, and so far Dragon has only won. He's 5-0 in the rounds, and DeathShoott is 4-1, meaning that if Dragon wins, Dragon is in the finals, and DeathShoott is out. If DeathShoott wins, Dragon will be on 5-1 and DeathShoott will be on 5-1, meaning they'll both still be in the tournament. And 3-3-4-1, 3-3-4-1, 3-3-4-4 is also still in the tournament. So if DeathShoott loses, the final will be Dragon versus 3-3-4-4, and if DeathShoott wins, we'll have another round to decide who is in the finals, I think. I'm not sure why I said this while the person that could confirm or deny this isn't here, but we'll see if I understood shit or not.
Okay, right. Oh, message from DeathShoott. Yes, we are watching. Awaiting the bans. Right. Nat in the chat says, why is the conquest rules? Don't get confused between conquest rules and guild conquest. They're not the same thing. Conquest rules, I think conquest is kind of just a general concept of the rules that are used in many different games.
Also, Nat just asked where Saga went. Saga is here. But Saga does not like being picked up like that. She's a sweet kitty though. I also just went over the things. Let's see if I understood it correctly, Fishy. About what happens when people win. Because if I understood correctly, if Dragon wins, the finals will be Dragon versus 3-3-4-4. And if DeathShoott wins, there will be another round to figure out who's in the finals.
Yeah, I believe that is correct.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah, this should be a good game. DeathShoott against Dragon. We're just waiting for the ban information, so apologies for the information that we haven't got yet. But as soon as we got it, we'll share it with you. Again, just to remind you that FDM is one of the developers working on the game, so if you do have any questions, feel free to ask, and we shall see if we can answer. Yeah, once we have the bans, we'll jump into the game. It's going to be best of 5. And yeah, so we were saying about the conquest rules. Yeah, don't be confused by guild conquest. It's a different thing. The conquest rules generally are where you're restricted to not. I think it's generally you're restricted where you can't play the same things over and over again. I don't know if there's like a specific definition of conquest rules. I don't know where that phrase comes from. But that's how we use it. Just stops somebody being able to just throttle through the tournament with just one specific deck and master combo and
isn't there this is always an interesting topic for discussion in general with those systems, because there is the thing when you play 3 times a very similar deck, right? So 3 times a Demon Warrior deck, for example, with different masters.
Yeah.
Let's imagine that actually worked with Demon Warrior. Then people have to have 3 different decks to actually counter that one playstyle.
Yep.
Is the thought behind it that the bans will prevent a person from doing that the entire tournament? Or is there other thoughts about how to deal with that stuff?
I think there have been scenarios in the past where people have just used the same deck with different masters, with differing levels of success. I think generally, I don't think there's that many decks that are strong enough to just be carried by different masters.
Makes sense.
So it's not something that we've really had too much of an issue with. I think some of the other tournaments, I'm sure that there's some examples of that happening before, where you've got decks that are kind of master irrelevant. It doesn't feel like that's something we could, like that. For example, that Demon Warrior deck, you could play that with APEP, for example. Sorry, the APEP deck, you could play that with Diona. it could still work, but it won't be as strong, I shouldn't think.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. It's also usually when a deck is not master specific, it gets played so much that we quickly take a hit on it.
Yeah,
We deal with it because it's generally not good when a deck is good with all masters. It generally means it's just overpowered.
Yeah. That's good to see. So yeah, that's not something we really struggle with at all. Nat wants pictures of your cats. Okay, we've got some bans. DeathShoott has banned Wrecked, Whirly Scrap, Grenadier. So Wrecked, strong meta master, Whirly Scrap, strong meta card. Same with Grenadier. And Apep has banned Apep, and additionally also Whirly and Grenadier. So some very meta bans.
Oh, I was not paying attention.
No problem.
I was talking in the chat.
No worries. Both players have banned Whirly Scrat and Grenadier. DeathShoott has banned Wrecked. Dragon has banned Apep.
I mean, it fully makes sense, all of these bans. Really interested to see Whirly and Grenadier banned by both. I mean, both cards are on our radar, and we know they're really strong. But we feel like nerfing them is not the right situation right now. Not it's something we can do, because that would just make any swarm too strong, right?
Yeah, that's the problem.
But
the offshoot of
it is a
nerfing
little
something
bit
is basically the offshoot of nerfing something is effectively buffing everything else that it's good against.
Definitely. But it is a little bit worrisome to see like both players ban the same two cards, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we've seen both Whirly and Grenadier banned before today. So that is something that we are not overly fond of course.
So we know Dragon likes to play in a cursed deck. And he's banned Whirly Scrap. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense that you would ban these two cards if you play a cursed, because skeletons just get destroyed by both, right?
Yeah. So it's a meta ban, but also maybe a ban against the stuff that's going to be good against their deck. But let's find out. Normally what you want to do is ban cards that are not easily replaced. If you're banning a card that has another card that's 90% the same, they're just going to switch it out. Whereas Whirly Scrat and Grenadier, you can't quite easily replace those with like for like.
Definitely. They're like the two main swarm counters, right? Of the cheap ones.
Yeah.
And perhaps the solution is to create a bit more of them, so that there is a little bit more variety. Because now that I think about it, there is not too much variety I can think of. Have we figured out who's spectating who, by the way?
I'm spectating DeathShoott. You can go for Dragon.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so this is our 6th round. Depending on the result of this, will depend on where we go next. But before we get there, we've got to go here. So we've got the bands, we've got the players, we're just waiting for them to be ready. So sorry for a little bit of downtime there. Hopefully we've filled it with some interesting chit-chat. Again, if you've got any questions, throw them at us. We've had some subs today, so thanks so much for those subs. The Silence, thanks for your sub. And Figu, also thanks for your Prime. And of course, thanks for everyone being here. Hopefully you're enjoying the events. And be sure to check out the upcoming events, get involved in them. Remember, these events are available, accessible for all ability levels, and you can be part of them and support the events just by joining. Right, here we go. We're loading into our first game. It's DeathShoott 1E
Ooh, Mordor!
As Diona and Mordor
Sorry.
as... No. That's, I think
I was
that's
really
the
not expecting a Mordor.
That's the
And
correct
it's a
response.
cheap Mordor.
Yep, so
It's
I've
a
been...
low-cost Mordor. Woo, with rock rifles.
Have a look. I've been playing a fairly cheap sniper Mordor on the ladder the last day or so.
Yeah.
And
Oh, there's the Colossus. So it's going to be rock rifles and Colossus. Those
Yeah.
are going to be the main resses.
this is not that.
With some
okay.
great anti-air support. Very strange crossbow dude set up by DeathShoott. He was not ready for the... I mean, this is nice to have the curse power already ready to do the curse, but the pebble's actually really messing that curse power up.
Nice use of the trap as well. I think people underestimate the power of the Diona trap. That thing could do 800 damage if it's left unattended. So
And that
thing...
curse barrier is actually doing a lot of face damage. Because Mordor, of course, horrible at defending himself. Oh,
Arcane Barrage.
Barrage.
I didn't see it, but I heard it while
Talk-
I was writing something down.
Talking about cards that we were talking about. It'll be
Yes.
very interesting to see if DeathShoott can have the cycle and the longevity, I guess, to really get that card to run.
So we know that Mordor is going to be
Ooh, that
slow.
spirit is also nice.
Early days, but yeah, the spirit on the big units, that's 400 extra HP there for that Colossus. Of course, the Curse Bearer is going to do a great job.
Bring the trap.
And the Taunt Trap, very nice Taunt Trap, making the
Yeah.
Colossus turn around completely, and the Pebbles will really shred through that HP.
Yeah, got to be very careful with the way you position. I don't know what the actual size of the Colossus swing is, but it does feel like it's almost the entirety of his.
Nobody knows.
It's like a 360 degree.
I mean, this is seriously dangerous for Dragon, actually.
Yeah.
Just look at the XP difference already.
Go get it, boy.
And with those traps, it will be so easy to deal with the big units of Mordor. And that Arcane Barrage winning the trade at the bottom is actually quite big.
Okay, no Shock Rock
I-
or Stun available to shut down the Tombstones, which is a little bit frustrating for DeathShoott.
That Colossus is actually taking a decently large amount of
Oh!
HP. Oh, that res!
The
Oh, that
res.
is so painful.
Yep, we got a bad res, and that's what the way you can play against Mordor is you've got to identify the opportunities to give them a bad res. They did not want to res the Crystal Archer.
Yeah,
that's
that's extremely painful.
So DeathShoott did a great job to see
Also-
that opportunity.
Dragon is flooding. Did Dragon give up?
Maybe. Not sure what's
Like,
going on.
he's not playing anything.
Yep, looks like he did.
It's either some kind of disconnect or something, or he gave up.
Bring the trap.
That's, I mean,
DeathShoot's going to do the only
understandable
thing he
considering the
can do.
situation.
Yeah, I mean,
Ooh, fishy GG, everyone get the nice GG emotes.
okay, we'll
A
find
little
out
bit
exactly
annoyed
what
that Mordor
happens.
is so good at defending against this.
Mordor
Like, despite
stomping.
Mordor being a bad defender, he is a good defender if you allow him to charge up against Sword.
Yeah. I don't even know if the flyby can get in.
Oh, that would actually be interesting. Dragon, could you not have done this a little bit faster?
Okay. Well, we're not entirely sure what happened there, but that res denial
Yeah,
and
I,
when
I
you're
think Dragon just gave up after that. I think he just went like, okay, it's over.
when you have those heavy Mordor decks, every time you miss a res through whatever
So
reason,
painful.
it's so detrimental.
I think Mordor is kind of weak at the moment, in all honesty. We can also see that in the stats. He has low win rates. You don't see him too often. And he is just super sensitive to any lost res indeed.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure how we want to solve with it. And if people have good suggestions, we're always open for them.
Yeah, for sure. I do like
But
the
that's
change
why
you
I'm
made.
also surprised.
I was going to say, I do like
Where you go?
the change you made to the Tombstone where it's only stunned for the stunned period and it doesn't have to recharge, which makes it
Yeah.
far more difficult to deny those reses.
Yeah, you can see if you look at the recent patch, we've been trying a lot with Mordor. Like, he's been getting a lot of small changes where we're trying to make him less binary. Because the problem that Mordor always has had is especially basically what you saw here again, but he had it even more, where getting the rest would either be complete victory or loss, right?
Yeah.
Which is also why we moved his perks around and stuff like that, to see if we could change that stuff, and where we made it more of a gradient rather than a binary thing. And I would say we definitely still aren't there yet, and I'm not sure how to get there. It's a little bit of a problem with the big reses, but
Yeah.
we don't want to remove the flavor of it just always spawning a skeleton or something. That sounds boring, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's
It's a tricky one because you've got to kind
Yeah.
of keep the essence of the way that it works.
Yeah. that's definitely the hope. And we actually, it's happens to be right live right now, and I'm just seeing it again, and that rest on the Crystal Archer, so painful. Such good pebbles used there to actually get that elf out first, because that's really the thing you need to focus on when you play against the Mordor, right? Focusing on ruining that rest in any way possible.
Yeah.
Would you say it's a mistake to have that to give your opponent that possibility there, or do you think he didn't really have an option?
I think it's kind of inevitable that you need to have units out to support your big units, but you're kind of relying on your opponent as to whether they can identify or get an opportunity to shut that res down, and a player of DeathShoott's character, he's always going to take that.
Definitely, but I know that in the past we've seen it a lot where in such cases spells were used more as support. Do you think spells got a little bit too expensive to do that, or do you think that is a possibility to improve the deck perhaps? Because I don't think it had any spells. It had a building, Ghost Turret, which is of course a great card with big units, right? Get that spirit. But perhaps having a little bit more spells as support rather than big units could help you get those reses a bit more consistently.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. There's too many opportunities there for your opponent to ruin it, whether they've got a spell, whether they've got, there's once the push has got close to you, you can get onto the back line and just kill an archer or something like that. So I think that's a fair point, that the spell support could be better, or just heavier support. So at least if you do get a different res, it's not an awful res. But I think that's just, as we've seen with Mordor, it's all or nothing really.
And now we're seeing Setsu. So instead of RTKT from DeathShoott, we're gonna get a Setsu. Meaning that I expect this to be fairly aggressive, but perhaps only at perk 3.
This could
versus APAP, which is always tough as Setsu.
Yeah, this... Have a look what he's got. Okay, so he's got the Impetus Blast again.
Ooh,
so we've got Dragon Plane. Yeah, he's got a beam, which is probably going to be very little use.
Against Setsu, probably, yeah. Not a lot of big units.
Let's
That's
see what
quite
he's got.
painful. Same with Curse Barrel. Curse Barrel is not going to get great value either.
Okay, some decent damage. That Azog is, I think it's like 50 DPS, so it's
and
decent.
Setsu being ahead in XP right now, probably taking that top bridge.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, Cage Prowler. Flyby coming in on the Cage Prowler.
Flyby kills it. I mean, deck-wise, I would say that this is heavily in DeathShoott's favor. There are multiple cards in Dragon's deck that just aren't great.
One of the crossbow dudes survives at the bottom to take the bridge. Prowler shut down.
Yeah.
You only have to deny one of the Frost Feathers to stop that from spawning, but he wasn't able to do so.
Not too many great anti-air against Xinglong. There is the Boom Buggy, right? There is the Stint and there is the Lone Ranger. But none of those really amazing against the Stint. Against the Xinglong. Oh!
We pushed it onto the bridge.
Yeah, and with the stun. That was the interesting part.
Yeah, he pushed it.
Wanted to get that stun off.
Yeah, pushed it underneath the Jinlong. Interesting. Good. Yeah, very well played. Okay. 2 minutes in. DeathShoott in a decent position.
Yeah, ahead HP, a little bit ahead XP wise. A little bit of under pressure right now, especially with the beam also being ready to counter something. But I'm Bridge Buddies, yeah.
Setsu not great at dealing with these skellies.
No, but Bridge Buddies always so good on any spell-based master. Oh, where's that jump?
Down the bottom. Boom. Okay, takes the bridge and tanks a little bit. Those skellies still on the bridge at the face at the top, so that's a lot of face damage coming out.
Yeah. And
Impetus Blast coming underneath. Boom.
Oh,
lovely.
So well played. This is a great example of just that point where Xinglong gets its value from the skill of the player, right? Because that Xinglong would have done nothing without the Impetus Blast.
Good to see that being used, especially at the top level as well, just showing that maybe it is something. But again, he is playing it with the Shock Rock, so it's not one or the other. He's got the benefits of both.
Yeah, but perhaps it is good enough. And DeathShoott is also definitely one of those plays that can actually pull it off. It would be interesting to see if we could see someone else play it, if they can get the same value, right?
Right,
okay,
what do we have here? No perk 3 yet. Could be very important what Dragon gets from his perk 3.
There we see another Impetus Blast, a less good one, I'd say. That Impetus Blast did basically nothing. That's the other side of it, right? Like for every amazing play,
he's going to try and shut down the Prowler with the jump. He's still doing it though, but it's not aggroed on it. I'm not sure if he did enough. Flyby's going to come in and probably finish it.
If the boom buggy doesn't fuck it up.
Uh-oh. Okay, that's
Okay.
enough.
That was a lot of investment though.
Yep. Right, perk 3 is very close for both players. We've got to keep an eye out to see what perk 3 APEP gets.
I'm really surprised by that totem. Is this gonna be face?
Nope.
Nope.
Down the bottom.
I was wondering it because the totem was gone, and then you have the chance of getting perk 3 as you are there, and then using spells.
Okay,
Kinda
guys, just
surprised that didn't
before...
happen.
Yep, okay. Nice jump with
Nice
Azog.
jump.
Okay, War
Is he gonna-
Dancers.
That
The shock rock's
rock,
not really doing
I
anything
don't
there.
understand it.
Yeah, the shield was out, so it didn't really do anything. Right.
Yeah, and
Deadshot's taking some decent face damage. Right, here we go. This is it. How does Dragon deal with this?
Yep.
Does he just beam this? He just goes, I need to deal
Oh,
with it?
nice impetus blast. Did you see that? That
Yep,
was
gets-
very well played.
Keeps the Setsu
Does he
alive.
have-
There's...
Okay.
Okay, Totem not available yet.
Now he
It's
needs to
available
defend
now.
though. He needs to defend.
Yeah, this is how we
Because
tend to
there is
see.
beam,
Back and
remember?
forth.
Beam on Asset, yeah. No counter, boom buggy. Oh, this might be the end.
Setsu desperately trying to defend.
Really
If-
nice ending of this match. because
Yeah,
this
if
is the-
DeathShoott holds on, he can go and win at the other side, but doesn't quite get it.
That
Dragon
was
fights back.
So nice. So nice.
Wow.
Really
And it-
shows that using those spells offensively as DeathShoott did, which wasn't a mistake I think, but just interest, that does leave you open for being attacked like this. Because you use all your mana offensively and you don't have a lot of defensive cards.
Yeah. Again, we saw Dragon with the beam. He just held the beam the whole game and then identified, this is where I need to go in. And he had to win at that opportunity. If he didn't close the game out there, Setsu would have jumped the other side and probably won. I know there was EPEP shield totem, but dealing with a Setsu like that with all those spells is going to be very tricky.
yeah.
So, very well played by Dragon.
I mean, I would say very well played by both. I mean, there were two spell uses of DeathShoott that were a little bit questionable, where he used Impetus Blast that did nothing. Which might just be the difference, right? Those small changes.
Yeah, good use of the Impetus Blast with the Jinlong, pushing things underneath it, getting the stun, and yeah, just the combination of those spells really working very well there. Okay, so 1 game all. So DeathShoott won with Diona, so that's off the opportunities. Dragon has won with APEP, so that can no longer be played by him. Memfisto in the chat says, regarding Mordar, give him 2 separate tombstones. One that gives you an Undying Skeleton or similar on any unit res, so that you can actually run multi-units and not be afraid of random reses, and one like it is now. You get the lesser one at perk 1, and the current at perk 2. Make perk 3 give extra skellies or something on perk 1 tombstone, or Spirit of Frenzy on perk 2 tombstone. Bring his tombstones back early without making him so oppressive, without constant boss units being rezzed.
I mean, definitely a possibility, something that we can try out.
I mean, that's a good idea because it still maintains the flavour of Mordar. Okay, good job.
Thanks for tuning in.
Now we're gonna get a Milloween versus an R3KT.
Here on Minion Masters.
Every time I see a master that's banned, I'm confused, but it's always the one that banned it that got it. That plays
Yep.
it.
Okay.
And that's interesting, right? Because we just saw DeathShoott on Setsu, and now we see a similarly aggressive master. Is this the Reckinator deck?
Haven't seen it yet.
Oh, Arcane
so that
Barrage
does-
to counter the...
That does
Does that do
100. That does 150 damage right at the first
oh,
cycle.
the
So
cost-
yeah,
I'm not sure, but the Cosmodude would definitely make it enough.
yeah, okay. That's going to be frustrating. But of course, as we mentioned earlier, the Arcane Barrage does have a huge area of effect, so it may become difficult to get it on the unit of choice. But, okay, so we got a Brother of the Burning Fist. Looks like an Empyrean flavoured deck.
The taunt doesn't work against that.
So you will have a Smite. Smite, of course, and the Brother of the Burning Fist did get nerfed recently with their Holy Fire. Only does 75 damage in healing as opposed to 100 as it
Which
used
has
to.
it has some really interesting things, because I think that Brother of the Burning Fist now actually hits 2 skeletons, rather than 1 and have all the others die by the fire.
Okay.
Because the fire doesn't deal damage as fast anymore. It's the same duration, less damage. But
Okay,
takes slightly longer to kill dragons.
so he's going to really struggle to get that Prowler up.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna see that Prowler. Because Arcane Barrage is just gonna deal with it every single time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we have Pebbles.
Does he keep spawning it, you think? And just forcing the barrage to be on it every time?
I think so, because his deck is not flexible enough to have that card in the hand with Smite in
Needs
there
to kill
as well.
this Flamer! Oh, he gets a hit off, but it's not going to hit everything. Okay.
No, but it did hit enough, I think.
Right, level on XP.
It's once again really close.
Yeah, but I think the Masters, Milloween's going to have the much better perk 3 compared to
Maybe,
Rex.
but once the one punch blast can also really fuck up the golem. And there is not that great tanking. There is the brother. The scary thing is that the barrage is gonna get better and better, right? And at some point it might be like, okay, I'll take the Prowler and just use the barrage and other things.
Yeah. I mean, you get to the point with the barrage in the late game where it's like, what am I going to kill? Yes. Kills everything.
Ooh, a beam would have been so amazing at top right now. Ooh, those pebbles.
Utilizing the pebbles, they're long range, keeps them away from these melee units. Big smite. Okay, DeathShoot's going to take some face damage here. The pebbles, will the pebbles
not
reach?
that much.
One
like,
of them does. Yeah, so those pebbles are actually doing good damage to
Oh
clear
yeah, they
everything
did
up.
a lot. And if he has, oh, he doesn't have perk 3 yet. I was about to say if he just has one punch blast, that already does like the same amount of damage as that boost did.
Okay, single pebble use, but
Yeah,
again we
but
can see
it's
the
already
range on
getting
it.
so much value.
Smite keeps the brother alive. Okay, this push is still going. DeathShoott looks like he's just behind, but there we see the barrage. Shreds almost everything.
And XP is still so close to each other.
Right, perk 3 keeping that golem alive.
Yeah, but now 2 golems on the field at the same time starts to get a little bit scary.
Do you think there should be a restriction, like make the golems mythic or something, so you can't have multiple golems?
No, like the thing is, if you get to the point where that happens, you should probably be losing anyways. Like here, it really wouldn't have changed, right? The other one was dying anyways.
This is difficult
I
to
think there are-
defend. Oh, that Prowler! Deathshoot's already taken a lot of face damage. Can't deal with too much more. Barrage on face.
Smite is ready.
Yeah, this is it. Dragon's going to take this. There's no way DeathShoott can stop this. Or is there? The Holy Fire makes it so difficult. No.
Yeah, it is. Well played, well played.
Dragon takes that. 2 games to 1 up now. Milloween has come and gone though. Can't play it again. Memfisto says, FDM, why does Mark force Flyby to retarget but Taunt doesn't?
Yeah, basically no idea. Probably a bug.
Which way should it work then?
Ask the designers. Like personally, I kind of like the idea of Taunt / Mark both working to distract the Flyby, because the whole idea of Flyby is that it's a spell that can be countered by gameplay, right?
Yeah.
So in that case, Mark should also work, I guess. And Taunt should work, but we actually have a designer, you know, that's not the programmer, so I'll ask him.
Okay. Thanks for your question, Memfisto. Maybe we'll see that change at some point. But yeah, so because for all intents and purposes, it's 2-1 to Dragon.
Oh, it's 2-1?
Yeah.
Wait, what? Really?
Yeah, he won with his APEP and his Milloween. Yeah, so for all intents and purposes, when the Flyby units come in, they're treated as units. They could be resable via Mordor, they could be whatever done with them. So they should interact with, as units are interacted. Yeah, I think we spoke earlier, Memfisto, about the Voidborn wound with Azog, so that's something that's been identified now and fixed. Indicators for activation on the Tantrum Throws. I think the Tantrum Throws, I'm not sure if he's talking about what I'm thinking about, but I think they show that they have a spear even if they're not activated. I think that may be what he's talking about. Not entirely sure.
Yeah, I mean those kind of bugs. I mean, we are continuously working on them. You will see some of those fixed. But every patch also needs more than just that.
Okay.
Whether or not at some point we can have a single patch that is just those bug fixes, maybe, maybe not. Don't know.
It is on the list of things to be fixed. It's just a case of what the priorities are. Okay, Muffin says, can we get the performance of the discontinued remastered in the current game version?
Oh, actually, sorry we'll get back to that. I actually think that Tangelize's point is really strong about the match. What happened at some point was that Barrage was used, and that not on the Cage Prowler, allowing the Cage Prowler to actually attack.
Yep.
And that actually got to phase and did massive damage to DeathShoott. That was that one Prowler. So perhaps the Barrage not being used on the Cage Prowler was a mistake.
Yeah, because you get to the point where the barrage is doing so much damage that you're wasting a lot of it on the Prowler, but
yeah, but
it
perhaps
still may be worth it.
If you don't have good ways to deal with it otherwise, it's kind of an interesting thing to look back on later. To get back on the performance thing, we are working on moving some of those things over. We can't really move all of them over. A combination of some of the things were just not ready or not good enough to actually do, and some of them just take time for us to do, because it's not as easy as just say you have already done it, just move it over, because a lot of it was based on large-scale reworks of the entire game. So we will not get the entire thing over, but we'll work on it over time to get more and more in.
Yeah, so as we spoke about earlier, there's definitely improved performance with the new version of Unity, and you mentioned about the memory leak that was identified and fixed. So that's that's maybe a step in the right direction, and there's more steps to be taken.
Definitely.
Also, Copter says regarding the rammers, are rammers fine on their data? I think reducing them to 1 would be nice.
Funnily enough, that the stats actually say that 2 rammers is worse than 1 rammer to play.
Wow.
So people, you're just hurting yourself.
Just throw them
Stop
in
being
for
a
the sake of it.
masochist and play a single rammer.
I think rammers, those kind of decks are the decks that they work against certain things and they just get hard countered against other things.
What we see a lot with the rammer decks is some people really enjoy that playstyle, and some people really hate playing that playstyle. And it depends on what you play, how easily to counter it is. The decks that I play tend to not have too much issue with it, because I'll just cleaver it, or I'll brother it, and they get more damage by my counter push than they do in their push, stuff like that, right? But if you play a deck that is more based around late game, it might be difficult to keep the rammers away and deal damage to the enemy's face. Like, I have my spells, right? That helps, stuff like that. But just removing the rammers is not something I'm too much of a fan of. Even the double rammers, right? Because that deeper into the aggro style versus deeper into control style, right? Then if we do that, we really need to find a way to remove the deeper into control style either as well. And I'm not entirely sure if that's something people would want.
Yeah, I think the thing with
removes variety as well, right?
The thing with the rammer that kind of exacerbates it a bit is you've got the rammer, you've got the Brutish Betrayer, and now you've got the rammer that you can get from the Goric Brutes as well. So it does feel like sometimes there's rammers everywhere, but it is nice to, when you come up against those, to beat them.
Yeah, and whether or not you beat them depends heavily on your deck. It's definitely a little bit of a rock paper scissors effect, which makes sense that people dislike when they lose against that, right? And when you win, it's like, okay, done. But yeah, it's not as easy as just removing it, because every time we remove decks, we get messages of people that like playing those decks, right?
Yep.
So it goes 2 ways, and that's annoying.
Can't keep everyone happy.
Nope.
Who in the Betadwarf staff has the highest elo?
Probably me.
Easy. Okay. Who are your all-time top 5 Minion Masters players?
Me, myself, fdmfdm, and the Dutch dev.
Wow. Nice dodge. Will we ever
Why
see
do you think I've got something resembling a goatee? It's because I'm the goat.
the goat? Okay. We've got another question about Mode Builder, in which we have custom matches with an older patch. But
That is like all the patch stuff is basically definitely not going to happen.
Let's duel.
It's just
Hey,
too much work,
Millie
simply put,
here.
for a very little gain.
okay, here we go. Game number 4. Dragon is 2 games to 1 up.
Now we see another Miluin against a Morelia.
Okay, again, not an Accursed Morelia. So, I spoke about Dragon in his
Yeah,
Accursed Morelia, but
yeah,
he's refusing to play it.
I think that our cursed Morelia is not too great in 1v1. I think that's heavily a 2v2 thing. Oh, here we see the interesting thing of Scott with to counter it. But, that
Impetus
was
Blast
a nice
again.
impetus blast. We really see DeathShoott loving that card, and I'm
Yeah.
loving the fact that he loves that card.
Again, another high skill expression card. Right, this
Yeah.
Golem doing great work. If you've used Rock Rivals,
Cursed also did good.
yeah, if you've used your Rock Rivals and you've destroyed the statue and everything else, then you're going to be quite
And the
happy with
Scott,
that.
right? Like there
Yep.
was a Scott in there as well. That was a good dealing with counter push. In fact, XP is actually equal with both bridges for DeathShoott. Okay, now one. Which indicates that DeathShoott might actually be ahead right now. With Rock Rivals.
Okay, here comes the Scotty. Just
Scotty,
chopping
of
through
course,
those skellies.
amazing against skellies.
Yep.
To be fair, his axes are
touch
like the
this.
size of a skeleton, so...
Right, flyby coming in. It's going
Ooh.
to not do that much. It's going to slow, do some damage.
The boom buggy is pretty annoying. Also, where did those missiles go?
Not entirely sure.
Well, I mean, they went on the flyby, but...
Right,
Dragon
healing.
already decided to heal.
Hmm.
Somewhat surprising to me.
Yeah, it's not much damage, and he doesn't need the HP.
Yeah, I don't feel like
could
this deck
be-
of DeathShoott is that aggressive. It feels more like if he gets to face, you're gonna die by a golem on your head. But I
Yep.
might be wrong. We'll see.
Right. We see Scotty. Stun. Shock Rock's going to slow it down a little bit, but not too long.
No.
Comes out swinging. Deadshot with
Yeah,
a
I'm a little bit
small
worried
XP
for
lead.
DeathShoott because those golems are not gonna do a lot against Curse Bearer Boom Buggy. And there is a beam ready for Dragon. So
Yeah,
I'm having somewhat trouble seeing how DeathShoott is gonna win this.
Yeah, we know Dragon's going to hold onto that beam and then just as soon
And
as
look
there's a
at
good
this.
opportunity.
Here, personally, I would have beamed the golem. I'm an aggressive player. I love that. Lots of skellies on face. I'll kill the golem.
Nice kill at the top. Deadshot holds the bridge, forces out the response, but the response was going to come anyway. Right, here comes the Scotty.
Oh,
Here
there
comes the
we have a
beam.
Great
Massive beam. Looked like it wasn't going to hit the golem at the back, but it did. But that's
And
the
Boom Buggy
situation
will
where...
get- Ooh. Oh,
Massive
killing the
volume.
swarmers as well.
Okay. Dragon, pretty comfortable at the moment. Got the bridges, got a push going. Deadshot knows there's a beam on the field now, so that makes it difficult for him to support his blue golem because he doesn't want anything that can get beamed with it.
We also see that Dragon is using skeletons now. Probably because DeathShoott is not too great at dealing with the skeletons, and he is so high in HP still.
But we're going to get an impetus blast here. No.
No? No, just going for swarming it. Makes sense.
Right.
A little bit sad to use Scotty and oh,
Impetus blast to force the Scotty
we
down
get
to the
the
bottom
top
lane, but
yeah, I don't think that's worth it.
no, the problem is that Dragon's got so many split bridge grab units. Oh, he split it, but the golem's going to survive. That's important,
Yeah,
but
he really tried it. He tried it. He did his best.
can that golem... He doesn't want to lose that golem to some little
Yeah, but
skeletons,
that
though.
golem is still gonna die.
Oh, I feel like he could have
Too much
saved
stuff
it.
there.
Oh.
Interesting. Dragon is already at perk 3 now.
Yep.
I wonder if he's gonna keep the dragon to use against the enemy's push with the blue golem and a arcane golem. Yeah, we have the arcane golem. Oh,
See here,
he splits it.
He
I
splits them
think
because he's so.
knows about it, the potential of the dragon just wrecking both of them.
Yeah, and
the
he's
beam.
also scared of the beam. Yeah. Okay. Oh, he needs to get through that wall. Okay, nicely done. Right.
Is
Dragon
he gonna
still
throw
has
the
the
dragon at
dragon.
bottom right now? I'm really surprised that the dragon. Oh, he just made the dragon and beam cheaper.
Yep. Spell reduction. Dragon comes
Nice
in.
little use of that. Is he gonna beam that golem? That golem is gonna walk away from face. He's not gonna beam it. Is he gonna use boom buggy behind this?
Hey, dragon. DeathShoot's going to spin
Oh,
the dragon
Scott.
around, but Scotty's going to come out and be a problem soon. And you know, in this situation, you want to put the blue golem in, but he knows if he does that, it's going to get beamed.
Did you see that?
Tell me.
DeathShoott used a blast on nothing basically.
Yeah, it
that's
didn't
such
really
a
move
waste
much
of mana.
around.
No,
Okay.
oh, that's a beam. That's a beam. Yeah. Okay, this game's over. Oh, he
XP
did
still
stop that
close,
with-
but... Okay, dragon's still alive. Just needs to
Oh.
finish the dragon off and then he can
I'm
maybe...
I'm actually surprised that XP is equal. I thought Dragon was more ahead.
Yeah, but he's
Ooh,
getting
that's-
further
oh,
ahead though.
the
That's
spirit
Scotty
won't
with
go
the
to
spirit.
dragon.
No, but it's on the Scotty, which is still going to
Oh, yeah,
require
who got
dealing
to
with.
face? Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay. Right, dragon's still alive. The dragon stayed alive
Yeah.
on 3 HP for far too long for DeathShoot's liking. Right, can he come back? Dragon
He
just needs to get to Mana
double
Frenzy.
the amount of XP. Oh, good impetus blast there.
Nicely done.
Dealing with the boom buggy. Dragon really needs to just go for one bridge and just control it. Blue golem probably coming out for DeathShoott and bottom.
Yep, Stint grabs
Yeah,
the
there
top
it is.
bridge. That's annoying. The DeathShoott.
Oh, but Stint grabs top bridge. That's annoying for Dragon. Yeah, Dragon is gonna get to Mana Frenzy first, and how is DeathShoott gonna deal with that?
Not
I
sure.
don't
He
see
doesn't,
how.
he doesn't have any good horde clear.
Also, very interestingly, Scotty came from a future card.
Oh,
That is such a great game. Honestly, Scott might be MVP of this match.
maybe. DeathShoott wants to protect his golem, but he knows he needs to push on the bridges as well.
Yeah, but you can't win against this. You can't.
The golem's still alive for a little bit, but this is going to be too much.
Yeah,
Dragon's got the bridges,
because
he's got the
beam is
units.
ready.
The
Like,
beam
he
is ready.
just- Oh yeah, fair.
GG. Beams his own units because he knows it doesn't do self-damage and it's covering them from anything being spawned on them. Okay.
Yeah.
Dragon takes
Well
that
played,
by 3
well
games to
played.
1.
The Dragon just not being dealt with quite efficiently enough. Kind of surprising from a player as good as DeathShoott.
Yeah,
Dragon?
With-
No,
with-
DeathShoott. Yeah, DeathShoott.
we're seeing the beam quite a lot today.
Yeah. I mean, Beam is just great, especially because I've been hammering on people not having big unit counters, right? But having the Beam really solves that.
But as we've seen, it's important to hold it and use it when appropriate, just not overuse it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm probably a little bit too aggressive when I have Beam, to be honest. I mean, how often have I beamed crossbow dudes next to your face?
Don't.
It did
talk
more
to
face damage back then.
It did, yeah, that's for sure. But yeah. Memfisto in the chat says, another thing that could buff Mordor a bit and fix Ratbo's weird current state, make their attack speed decelerate instead of resetting.
Yeah, that is actually something that we have discussed, and I don't think we're necessarily against it. We just haven't found the time to do it and see if we want to keep it.
Okay, good job, Memfisto. Good idea. That is on.
A stun would, of course, reset it. Still.
Okay. Stun would
I
reset
think
it.
that's obvious. Because it's basically mostly for the visual appeal, right?
Yeah.
Honestly. Was that,
Okay.
that blue...
So, Dragon has beaten DeathShoott, so let's have a look and see on the brackets.
Wait. Doesn't that make it 3-1?
Yeah.
That means that DeathShoott is out of the tournament.
Let's double check that, but it
Because
sounds
Dragon...
about right.
That means that Dragon is 6-0. Not losing a single matchup. Like, he might have lost a match somewhere. Let's check that. So he won 2-0 in the first round. Then he won. Oh, yeah. He lost the game in the second round. So he's not undefeated, but he has won every matchup. He won 2-0 against Memfisto. Very impressive. 2-1 against Nataraja. Okay, we actually perhaps even seen that. I don't remember. Okay.
Okay. Wow. Very strong performance from Dragon there. DeathShoott was looking strong all day, but Dragon taking
Yeah,
that
but there were multiple impetus blasts that didn't do anything. And I mean, it's easy to sit here and complain about, right? Because, you know, it's easy to mess that card up than do something good with it. And there were some really great ones, but it does really cost you when you use it and you don't get anything from it.
Yeah, we saw him using it to push things from one bridge to another to try to keep a bridge, but Dragon had so many units, he was going to be splitting them. It wasn't forcing him to do anything that he wasn't going to do anyway.
Definitely. And even cases where he pushed nothing, like when he did it on the Dragon, I don't think he hit anything there except for the Dragon. I mean, I might have missed something and something might have died, I don't know, but might have even been a misplay. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case.
So, with regards to the knockback it does it matter where the unit is within the area to how far it gets knocked back, or?
I think it's always just the same distance. I think.
Okay.
Very much think.
Yeah, I think that's, from my experience, I think that's correct as well. Okay, so we're going to have Dragon against... Right, so this is Dragon against 3344 in the final. But of course,
I'm
because...
going to use this moment to quickly grab something to drink.
Yeah, that's fine. So we're going to do Dragon against 3344 in the final. Because it's a dual elimination Swiss hybrid, we're going to have a potential reset in the grand final. So because Dragon is undefeated, he will have his second life in the grand final. So we may have a double best of 5. We may not, but we may. Depends what happens. But we will find out.
It really shows you the value of not wasting that life and really taking every match serious.
Yeah, for sure. It's, you think having a second life changes how you play the final? Do you play it a little bit more freely, try a few different things out maybe?
I mean, there's definitely less stress on you, I think. So if you are someone that's affected by pressure, that might affect you. Personally, I've only been in one final and I lost that to a Brazilian cleaver, so I can't really argue too much.
Okay, so best of 5 conquest, potential reset, grand final. Okay. So,
bloody cat.
So I'm not fully familiar with this 3344. Not sure what their tournament experience is. You know, people do change their name and all sorts of things.
But clearly someone that's quite good to beat Nataraja.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I don't know how the other went, but I mean, I'm just looking at the history and it seems consistent victories. Beat Plumpy Panda. What was round 1? I lost to DeathShoott. Okay, so the only one that has beaten them so far is DeathShoott.
And they are no longer here to deal with them.
Yeah.
Okay. Right, I just looked at their previous names, but their previous names are very similar. H.
And I mean, losing to DeathShoott is extremely acceptable.
Oh yeah, for sure. Okay, so if you just joined us, we are at the grand final stage of GGtoor's Night's Duel number 12. This is presented by GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf, the developer. I'm joined by FDM, one of the Betadwarf Minion Masters developers. So if you've got any questions for him, feel free to throw them at us. So, just a reminder, we've got Dragon against 3344. Dragon is a 3-time GGtoor champion. He's the reigning champion. So he is he won number 10 and number 11 as well as number 5. So he's looking for 3 in a row here.
Has anyone gotten 4 before? Or would he be the first to win 4 of them?
He would
Because
be
I
the
know
first.
someone else. Was it DeathShoott that was also on 3?
DeathShoot's on 3 as well. Number 4, number 6,
Yeah.
and number 7. So he could be the most
So the
champion
first
of
to win-
champions.
So the first to win 3 in a row and the first to win 4 in total.
Yep,
Potentially.
potentially.
We still
Yeah.
have 3-3-4-4 to ruin Dragon's Parade.
Yeah, we'll see what they bring. But you know, maybe I don't know how familiar Dragon is going to be with his opponent, and that could play into his opponent's hands because you know you're not quite sure what to play, what's their style, what's going to be good
I mean,
against them.
Considering the symbols in the name, I'm gonna assume it's a Chinese player, meaning that the time zones might actually prevent them from normally meeting each other.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Which could mean that Dragon has not actively played against 3-3-4-4.
Yeah, and vice versa.
Yeah.
But of course, Dragon being such a mainstay in the tournaments, you know, if people have been watching the VODs and stuff on my YouTube channel, you'll see a lot of Dragon gameplay.
Yeah,
throughout
although
the
I always
events.
feel like watching someone is not the same as actually playing against them.
Yeah, for sure. So if you've missed any of the action today, or if you want to catch up, watch anything again, this will be up on my YouTube channel tomorrow or Monday. And so you'll be able to go through and revisit any of the action. If you want to look at, follow a certain player, check out the decks they're playing, anything like that, it's going to be there available for you. We'll put a link in the chat if you want to drop me a follow on my YouTube. And of course, you'll get a notification about any new content when I post it. So we are, let's just make sure we're up to date here. Just waiting for the ban information to come in.
There's an interesting thing that me says, show me the money in the chat, about Blast, what we saw with DeathShoott, right? And he says Blast gets just so much more value with Jing Juggle.
Yep.
Meaning, like, if you push things into Jin Long, and then you get the stun afterwards, that really multiplies the value of both cards.
Yeah, it's
Because
like
easy to get things in the area of Xinglong, but you also Blast actually immediately deals extra damage afterwards and a stun.
It's almost like you're making the Impetus Blast into a cross between that and the Shock Rock.
Yeah. And we didn't see that in the last match, right?
No, not in the last one, no. But DeathShoott, of course, somebody that's been playing the Impetus Blast a lot today. So it's good to see.
With Xinglong as well, we have seen that juggling.
Yeah, and with
Great plays with
a lot of success. Not just playing it, but playing it well and getting value out of it. But I'm still not sure it's... I don't know if you'd play it instead of the Shock Rock. I think when we've seen it played alongside the Shock Rock.
Yeah, but also only DeathShoott, so it would be really interesting to see some of the other players to pick it up and see what they do with it.
Right, Dragon has banned Apep, Grenadier, and Pebble. And I think the Pebble is probably in response to, we've seen 3-3-4-4 play the Pebbles earlier. So we may well see Dragon reacting to that.
I think that Dragon did a react there, because 3-3-4-4 has been playing Pebbles. We've also mentioned it on the stream that he played it a lot. And Dragon didn't ban Pebbles earlier.
So
he decided to swap his Whirly out for the Pebble.
Yeah. So we've got Dragon banning Apep, Grenadier, and Sapphire Pebble. 3-3-4-4 banning Milloween, Pebble, Sapphire Pebbles again, and the Scrat Tunnels. Which
is interesting, because against Nataraja earlier, he banned Ravager, Sapphire Pebbles, and Scrat Tunnels. So he really seems to evaluate Scrat Tunnels and Pebbles really strongly, at least against how he plays.
Yeah. Okay.
And Milloween might be a Dragon-specific target. So both players perhaps adjusting their bans a little bit for their opponent.
Okay. Okay, we're ready here.
Oh yeah, I forgot that he had that name that I don't know how to do.
Oh yeah.
I'm just gonna be spectating Dragon.
Find them if you can. Right, so let's find out.
That's actually interesting. In the case that Dragon wins right now, right, and he wins the final,
Mm-hmm.
Is 3344, is he or they second, or do they have to play against DeathShoott to see who's second?
We'll find out. Let's
Because-
ask the question.
Because there was a bye last round, of course, for 3344,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm not sure how that affects things.
So, as mentioned, we're using a slightly different format, so just figuring out exactly how that's going to work. Right, so we've got the spectate set up. We're almost ready to go into the grand final. Let's see if we can get this giveaway done whilst everyone's here. Just in the chat.
Oh,
okay, here we go.
The match is starting.
Here we go. Right. This is the first game of the grand final.
So I'm seeing an APAP versus a Morelia. Interestingly, 3344 on the Morelia. So will it be in a cursed or not? You can see that icon.
No.
It's not a cursed.
No, we've got bats, bats, bats
Morelia
again.
will stay 2 to. Oh, what was that tag? That was very interesting.
Okay.
Dragon, what are his anti-air options? What's he?
He does have a boom buggy.
Oh, boom buggy can be
that's-
great.
yeah,
That can be
that's-
extremely strong. That might make it very difficult for a 3344 to get a lot of value. Oh, Spirit Vessel as a first perk. Not the greatest with that deck. Getting a Spirit on Whirly can be quite good, or on Boom Buggy. The rest of the targets aren't that great, I guess. Ooh, those Phantom Throws grabbing the bridge. Very nice.
The Spirit Vessel, of course, now starts with a Spirit, so it's got extra HP, and
And there we have
in
the
certain
first
decks it can't snaffle a
With the
Spirit that you
Battle
don't want to. Right.
And we see the Boom Buggy as response, yeah?
Yeah, but he needs to be careful. The wall's going to be good against the bats,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
of
that
the
really
bats are
keeps
melee.
them. Oh, but Smite in the future, if Smite is played in time. Also, Lone Dog. It's called. If you're talking about my cat's called Saga, not Sasha.
Oh,
And she's laying right next to me. I keep petting her. Now
Okay,
we
so-
see the Spirit on the Whirly, making it really difficult to counter. That might actually get some great face damage here. Especially with the board control that Dragon has at the moment.
yeah, that Spirit being a real problem, but here
They
we
were
see the
saving up
bats.
for. Yeah, they were saving up for bats, and that's a risky thing. I guess Morelia does have healing. I wonder if they're gonna go for healing or for making the bats cheaper.
Yeah, he's Smite, but the problem is the Smite struck down the Boom Buggy, but the bats are taken out by that barrage that comes from the Boom Buggy
Yeah.
anyway. The
And with perk 2
shields
out,
there.
face isn't really gonna be in danger. And having quite a bit of an XP advantage already. That is quite
think-
dangerous.
I think Dragon will be happy with how this has gone so far.
Yeah,
We'll see what he gets from
definitely.
perk 3, that'd be interesting.
I think he's already really happy that he can play Grenadier.
Got the spell
Look at
reduction on
his
the
face damage
bats. Yeah, here they
Yeah, but
come.
there's, again, a couple hundred face damage, right? That really adds up.
Yeah. The thing is,
Especially
he's
with Whirly
he's-
Halo.
3344 is giving away bridge control and taking the
Yeah,
face damage to
Smite,
get
though.
these bats out, but the bats haven't really been doing too much. But this time,
Yeah, it's a very good smite, and because the totem was already out, it got destroyed by the bats.
yeah, and the boom buggy went down so fast, I don't think it got anything off. Okay, look at all that massive face damage. Okay,
Yeah,
previous.
that really brings him completely back in the game.
Yep.
Like, I was honestly wondering if he had a good way of coming back. Perhaps perk 3, but now perk 3 is a state of lethal.
Here we see bats, more shields, clearing everything up. Boom buggy gets
Ooh, and then we have
annihilated
the
again,
smite.
of course.
The smite is so good as an answer.
Okay.
Wool, of course, is also great as an answer.
Yep. But of course the bats
Yeah,
will do their random aggro and jump around.
Yeah, but Dragon has enough anti-air to make up for that.
So it looks like an assassin for perk 3 for Dragon, which is not incredible against this setup with the 1,000 of the
feels
bats.
bad, to be honest. Also, the other minions aren't that high. Ooh, that though. Getting all the skeletons. That was quite big.
Yep, here come the bats
That's
again.
artillery. Oh, is he not gonna... Oh, there's the boom buggy.
It's so frustrating when you know you're going to spawn that. He gets a hit off,
Yeah.
and then you know it's going to get destroyed.
But I mean, technically you gain value by it, right? Because
Yeah.
you get that one hit. But again,
He's-
a bunch of face damage off there.
Yeah, if he
This is
takes
getting
face damage
really
every
dangerous.
cycle, he's going to end up losing.
Yeah. Now, I don't think 3344 has any face damaging spells. Right?
Okay, no, not that I've seen. Right, Scrotillery. Tried to take the bats with the Scrotillery, didn't quite get them though. That's frustrating. Okay, he's going to get the Spirit on the
Nice use
Boom
of
Buggy.
Spirit Vessel. Very well played.
Okay,
I wonder if he didn't think of that earlier, or if he just didn't have the cycle ready.
yeah, that's a good answer though, because he knows
Yeah.
that the Smite's not going to answer it like that. But, let's have a look.
He does need to
XP.
deal with the dragons. Yeah, good skeleton.
So the Skeleton Horde, of course,
The
do...
trick here is to play something right, little bit too late. If
Yeah.
you play that at the right moment, you can actually get them to be closer to the dragon, and you can take that aggro, I think.
Right. Dragon's been dealt with. So Dragon will be happy
Dragon
with
is
that.
Dragon is ahead in XP. Admittedly, 3344 is taking good control now.
These bats with the shield. We know the Smite's coming in. A little bit late on the Smite. Gets the barrage off. We saw earlier there was one situation where his Smite was instant and the Boom Buggy did nothing. Okay, Dragon desperately trying to hold on. He's so low HP here. Can he hold on?
No.
No!
Oof.
Oh,
Well played from
3344.
3344, honestly. Just having the smite to consistently deal with the buggy. And Dragon just not getting that spirit out for the boom buggy every single time. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't consistently do that.
That is... Okay, that's an interesting first game. The power of the bats, and we saw the bats, the number of them just kept growing as we got deeper into the game. Mana was faster, there was spell reduction, and we saw...
I think we need... Oh, sorry, you go.
No, I was going to say, I think Dragon was probably going to win from an XP point of view.
Yeah, definitely.
But he was just taking face damage every time.
Yeah, every single push, a couple hundred, and that really adds up. I'm just reading the chat, and I'm seeing that people are talking about the format that we have, right? With where 5 people ended up going into the conquest format. And they're talking about that Dragon got the first buy, right? And how I think DeathShoott didn't get a buy at all. And that is because of its the complicated math behind it, right? With tiebreakers and matchups and how well you did and all that. Which, according to what we have told, is also the case why we are not entirely sure what happens if Dragon wins right now, how second and third place ends up.
Yeah, I think it's always, when you use a slightly different format, it's always going to be a little bit of see how it goes and work it through. But of course, we'll try to keep it as fair as possible, as always. And as soon as we've got the full overview, we'll tell you exactly what's going on.
Yeah, but I think it's important to mention that Dragon didn't just get the buy; there was math behind it.
Yeah, I believe so. Everything happens for a reason.
This is the Matrix, after all.
Okay, what was the change to the bats? They just got their mana reduced, I think.
Yeah, I think so, because it wasn't played at all, I believe. Because I remember that we wanted that the card wasn't played, and we were like, okay, we're fine with it not being meta, because I mean, it's not really the card we want to be meta.
Yeah.
But we do want cards to be played by at least some people, right?
Of course, yeah.
I did not expect it to come in a tournament, to be honest. Gonna be interesting if this tournament makes it appear more in the ladder. And the question is, of course, if it was good enough but just not played, or if that change actually did enough to make it viable, right?
Yeah, and as DeathShoott mentions in the chat about how you can choose where the bats spawn. Hold on, what's going here? We've got some mana being burned. Is there something? Okay, I'm not sure if we went there. 3-3-4-4, burning some mana at the start. Gets a good trade there from the Grenadier. So burning mana again. Is he experiencing?
But there is that Cage Prowler that is not being responded to. Oh, hi, Big Chong.
Sure, exactly what's happening. Right, Scrutillery comes in. This is going to be a lot of pressure early on. Very strange start. Lots of mana being burned. Still being burned.
Is he still burning a lot of mana?
He's burnt a good number of manas.
That's very strange. Dragon getting a pretty good first pick with crossbow dudes.
Okay, can he get back in this? But a good counter push, but that wall's going to do a good job against all this melee, but it's not going to last forever.
So great, of course. Oh, Daggerfall! I am a fan.
Right. Here comes the flyby, but I feel like that flyby was incorrectly played.
Oh, the clone almost killing the boom buggy.
You have to be so careful with the flybys. Generally, you don't want it aggroing on face. You want it to kill.
No,
and that boom buggy surviving was something that didn't have to happen.
No, definitely.
Right.
Now we see the tunnels. I mean, here we really see the what I mentioned earlier with the where we see in the bans from 3-3-4-4, the cards that he values. Pebbles, which of course were banned by Dragon, but also now we see the tunnels.
How do you feel about the tunnels? They give you so many scraps.
Super interesting, because when we did the buff, we were fully aware that it seems like a straight up buff over Scratch, right? It's same cost of mana, but way more Scratch, and you get that movement. Funnily enough, Scratchword is both played more and has a higher win rate than tunnels, and I'm completely flabbergasted. I don't understand why. And I fully understand that just looking at the stats isn't the end all and be all of it. And there is definitely the thing of Worthy and Grenadier Rat being stronger because of the things like the tunnels, right? And the hordes. But yeah, in general, I really like the idea of the tunnels and the movement of them. Whether or not they're in the right balance, I honestly don't know. I just don't know. We nerfed Horde, of course. Losing 2 scuds, I believe. Or was it 3 scuds? Losing some scuds.
2, I think.
Okay.
Okay, this is kind of interesting because 3-3-4-4 had such a weird start with the mana burn, but he's ahead right now.
They're actually ahead in XP. The Prowler not getting to face with the jump. That's also interesting that he might not be too afraid of the Prowler because he has the scrap tunnels, right? Although he does counter that one with the flyby.
Flyby shuts that down. Decent XP lead.
Slight side note, Sinobii mentions that all 3 players have gotten a buy in some point during the rounds. So the tiebreakers should not be too affected by the buys.
Okay, that's good to know. Right. Let's have a look. Perk 3 from Dragon's going to be important. Falling behind further on XP here. Perk 3 coming up direct.
Is he... Oh, good. He was aware of the 1 point blast gonna be played. So good, really good totem.
Yeah.
I like that preemptive protection down.
Okay.
Oh, Dragon also flooded some.
Dragon gets a healer. Now the healer could be real nice on this whirly scrap.
No. That's horrible.
I mean, it's not your choice of card, but if you can get some value out of it. But of course, here we see.
But I mean, I think it's one of the worst options you could have gotten in this deck.
The way the healer just walks through into just absolute carnage.
Like there are decks where it is absolutely amazing, but not here. Like.
Oh, nice one-punch blast on the boom buggy.
Exploded.
Dragon does have ways to prevent that.
A lot of value.
XP in Dragon's favor now, right?
He is doing the whirly with healer.
I think he has to. He's getting value out of it, but it's.
Yeah, but not the value you could get out of that. The stun lances are just so good; they could completely stop the whirly and just kill it. Interesting enough, here we see the boom buggy again. This time not being 1 punch blasted.
Yeah, Dragon needs to be careful again. He's taken a lot of face damage.
Yeah, and XP wise, he's only a little bit ahead. And that is always dangerous against Rekt, right? Because Rekt can... interesting use of totem to protect the Grenadier. Not 100% sure if that was necessary, to be honest.
Yeah, Grenadier doing Grenadier things.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, Grenadier against Scrat Thomas is just amazing.
Okay,
Ooh,
Dragon is
did you
taking
see
over a
that
little
waste?
bit here. What was that?
He tried to move the Scrat Thomas, but didn't get the extra spawn from it. So he either wasted mana or he just wasted an extra spawn, but he definitely wasted.
I feel like this is Dragon's game now.
This is a good push. This is a really good push. The boom buggy is just gonna get destroyed though. But he is almost mana frenzy. I mean, there is no way Dragon loses this.
Yep, shuts down the Prowler. Mana Frenzy.
Good, but yeah.
Has the bridges. Should be able to close this out.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to flood
He
both
does
lanes.
Play the Priestess again. I'm a little bit surprised that 3344 lost control over the match like that.
Yeah, he had a bad start. Regained a lot of position. But then just wasn't able to.
I think one of the
build
problem
it.
is that he doesn't have enough to really protect his swarm.
G,
Like there's a
G.
boom buggy and a whirly. And the moment that there is enough mana to get the anti-swarm counters out, it doesn't matter how much swarm you throw into it, right?
Yep. Okay, 1 game all. Dragon fights back. Hey. I find it very interesting that 3344 tends to play the cards that they ban.
I mean, it makes sense, right? They ban the things they think are strong. And I don't think anyone disagrees that Tunnels is strong. I'm just surprised that the stats don't show it more.
One of the things about tunnels, when someone opens with the tunnel compared to if they opened with the Scrat Horde, for example. The Scrat Horde runs on the bridge, gets off the bridge, you take it back from behind them. The Scrat tunnels, it's just the constant production. You can never get behind them because there's always more coming.
Definitely. But that would be an argument for why they are even better, right?
Yes.
So that's why I'm confused that that tunnels are not just completely dominating.
Not an idea. Okay, so 1 game all. Dragon didn't get the luck from perk 3, but got some value from the healer. It definitely wasn't the choice, like
honestly,
Tantalizer says in the chat.
I think he just outplayed, just won on playing better there.
It was like perk 3 was irrelevant. He didn't need whatever it was relevant.
I mean,
Tantalizer says Blastmancer would have been the dream, but
that would have been amazing. I mean, Ghost would have been worse.
Yeah.
I don't know if there was something else that would have been worse.
It was a bad one, but not the worst. And it wasn't a case where he needed a good one. Sometimes that perk 3 can change the game, or suddenly you've got a curse bearer against their big units that you didn't have before. Or
he had the advantage that he went for Mana Frenzy, and for Mana Frenzy you don't necessarily need something that really immediately helps you massively. You just need something that makes you not lose.
Yeah.
And Priestess can do that.
Yeah, we did see a few times it was getting some good hills on the whirly. Pushing through. Okay. Right, so 1 game all in this grand final. Still all to play for. Dragon fighting back against 3344. We know there's some masters that have been banned. We know some masters that have been played. So let's have a look. Dragon banned APEP. So 3344 cannot play APEP. And Dragon cannot play Milo. So that means Dragon can't play Milo or APEP.
Yeah.
And 3344 can't play Morelia or APEP.
So no more APEP.
Yep, no more APEP. And we'll see how deep the player's experience goes with their different decks. Yeah, that was kind of an awkward start. I don't know how much the start affected 3344 because he did come back after burning some weird mana at the start. It was kind of weird because he burnt mana, played something, burnt mana, played something. It wasn't like he wasn't there for the first 30 seconds. He was kind of like halfway there. Okay.
Well, we are gonna get into the next match now. Cat, what are you doing? Oh, yawning.
Okay, here we go.
Stormbringer versus Morelia. Did Dragon not play Morelia yet? Oh, that was previous thing, then
not
against
yet.
DeathShoott.
Okay. Right. Dragon. Morelia.
Really seeing the Cage Prowler being played by a couple of the top players?
Yeah, they
Or
seem
is it
to
just
like
Dragon
it.
all the time?
Well, we've
No,
definitely seen a
Nataraja
few
played
different
it as
players.
well, right?
Yep. Nataraja's always been a fan of it. Like, he used to play it in a cheap Mordor deck and things like that. Not quite so
that-
prevalent now,
That sounds
but
pretty nasty, actually.
yeah. 3 mana for a 5 mana Prowler that then respawns.
Ooh, that's a beam target for me. Yeah, yeah, now we see the beam.
Boom, okay.
That's so nice because it keeps the bridge for you. You get a 150 face damage for basically 2 mana, right?
Yeah. Okay, but again, of course, another spawner.
Oh Jesus! So this is going to be spawners with cycle.
He does have some heavy units in. He's got a Reckonator, he's got a Defenso, so he's got some
I'm
stuff to push
expecting
with them.
tunnels at some point as well. If you're gonna go for the swarm, you go for all of them, right? Well, not for Deathshoott.
See, I don't see any tunnels in there. And we saw earlier...
Nice.
Okay, that's a good spirit. We saw earlier how the Boom Buggy just got smited every time, but there's no instant counter to the Boom Buggy this time, so the Boom Buggy could get a lot of value.
Also, Whirly is just so good against spawner, Scat Swarm, Totem, whatever it's called.
Right, there we see that spirit keeping the Whirly alive just.
Somewhat surprised that the Reckonator is played like that.
Yes.
Hopefully he has mana left to defend against the Boom Buggy. Oh, there's a Magma turret. But I mean, the Reckonator is just counted really hard.
Yeah, the wall just keeping it busy, the Boom Buggy just shredding it. Face damage.
Boom Buggy really hates that spot.
This just feels like something that 3344
get
can't
beamed.
do anything.
See? No. I mean, that's the great thing about the beam. If you play against someone that plays 2 spawners, they usually get the value from having both spawns. So if you can counter one with a spell, the other one is usually fairly easy to deal with.
Yeah.
One spawner is really an issue. And here we just see that this is already just destruction.
Is that Prowler going to spawn? I pretty much guarantee it will, because the wall is going to be used as a tank. The Prowler's
Well
just
played.
far enough away to jump. Perfect. Yeah,
I
this
mean,
is just...
this match is over. Like, he can basically beam him to death. Or just prevent him from ever being able to play the totem, of course.
Yeah.
Like, he's not gonna beam right now, he's gonna keep it for the totem. Oh, he can beam that, he can beam that. If he wants, he doesn't seem to want it. He's probably gonna play worthy against it, because it is just really good against that, yeah, that we see it.
Yeah, I think the
Spirit,
Crossbow Guild
also
is the
really
one
nice.
he's going to have more trouble against.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. So I agree with his decision to not beam, but you could have even beamed that. Just because of how low the 344 is.
Yep.
Oh, and there is the dragon, of course.
Boom Buggy gets murdered. Sorry, the Cannon Roller gets murdered by the Boom Buggy. Okay.
So the next
Poke.
spawner is probably gonna get the dragon in his face, or is he just gonna use the dragon regardless? No? Oh, that one is gonna get the dragon in his face, I think. Oh no, just beams it. Okay, sure. That's actually a surprise to me.
Okay. When he did the smart thing to move it away from face.
Yeah, but that's why I would not have beamed it, because he's so low that probably 2 beams and the dragon would have killed 3344. Because the dragon has breath, and doesn't that deal 25 face damage?
Something like that, yeah.
So yeah, that's what I expected to be the end there.
Okay, so he's getting back into it, but is he too low HP? 3344, is he too low
Oh yeah.
on XP?
There is no question.
Dragon holding the dragon for a long time. Probably
Yeah,
gonna... not now.
He's waiting for the next spawner. He's gonna do dragon, right? Yeah, he's doing dragon. Yeah, we see.
Okay. Of course, it's not an Ascension.
Oh, it
Dex.
actually only deals 13 damage to face. So he actually needs 8 more face damage to be able to double beam it.
Yeah, so the non-Ascension Breath, of course, doesn't do too much damage.
Yeah. But still, that push is really difficult to not let anything get to face.
Okay,
And he can just beam that. Just beam the cannon roller. Honestly.
Okay, he's got a 5 mana beam.
Yeah, I will just beam the cannon roller. Just beam.
Here
Yeah,
it comes. Boom. Reckinator, but what's the Reckinator going
and
to do?
really got to face. Yeah.
Nothing. That's what it's going to do. Right, 2 games to 1. Dragon within touching distance of the championship. Could he become the first 3-time in a row winner? The first 4-time overall winner? We're not sure, but it's going to potentially happen. And again, we saw just how powerful the beam can be in many different scenarios. As long as you use it sensibly, you can get some huge value out of it. And those spawner decks, once you can start shutting down, as you say, once you shut one of them down, you can more easily play into the other one. And, you know, that's once you stop them playing off each other, pushing both lanes, then they just really don't have anything behind that.
Yeah, and that's really where the value of a Dragon Ball or a beam in your deck comes into play. It just counters so many strategies. Or even if it doesn't directly counter it, it weakens them enough that you can deal with it a lot easier. And once you defeat the main part of a deck, the rest is usually a lot easier to deal efficiently.
Yeah. Yeah, the things on their own are not as strong as they are in combination with each other. We saw that Reckinator really just didn't do anything, just got tanked by the wall, and the Boom Buggy just shredded it.
Or
okay.
Paolo jumping on it.
Yeah. So that's Dragon 2 games to 1 up within touching
so
distance.
So that winning. Is no more Morelia from Dragon.
Yeah. So no more Morelia, no more Apep, no more Milo. So what do we think? What's Dragon likely to play? Maybe a Rect, maybe probably more likely a Diona. We'll see.
Masters, get ready.
Let's find out.
Now we have Mordar.
Okay.
KT.
He does like a Mordar. We saw earlier the Mordar just got shredded with that one bad res. But of course he does have
immediately gave up after that.
He does have his second life, so maybe he's more happy to play this.
I mean, he's also not on losing point, right?
No. But he does have a lot of it in hand. Let's see how it works out. So remember, we saw that earlier where there was a Crystal Archer res, and that kind of just sucked the wind out of his sail. What can he do here? So, Spirits.
Right now he is just starting up, you know, just waiting a little bit. He will probably play the Tombstone soon.
It's difficult.
Probably play the Tombstone soon.
Sometimes you play it too soon and it ends up dying too quickly. Okay, Mana Puff Madness.
I did not see that coming.
Let's see. Tombstone is not active yet, but it will be active in time.
I was kind of surprised that he waited so long with it.
Oh, the shield though on the puffs at the top going to keep everything alive. Oh, this is a good start for
YOLO being so nasty there.
Right, but this is the power of the Rock Rivals.
Doing a lot of work. Yep. The puffs are finally all dead. And that Rock Rivals is not gonna do a lot. Yeah, that living statue is gonna do nothing.
This deck's a lot about the Colossus and the blue Golem together. Right. Okay, they're gonna get aggroed. One of them gets aggroed back, okay. Let's see how that works out. Tombstone charging.
Yeah, but this is probably gonna be a whirly res. If
looks
that
like
whirly doesn't die.
Oh no! Okay.
No.
That's
that
very
is
good
really
for
nice
Dragon.
For Dragon. And Dragon has the next Colossus in his hand, so he can just play the other Colossus at bottom. He does not. He goes for that, which is also fair.
He's trying to put the pressure on the Tombstone though. He's going to shut the res down. Okay, so it looked like he went from a whirly res to a Colossus res to ultimately no res.
No
okay.
res. Yeah, that's really surprising. That's well played by 3344.
Yeah, for sure. But Dragon, like, basically level on XP, which he'll be happy about.
Actually, quite surprising that this game is going as it is. I thought Dragon had a way stronger position than he turns out to have. That aggro was perfect. Well played.
Yeah. No hit from the Golem.
Now, how is a Colossus against two brothers?
Let's find out.
Depends on the Squire buff. And the Spirit.
Well, only hits one of them, so that's good for 3344. Okay, one dies. Oh, the
Ooh,
the
the
puffs
shield.
tanking.
There we see bats. Clearly, 3344 enjoys his bats.
Yeah, he's had a lot of value from them. Okay, what's he gonna
That's
do
him
here?
dealing with it well, though.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
very annoying. The spirits, we see how powerful the spirits are.
Oh, that is a nice one.
Yeah, good vortex. AoE coming in from the Arcanist. Okay.
Yeah, she did so much value there. And we see the heal buff at top, just slowly getting all the HP back for 3344. He's already back at 2500.
Right.
Really loving those
Tombstone.
puffs. And now we have the madness again.
Now, one thing to consider is, just literally as I was about to say it, those puffs from the Mana Puff Madness can be
I'm
perfect to
taking
ruin the
more-
reses.
True, but it's also kind of weird how he's actually allowing the buffs to tank for the Colossus.
Right. We got an
So
XP
he's
lead at
also
the
kind
moment.
of ruining his own play. YOLO, of course, is also always great against Colossus.
Okay, here come the brothers.
And now Dragon probably wants a rest from the blue column, but he might get a stim. Or as you said, a mana buff. Yeah.
Yep, there we go. Burns that. That's
Nice
perfect.
goal earlier. Or and Rek killing both the buffs at top mean that the brothers can continue walking. Also
Okay.
very nice.
Dragon.
Those crossbow dudes are gonna do a lot of work. One punch blast killing something. What did it kill? Oh,
Not sure.
Rek going for the
Lot of-
tombstone, but that's
lot of-
definitely gonna get a blue golem rest, right?
Right? Right? Okay, the
Oh,
bat
that was
just
so
killed it.
close to
Yep.
failing. Holy shit.
Okay, Dragon
If
needed that.
3344 had not played the bats, that might have just ended the game for Dragon by depression.
Right, and again, Tombstone
Look
is
at the XP.
Tombstone.
3344 slightly ahead.
Puff res! Puff res again! Oh
That
god,
is
it's...
so frustrating for Dragon that those buff reses keep coming and there is so little he can do against it.
Yep. No
That
res
is
here.
such a sneaky little annoying thing. And that Tombstone is also not gonna do much. That must be so frustrating if you're Dragon playing this.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's doing a good job.
Keeping up with
3344.
XP, but-
Yeah, 3344
Oh.
doing a good job by using the mana puffs to burn those tombstones, but
Yeah.
he has got very lucky in the matchup that he's found himself in.
Yeah.
Right.
That Colossus is gonna be interesting though. There
Here
is
they
the
come
chance
again.
here for but here there is a good chance for Dragon to actually get something done. Just look how much he has on the field right now.
Yeah, that Colossus is still very healthy.
Oh, that blue column is almost dead though.
Mana Frenzy
But he's getting
almost
good
here.
control of the bridges right now at
Yeah.
a vital moment, as you mentioned. Mana
Stint
Frenzy
res.
almost here.
At least it's not a puff res.
It's true. A frenzied buff. And
Right.
now he will probably use the Rek to grab the bridges. No jump in hand.
Okay. What's
I
he gonna
assume-
do with that Colossus
That's
on
Colossus to
face?
Well, he has a heal buff, so if he can grab bridges, he might. What the hell?
There's trouble.
Yeah.
Dragon looked like he might
I
be
think
pulling
Dragon
this one
wins
out.
here because he has complete control of the bridges. Blocking the rest doesn't really matter.
There's 3 tombstones up. Then we get the Colossus
Yeah,
res.
yeah.
Eventually,
I mean, it's
just
over.
yeah.
Like,
Dragon's
the
done a
moment you
great
get in
job.
a mana frenzy, too many big units. Very impressive from Dragon to keep up despite all the mana buffs, keeping 3344 from getting that what's it called? Death ball of buffs.
Wow.
What's the word for it?
Death Ball sounds okay.
Okay, sure. We'll go for death
Critical
ball of buffs.
critical mass.
Yeah, critical buff.
Wow. Okay, that means Dragon's our champion. And that was a really interesting one at the end there
Yeah.
because it looked like that Mana Puff Madness was just so detrimental to Dragon and then the reses, but ultimately
Oh yeah,
just too
I
strong.
can't believe he managed to pull this through against the Mana Puff Madness, continuously ruining his dresses.
Yeah, that was insane. Lucky matchup for his opponent, but ultimately not
Yeah.
lucky enough. And the power of Dragon,
I mean,
the power
it was
of Mordor.
also, it was tough to deal with the Colossi, I think, for 3344.
Mm-hmm.
He did have YOLO, which can be quite good, but dealing with a blue golem and a colossus with the deck must have been fairly tough.
Yep. And of course we had the spirits dropping on the colossus and the golem, just makes them so tanky.
DeathShoott does also mention in the chat right now, well, 3 minutes ago. Oh no, he doesn't now, but they'll hear it in 3 minutes. That double tombstone is one chance to change the match, and I think we did see that a little bit. Where he had a little bit more control over the match. But 3344 did get a lot of pushes off, dealing damage to the tombstones, getting it close, but at least he started getting stint reses.
Yeah, anything is better than the puff that's just going to immediately die.
The frenzied buff, amazing.
Wow. Okay, well, Dragon is the tournament winner, and yeah, still fairly shocked that he pulled that one out of the bag. That was all to play for. Wow.
That was really impressive. Of course, there wasn't much pressure that 3344 could do that. It would go to Mana Frenzy either way, with Colossus, a Blue Golem, and a Ghost Turret versus basically just brothers, right?
Yeah.
And R3KT.
And there wasn't, the brothers weren't going to trade very well against, definitely not the Colossus, not very well against the Blue Golem either. Dragon had it was a good matchup from one point of view for Dragon, but the Mana Puff Madness was fairly awful. But yeah, you just saw we know that Mordor is such a late game master. In that late game, in Mana Frenzy, those reses, you just need one of those big reses. And my goodness.
Yeah, and not just that. The big units really tend to strengthen each other, right? Like, it's way harder to deal with two Colossi or Colossi and a Blue Golem than it is dealing with one and then the other.
Yeah. Whew, okay. I was all ready for a 2-2 going into the final, but Dragon is our champion. He's our fourth champion. Or no, that's not right. He has won it 4 times. Champion 4 times. He's won 3 in a row, which is very impressive. Let's see if he's available. I know
Nice.
See if we can get him on here. See if he's got a microphone yet.
Saga is also very proud of Dragon.
Okay, and that's our champion. Dragon is the GGtoor Knights Duel number 12 Grand Champion. Adds that to his previous 3 tournament victories. But very well played to his opponent, 3344. Not someone that we're particularly familiar with outside of the ladder. They've done a great job getting through right to the end of the tournament. But of course they came up against a very, 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 very good player, a very, very experienced player in Dragon. And ultimately that was just too much for them to deal with. But very well played to them. We'll find out exactly what the final standings are. Of course, we've been using a slightly different format for this event.
If I look at the standings right now, it looks like DeathShoott would be second.
That's my understanding. But we shall await for it to be confirmed.
Because he has won 1 game more and therefore lost 1 game less because they played the same amount of games.
Right, okay. See if we've got Dragon coming on. He's typing. But yeah, thanks for joining me today, FDM. It was great to have you here. And of course,
no problem.
Okay, Dragon is literally about to go out, so let's see, whilst we've got you here, let's just ask the chat if they have any more questions for you. Maybe we can finish off with that. Any further questions for FDM, a Minion Masters developer? See if we get any further questions. I'm not sure if we missed any. But yeah, if you missed any of the action today, be sure to check out my YouTube. We'll put that video up tomorrow evening or on Monday, so you can watch back any of the action that you may have missed, rewatch it if you want to. Get some decks. We saw some very different decks, like the bats. We probably weren't expecting to see bats, and definitely if we saw them, weren't expecting to be quite so strong.
I did not expect him in the finals, at least.
Yeah, Reckonator we saw quite a lot, but that kind of backs up what we're seeing on ladder a bit. What other things did we see?
We saw Demon Warrior and Avea.
Yeah, good to see those again.
Both doing decent, I'd say. Mordor, of course, which was also a surprise to me. Not too great against DeathShoott, but surprisingly good against Man Above Madness.
Yeah, it's very surprising. Okay, so it
yeah,
looks like...
I'd say... Oh,
yeah.
sorry, go.
No, go ahead.
Okay, I'd say that from what we saw from Mordor, I would not say that Mordor is overly strong, to be honest.
No. But it does suggest that Mordor is best with big units.
Whoa!
But remember, there was that period of time where everyone was playing, and I kind of got blamed a little bit for it, for the sniper Mordor, which I'm trying to bring back. We'll see how that goes.
Sounds like I need to ban someone.
No! Show Me the Money says, can we get an API to extract stats?
No clue. It's like right now we don't quite have the time for it, and if we do it, it will probably have to be a decision made up higher up in the chain, because it also has consequences for how we deal with future games. Yeah,
I know we spoke about this the other day, and you mentioned about if Project F4E, which of course is another game that Betadwarf are developing at the moment. You know, it could be a case of... Yeah, okay. I'm not really sure what to call it, but yeah, you were talking about maybe if that had an API, then Minion Masters could be part of that, and...
Yeah, like if they get an API, we'll probably make a system for handling APIs, and then we'll probably also put an API in Minion Masters. Probably, no promises. But if they don't, there is a decent likelihood that Minion Masters won't get it. It's a little bit of putting the resource of the entire company into mutual beneficial things.
Yeah. Okay, that's good to see. And talking about Project F4E, Faye, however you want to call it, next weekend is their next playtest. Have you had a chance to... I'm not sure if you're involved in that at all, or if you've been involved in the playtest at all, FDM?
Yeah, we have playtests like every Friday or something like that, perhaps every other Friday. I mean, most of the time I'm a little bit too busy to participate, but sometimes I do participate. And I mean, the game definitely has improved a lot, so I would definitely suggest people that haven't looked at it for a while to try it out. And perhaps give some feedback and stuff.
I was really impressed with the last playtest of how more fleshed out it was from the previous one, and I'm excited to see next week also what has been added. I think they've added items. I'm not sure what how they phrased it, but like weapons and all sorts of things. So that's something to look forward to. And of course, if you get involved in the playtesting for that, you can earn rewards and all sorts of things. So I put a link in the chat for that.
General
so check
happiness.
General happiness. Friendshipping. DeathShoott says, will the advertised arenas from Remastered come to 1.0? FDM says that is the plan. Yeah, I really liked how they looked. There were some really cool looking arenas.
So do we, and there are also some optimization aspects of that. Like they are a bit bigger and more expensive to run, but because they are static and the entire screen is always the same, there are some, well, not the entire screen is the same, but the scene is the same and it's not two different ones mashed together. There is some optimization stuff that we can do there, which has a chance to make it slightly faster, or at least more stuff for the same cost.
One of the things I noticed, or somebody showed me with Remastered, was the fact that because the arenas kind of had a much more of a world around them, it was able to support some very widescreen resolutions, which the current game doesn't really offer. Is that something we could potentially see going forward?
I'm not entirely sure, because that might also require UI stuff, and to be quite honest, the UI setup in 1.0 is absolutely horrendous, which is why we completely redid it for Remastered. So I'm trying to not touch it too much. So yeah, I can't make any promises about that one.
Cool. Okay, right. Not sure if we got any more questions, but thanks for answering. I think we've been able to answer almost everything. So yeah, if you just joined us, you've just missed the GGtoor Knights Duel number 12. Dragon is our grand champion. It looks like all the maths have been done. It looks like DeathShoott is the runner-up, which is a little bit confusing because he wasn't in the grand final. But based on overall performance in the Swiss event, DeathShoott is the runner-up, and I think 3344 is our third place player. So huge congrats to everyone there. Thanks to everyone joining us today at home. Thanks to the participators. We had fewer people in the event today than we would hope. So hopefully going forward we can get more people. So remember, you can help us support these events by just being in them. And as you can see, this is open for all sorts of players, all sorts of abilities. So it's a great place to get involved. It's a great way to support the esports scene. It's a great way to learn. So that's awesome. James15 says, how will F4E connect to MM? I'm not sure what you mean by connect, but it's kind of built in the same universe. There's lots of familiar faces from one to the other, but also lots of cool new things. So that's great to see.
You think cool new stuff. I see things I'm gonna steal from Minion Masters later.
Yeah, maybe. That'd be interesting if you can utilize some of those things in Minion Masters as well. Right. I don't know if we have anything else to do. I think that's pretty much everything. Right, so we will get ready to raid someone. We'll get the awkward wave on, and then we will be able to get out of here. Remember, guys, try out the co-op adventure in Minion Masters. It's available now. It's available. You have to play it with a friend or a guildmate. It's a lot of fun. Remember, it's once you've purchased it, 750 rubies, you can play with someone else that doesn't have it if they're not in a position to buy it or they just want to check it out. They won't get rewards, but they can still play it with you. So check that out. I know FDM and Entropy and the guys there have been working hard on that, and they were excited to see everyone join and check that out. And we've had a lot of positive feedback from that. People really enjoying that. The adventures, of course, are the player versus environment part of Minion Masters, where you get to check out some just insane stuff. But it's always some good fun. Right, who shall we raid today? Let's have a look who's on. Okay. Right, so yeah, thanks everyone for joining us today. Go check out Minion Masters, go check out Project F4E, get involved in the community, share your cat pics.
Bye. Oh.
Bye.
Right, so let's get our raid messages up. Okay, so raid and sub-raid. Oh no, we need to finish the giveaway that I may have forgotten about. Do that quickly. So remember, if you stream Minion Masters, you can earn rewards. The idea is to earn rewards with your community, but if you want to just use them for yourself, you can do that as well. If you want to get involved in that, join the Discord, find out all about it there. The more you stream it, the more viewers you have, the more rewards you can get. So hopefully we can get more people streaming this game and getting rewards for people to do giveaways and all sorts of cool things in the...
And send me a message if you want a streamer or if you stream.
Yep, message FDM to get involved on the Discord. And now there was a cool thing I saw that I want to mention before we go, which was some speedrun challenge. If I can, I don't know if you saw that at all.
The thing about getting a match shortened than 18 seconds?
Yeah, something like that. Yes, so yeah, check out the tournament discussion on the Minion Masters Discord. Beat the president. You've got to try and beat Matrin's speedrun. I think you just have to do a 1v1 and try and win in less than 18 seconds. There's some prizes to be won there. But yeah, check out the rules. 18 seconds, that's very, very quick. I'm not exactly sure what was done to achieve it in 18 seconds, but
Blood imps.
Potentially, if you think about the... So I think... So can you work with a teammate so your teammate's trying to lose as quickly as possible? If you do a 1v1? I don't know. Go read it. Go find out. Show Me the Money, I think, is running that. So if you've got any questions, go ask him about that. Right. Let's just draw the winner for the giveaway. Boom. Underling. God damn it. Of course it is. Yes. Let's just send him the code. Before we forget to do that. Yes, of course it's underling. Of course it is. Okay, that's done. Right, so let's get our raid ready. I'm going to start my awkward wave. I don't know if you want to join in with an awkward wave or not. Yeah, we're going to raid soon. Let's just say thanks.
How long do we do that?
To everyone for joining. Well, see, the thing is, with the 3-minute delay.
Start yet?
Yeah, I started.
Oh, you do it for 3 minutes.
With the 3-minute delay, they're not going to see it until 3 minutes. So if we raid now, they're going to miss it. So I don't know. I should have probably given you a heads up so you could have maybe practiced or worked out a little bit. Let's get my raid ready, and we're ready to go. Hold on, is this guy playing Minion Masters, or is he changing? Let's find out. Everything's changing. I'm trying to wave and figure out what's going on. Okay. It's weird. Okay. Raid might not work. That doesn't look like Minion Masters.
I'm happy I didn't continue waving, Jesus.
Okay. I'm still waving. Okay. Right.
Oh, you're still waving? Jesus
yeah, of
Christ.
course. I'm waving with one hand and clicking around trying to find.
I'm waving in my mind.
That's it. Mind wave. That guy's be right back. Ah! Someone might get a surprise raid. Okay, we could choose a newer player. Okay, let's go raid someone we haven't raided before. This might be a car crash of a raid, who knows?
Nice. Who doesn't love a proper car crash?
Wow. Okay.
I said a proper. We don't want bad car crashes around here.
Okay. Nice save. Okay. Oh, they've got their teammate's got a bad name. Involving Putin. God damn it. Okay, maybe we won't go for that one.
Is it bad enough for me to get involved?
I mean, something is a piece of...
Ah. A piece of Putin.
Okay. Is this an English stream? No, standard. Is this an English stream? Nope. I'm waving. I'm still waving.
Is your arm tired yet?
It is. Okay, here we go. Right. We got a raid target. Right. For 20 minutes. Yeah, I feel like I've been waving for 20 minutes.
Ah.
Let me check the stream. Am I waving yet on the stream? Yes. Okay.
Funnily enough, the one that you were looking at was actually not pre-mates, just so you know.
Oh, it's just randoms with it. Okay.
Yeah.
No worries. Okay. Right. Let's get the raid off. Right. Thanks, guys. I'll see you soon. FDM, thanks again for joining me. That was awesome.
No problem. Was fun.
Okay. Where's our raid button? Okay. Boom. Raid is off. Money complains your cat isn't waving. Okay, there we go. Raid is done. Stop stream. Last 3 minutes.